Gu Ji and Tian Hong did not stay in Kaiyuan County for long. They only spent 2 days in Kaiyuan County before the group set off on a boat that was bound for the capital to transport livestock. Their current goal this time was to head to the capital on the east bank of Hong Lake to take a look at the palace that the Han tribe had not yet built. In the past, the construction progress of the palace was very slow. Firstly, there was too much preparation work to be done in advance. Artificial lakes had to be dug to obtain soil, foundations were laid, bricks and tiles were fired, wood was prepared, and stones were prepared. Just these preparations it will take 2 or 3 years. Now that the preparation work is almost complete, Luo Chong has added a group of workers and a large amount of engineering equipment here. The railway line from Tuahai County to the capital is about to be laid. Once this railway line is completed, the Han tribe will be able to transport a large number of workers and construction materials, and the construction of the capital will be faster. While Gu Ji and Tian Hong were still floating on Hong Lake, a big event happened in Tuahai County. Xiao Dai and Zhang reminded Luo Chong and Tang Yao to get married as soon as possible, and Luo Chong had no intention of delaying it any longer. Whether the Tang tribe can be naturally incorporated into the Han tribe depends entirely on his marriage to Tang Yao. This is an obvious political marriage, but both sides are very willing to do it. Luo Chong can get a wife who knows medical skills, a tribe with a population of more than 100,000, and a large territory and resources. Tang Yao can also marry the person he likes, and can also make the Tang tribe develop further and make his people live better. Another very important point is the way the Han tribe absorbs other tribes. After the clan tribe joins the Han tribe, it is still their own clan. They can still use their own surname, and their lives will be better under the leadership of the Han tribe. Well, they basically have nothing to lose. Although you have to pay taxes to the Han tribe after joining the Han tribe, the improvement in the quality of life that the tribe brings to them is also visible to the naked eye. If you don't pay taxes to the tribe, what will the tribe use to improve your living standards and build infrastructure for you? However, in the past 2 years, the Han tribe has actually taken over the administrative management of the Tang tribe, and the policies of the Han tribe have been implemented in the Tang tribe for more than a year. From now on, the people of the Tang tribe still like their current life very much. Compared with the previous exploitation by their clan chiefs, the Han tribe's strict implementation of policies endeared them to the people even more. Although the Han tribe also exploited them, at least they collected taxes with clearly marked prices, and by collecting these taxes, the Han tribe also helped them improve their lives. This is called one who is willing to fight and the other who is willing to suffer. It was under such circumstances that Luo Chong went to the Tang tribe to formally propose marriage. In order to allow the Tang tribe to join the Han tribe legitimately and avoid causing trouble for his descendants in the future, Luo Chong went directly to the Tang tribe to announce a referendum. The reason is that he and Tang Yao are going to get married, and Tang Yao will have a child after the marriage. He will not have so much energy to manage the tribe, and Luo Chong, the leader of the Han tribe, will take over. However, the Tang tribe has actually implemented the policies of the Han tribe. In view of this, Luo Chong and Tang Yao officially launched a referendum in the Tang tribe. The Han tribe used a railway that ran through the entire territory of the Tang tribe, a 3-year tax exemption, and the cost of building a primary school in each county of the Tang tribe as betrothal gifts to marry Tang Yao. At the same time, all the people of the Tang tribe were allowed to vote in a referendum on whether to join the Han tribe. After joining the Han tribe, there is no need to change your surname, no forced migration, and you will enjoy the same treatment as the Han tribe people. According to this condition, as long as more than 60% of the people agree to join, from now on the Tang tribe will be completely integrated into the Han tribe and become part of the Han tribe. A monument will be erected and inscribed in the annals of history, so that future generations will always remember it. The news was quickly passed through the administrative system established by the Han tribe in the Tang tribe. Because of the effective administrative structure of the Han tribe, the news was passed down step by step and spread very quickly. In less than 2 days, the people of the Tang tribe everyone knew the news. Most of the people were very happy when they heard the news. They looked at the lives of the people in Tuahai County on the other side of the river every day. They had long been envious and wished they could fly there. Now they don't have to go there. They can become members of the Han tribe here. How can one not make them happy? Without any hesitation, most of the people chose to agree to join the Han tribe. Only a few clan chiefs, those small nobles, did not agree, because in this way the Han tribe would definitely deprive them of some rights and interests. But in the face of the general trend, they are still powerless to stop it. Originally, what Luo Chong and Tang Yao required was that as long as 60% of the people agreed, the decision would be passed. Now that a full 85% of the people have chosen to join the Han tribe, what else is there to say? Even if we don't talk about the Tiger Guard soldiers stationed in various parts of the Tang tribe, the small clan leaders cannot go against their wishes just for the people of the Tang tribe. After all, there are too many people. Even if the clan chiefs and their entire families took up arms, they would have no chance to compete with the Han tribe, because the entire Tang tribe acted as the Han tribe's informants, providing intelligence to the Han tribe, plus the Tiger Guard soldiers stationed in various places. Without the strength of execution, these people would not even be able to gather together, and they would be divided and destroyed by the Han tribe. The people of the Tang tribe are also anxious now. They will soon be able to join the Han tribe and become a member of the Han tribe. They will live the same good life as the people of the Han tribe. Anyone who dares to stop them at this time will be their enemy. Although they would not personally deal with the clan leaders, they were still very willing to provide information to the Han tribe's army. When the results of the referendum were announced and the Tang tribe would officially become part of the Han tribe from now on, it turned out that some small nobles and clan leaders wanted to rebel. These people were very timid and knew that they were no match for the Han tribe, so they wanted to simply rob a wave of supplies and then fly away, hiding far away from the Han tribe. With the various techniques they have learned from the Han tribe in the past 2 years, as long as they can find another tribe, they will be able to sneak in smoothly, and then rely on the techniques in their hands to become the top leaders of the new tribe, and then gradually master that tribe. The dove occupies the magpie's nest, and then slowly plots the future. It's just that they think too well. 3 years of tax exemption, a large amount of industrial infrastructure construction, and a railway that runs through the entire Tang tribe. Under such huge temptations, the people have gone crazy. Anyone who wants to go against them will definitely be seeking death. The common people who discovered that something was wrong quickly passed the news to the administrative offices in various places, and the local magistrates quickly passed the news to the garrison. As a result, these clan chiefs and minor nobles were caught by the soldiers of the Huban guards before they came and ran away. In the end, the main character was publicly beheaded. One is to frighten the nobles who have not had time to run away, and the other is to support the common people who make up the majority. Now that they have become common people of the Han tribe, they no longer need to be afraid of the clan leaders. After a bloody coup, 5 or 6 small nobles of the Tang tribe were wiped out by the Han tribe, and the Tang tribe successfully became part of the Han tribe. Tang Yao was taken to his new home in Tuahai County by Luo Chong, and Luo Chong himself was finally able to mobilize and utilize various resources of the Tang tribe. Tang Yao had lived in Luo Chong's home in Hanyang City for more than a year before, and had been familiar with Xiaodai and Zhaoning for a long time. Now that he has joined Luo Chong's big family, he is integrated very well. Fast. The family did not have those bloody palace fights. In fact, it was mainly due to the background of this era. Tribal leaders usually had several spouses. As the largest leader of the Han tribe, Luo Chong actually had a small number of spouses. This is also the reason why Xiao Dai and Jianing took the initiative to help Luo Chong get married. Then there is the issue of Luo Chong's family's living habits. He personally hated the lifestyle of Sangong and Lu Yuan the most. One woman lived in one courtyard, and they didn't see each other every day. It would be strange if they went to rob a man without getting into a fight. But Luo Chong's family is different. The three women eat, live and play together every day, so that they can be a happy family. If one person has one yard and doesn't eat in the same pot every day, what kind of family is that? To put it simply, Luo Chong's home felt more like home, which was not the case in those palaces in history. Finally, there is the issue of inheritance of the leadership position that is most likely to cause disputes among women. Although they have not thought about it yet, Luo Chong has already made plans in his heart, which is the eldest son inheritance system. We must resolutely implement the eldest son inheritance system. There are direct descendants, but no direct descendants. Only by settling it early can you avoid disputes. Some people worry about what if the eldest son is too useless. You can't blame the child for being a waste, it can only mean that you didn't educate him well. The royal family has the most and best resources in the world. If this can educate a loser, then it is normal for such a royal family to be overthrown by other rebellious officials and traitors. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Luo Chong strives to make the rules and systems for them to the most perfect level. The road is paved, and the next generation of people will have to walk the road themselves. Whether it is going well or not, he will not let it go. Even if he rushes, he can't get over it. In addition, regarding the issue of succession to the throne, Luo Chong has also already thought about how to inherit. It is impossible to sit on the throne until death. Being an emperor is the most tiring job in the world. Luo Chong still wants to wait until he is older to enjoy peace and happiness. He does not want to work hard until death. Therefore, for the succession of the throne, he plans to adopt a modern promotion and training system, as well as a retirement system for the elderly. For example, Luo Chong's eldest son, Luo Ching, needs to go to school like ordinary children first, and then go to elementary school, junior high school, and university. He should learn as much knowledge as possible while he is young and expand his knowledge and insights. When he graduates from college, Luo Chong will send him to the grassroots level to hone his skills. The administrative department and the military department will all have to learn and experience, and then he will be promoted to the third or fourth level like ordinary officials of the Han tribe. In this way, by the time Luo Ching was promoted all the way to the central court, he had already accumulated a lot of grassroots work experience and had a clear understanding of the overall structure and administrative operation model of the Han tribe. At this time, he was still working in the central government. After a few years of understanding the operation mode of the center, Luo Ching is estimated to be in his 40s, which is when a person is most mature and stable, and when he has the most experience. By that time, Luo Chong will be almost 50 or 60 years old, and then he can retire honorably. At that time, Luo Ching will directly succeed him, and Luo Chong's grandson is estimated to have just graduated from college and entered the Han tribe. The grassroots level is gone. This is the life experience Luo Chong arranged for his descendants. Everyone who will be the emperor of the Han tribe in the future must follow this process. If a waste can still be cultivated in this way, then it can only be said that the big man is unlucky, and there is nothing he can do if he dies, then it is probably God's will. Anyway, Luo Chong has really thought of everything he can think of. The second month after Tang Yao moved into Luo Chong's house, she became pregnant with Luo Chong's child. Luo Chong is very happy, but he has been getting busier and busier recently. After the Tang tribe was completely merged into the Han tribe, the 8 counties of the Tang tribe had a lot to adjust. In the past, it was because the Han tribe's name was not justified and it was not easy to interfere in the Tang tribe's affairs, but it is different now. The Tang tribe has 8 counties, more than 30 counties, and a population of hundreds of thousands. Under such circumstances, Luo Chong must adjust their resources to make them more in line with the overall strategy of the Han tribe. There are also things that Luo Chong promised to the people of the Tang tribe, such as a railway line that runs through the 8 counties of the Tang tribe. In fact, this thing is said to be a betrothal gift, but regardless of whether Tang Yao marries or not, as long as the Tang tribe is willing to merge into the Han tribe, Luo Chong will definitely build this railway. This is not only for the betrothal gift, but also to make the Han tribe better. Develop. The other thing is the construction progress on the other side of the capital. Now Luo Chong has been urging the construction of the railway from Tuahai County to the capital. Although this section of railway is relatively long, nearly 400 kilometers, it is actually very easy to repair, because it is all plains and there are no complicated special terrains. Basically, it can be paved all the way. Even the work of laying foundations and leveling the land is actually very simple now. First of all, the Endeavour-type trains currently used by the Han tribe do not have high requirements for foundations. Secondly, the road construction team is now equipped with several construction machinery, such as excavators, bulldozers, tractors, and road rollers. Tower. There are a bunch of large machines handling the construction of the foundation at the front, and a large number of workers at the back only need to place the sleepers on the ground, lay the rails and fix them with nails. Under such construction conditions, the railway laying speed is of course very fast. When Tang Yao was 2 months pregnant, the railway from Tuahai County to the capital was finally repaired and opened to traffic. When the railway line from Tuahai County to the capital was opened to traffic, Luo Chong immediately had the idea of going to the capital to have a look. Although the capital city has been built under his orders for several years, especially the future Xinjia Palace, Luo Chong has never visited it once. Now that the railway is open to traffic, he would be sorry if he didn't go and see it. The railway from Tuahai County to the capital has a total length of nearly 400 kilometers. Take the Endeavour, the main locomotive of the Han tribe, as an example. It runs at full speed without stopping and takes at least 15 hours to travel. It is the Han tribe's main locomotive. The tribe's longest one-way railway line currently has 2 temporary stations along the way to replenish coal and water for the locomotives. Because the distance is too long, and the passenger cars in the Han tribe are indeed not very comfortable, 15 hours is still the fastest speed. If you stop for a while on the road, you have to run all day and night. Luo Chong definitely couldn't take his family with him for such a long journey. The children were too young, and Tang Yao was just pregnant. They were not suitable for long-distance train rides. Finally, Luo Chong talked to them and finally decided to go alone. Of course, it is definitely impossible to go there alone. Luo Chong inspected the construction of the capital this time and asked Dashu to join him. One thing to say is that although Dashu has been responsible for the logistical support for the construction of the capital here in Tuahai County, even he has never seen what the capital looks like. This time Luo Chong asked him to follow him there, and Dashu certainly wouldn't miss it. This opportunity. The two boarded the train together, followed by a team of Jinwu guards equipped with the latest firearms for protection. Behind the train was also pulling a large amount of building materials used to build the capital, such as steel bars and cement. This time they were pulling, it used to be quite a lot, but Luo Chong and his group actually only occupied 3 carriages. The train really clanked for a whole day and night, and it didn't arrive in the capital until the next day. But when he saw the situation here, Luo Chong was also very satisfied. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, the past few years have indeed been spent in vain. As soon as they got off the train, the place where everyone appeared was a very large train station with a Chinese ancient architectural style and a modern structure. The steps in front of the train station were more than a dozen steps high, and there were 12 huge square stone pillars standing at the main entrance. to support the entire building structure of the hall. It is said to be a stone pillar, but it is actually a lie. It is made of reinforced concrete on the inside and a layer of sliced granite is pasted on the outside. At first glance, it looks similar to a stone pillar. The hall inside is also very spacious, at least over 1,000 square meters. In fact, if you don't look at the appearance of the building, just looking at the structure inside, it looks a bit like a factory workshop. Yu Ji, the commander of the Jinwu guards, has always been responsible for the construction of the capital. When he learned that Luo Chong was coming, he quickly brought people here to greet him. The group of people rode horses in the square in front of the train station and walked directly towards the imperial city. While walking, Yu Ji also introduced everyone. The current construction focus of the capital is the imperial city, as well as the streets in the capital and various underground infrastructure. After the imperial city is built, and the streets in the capital are built, by then the ground buildings in the capital will be built. It will be much easier to build again. At that time, we can also directly allocate or sell the land. If someone wants to build something there, as long as it meets the requirements, they can build it themselves. This will also save us construction costs and get some money back. But Chief, the main roads in the capital are still dirt roads. When will you let us start laying bricks on them? Luo Chong smiled immediately after hearing this and then said, "What kind of floor tiles should be laid? In the future, all these roads will be paved with asphalt roads. Although asphalt roads are not suitable for horses to walk, the stone roads are also not suitable for horses to walk. Instead of doing this, it is better to directly pave them with asphalt to save money in the future. Rework and rebuild." In addition, although this kind of paved road is not suitable for horses, it is very suitable for rubber tires. In the future, we will definitely vigorously promote bicycles and tricycles. By then, the advantages of these paved roads will be apparent, so there is no need to worry. Yu Ji nodded when he heard this. He knew that Luo Chong would definitely start a big construction project after he came over, but he didn't expect that Luo Chong would start making preparations so early. At this time, Luo Chong said again, places with activities such as squares can be directly paved with floor tiles. However, heavy vehicles are not allowed in such places. The main roads will have to wait until they are paved with asphalt. That will still need to be used by then. A lot of gravel is needed, and sewers must be prepared in advance. No problem, Chief. In fact, we have built the sewer very quickly. Although there is nothing on the ground, Chief, there is a unique cave in the sewer below. It is full of brick walls, arc-shaped domes, and cement-paved walls. The floor will be very easy to clean in the future. Yu Ji immediately introduced the situation. Luo Chong nodded, and the group continued to move forward. When they arrived in front of the palace, Dashu showed a surprised expression. At this time, the palace has not yet been completely built. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of vehicles and the transportation of building materials, the city gates and walls have not been built yet. So when you come to the front of the palace, you can see at a glance the center inside, which is located 15 meters away. On the high platform, there is the Hanyuan Hall, which is as high as 10 stories. Dashu's mouth opened wide. He had only heard that some kind of palace was going to be built before, but he understood that it was the new home of the leader Luo Chong. It might be much larger than the yard where he lived now, but he did not expect that just one of the A building would be this big. Is this really a house? Why does it look bigger than a train station? On the high platform leading to Hanyuan Hall, countless craftsmen were laying bricks and stones on it. White marble quarried from Panchir County of the Yuantang tribe was continuously transported here, and then carved into various specifications of railings, handrails, and wall tiles by the hands of stonemasons, and then used to decorate the steps. In the square between Hanyuan Hall and the palace gate, no floor tiles have been laid at this time, because several big craftsmen in charge of the project were worried that the engineering vehicles would crush the laid floor tiles, so these floor tiles had to be laid. Wait until all the main buildings are almost completed before finally laying the floor tiles. Luo Chong led them up to the Hanyuan Hall from the side. At this time, the Hanyuan Hall was basically completed and only needed the final decoration. In addition, this Hanyuan Hall is somewhat different from the Hanyuan Hall in the Daming Palace of the Tang Dynasty in history. Although the overall structure is similar, there are many vacancies on the walls. Now they are only temporarily covered with wooden boards, because in the future the walls must be made directly into glass curtain walls. In the past, the industrial level of the Han tribe was not good enough and they could not make such large flat glass. But now that the Han tribe even has tractors, isn't it easier to make flat glass? Dashu looked at the hall in front of him with dumbfounded eyes and asked, curiously. Chief, didn't you say that this palace will be your new home in the future? I'm curious, what is such a big house used for? Luo Chong immediately replied after hearing this. The imperial palace is not only my new home, but also the political center of our Han tribe, or the Han Empire in the future. This is the court of the Han tribe, and it is also the largest official office of the Han tribe. It is the place where the leader and the tribe ministers discuss national affairs. However, this place is too big and is not suitable for daily meetings. This Hanyuan Hall is just a facade. All major festivals, major events, national memorials, and other activities will be held here, or official business such as year-end work reports will be held here. Do it together here. We won't call so many people to the daily administrative meetings. We can go to the nave or inner hall at the back for discussions. Luo Chong said and took them out of the back door. What they saw was another huge square. Opposite the square, there was a palace slightly smaller than Hanyuan Hall. At this time, I heard Luo Chong say again, the middle hall in the back is called Xianjing Hall. This is where government affairs are handled daily. There is also an inner hall in the back called Zichen Hall. It is used to summon ministers and discuss secrets. Event place. The three main halls lined up along the central axis, as well as the other courtyards on both sides of the main hall, are where the two cabinets are located, which is where important ministers handle official business and are also their official offices. They usually go there. Come here to work, and you have to come and help me when the time comes. Luo Chong said while pointing around for them. The three main halls in front, plus the two official offices on the left and right, together form the front dynasty of the palace. This is the largest official office of the Han tribe, also called the imperial court, and it is also the administrative center of the Han tribe. Going back from here is the harem. That's where my family lives. Do you want to go and see it together? At this time, Dashu had been explained clearly by Luo Chong's introduction. It turned out that the palace was not entirely the residence of the leader, but also had the administrative function of handling government affairs. The group of people continued to walk back. While walking on the road, Luo Chong said again. The entire palace can be divided into three parts according to the middle and left. The front palace plus the rear palace in the middle is called the Zhong Palace, and the east palace is called the East Palace. It is the place where the prince lives, that is, the next emperor, or you. It can be understood as the next leader of the Han tribe. There is also the West Palace on the other side. It is a place for the former chiefs to retire and no longer hold the position of chief. When I get old, I will move there and leave the middle palace to the next chief. When he walked to the back of the West Palace, Luo Chong pointed forward again and said, "This is the barracks of the Forbidden Army, which is responsible for protecting the safety of the palace. From now on, Jinwu guards and Shent's guards will be stationed here to guard the safety of the palace day and night." When the group of people walked around the West Palace and the Forbidden Army barracks, the sight in front of them became wider again. There are dozens of high platforms located on the large wasteland, and there are various simple and elegant buildings on the high platforms, either palaces or pavilions. The peacock blue glazed tiles look so dazzling under the sunlight. There are also wooden doors and walls carved from various precious woods. They are extraordinary at first glance, showing the dignity of the emperor. The well-informed tree can't help but secretly smack his lips. However, unlike those traditional palaces in ancient times, Luo Chong's harem was not divided into many separate courtyards, and he did not plan to separate all 3 wives. When the time comes, everyone will live together, so that they can have more family ties and harmony. The taste of home. Therefore, the entire harem looks like it is in a 5A level scenic spot, with beautiful gardens everywhere, and among these beautiful views, there are some unique, simple, and elegant buildings scattered here and there. Of course, there are also separate courtyards, such as the Imperial Dining Room, Imperial Hospital, Laundry Bureau, and other laundry areas, as well as dormitories for maids, etc. Finally, Dashu saw a large pit in the harem. Although there was no water in it yet, he still recognized it as an artificial lake at a glance. He was very familiar with this thing. Every time the Han tribe built a city in a new place, they must first dig an artificial river, firstly to protect the city, and secondly to get soil to lay the foundation or use it to bake bricks. What? The huge artificial lake in front of us seems to be the same thing, because even now there are excavators working inside it and tractors transporting soil out, so you know how much soil has been excavated here. After everyone had finished visiting, Luo Chong and the others rode back to the capital, looking at the city's plans as they walked. The main street on the central axis facing the palace gate is called Zhuke Street, while the cross street in front of the palace gate is called Chang'an Street. Some other streets in the city are also named after Han tribe counties in order of orientation, such as Hanyang Road, Riyang Road, Luyang Road, Tuahai Road, etc. Each main road uses the name of the county, and the secondary auxiliary streets use the name of the county. This naming method is simple, does not waste brain cells, and is also very meaningful. It is equivalent to condensing the entire Han tribe into a capital city. In the future, no matter where the Han tribe comes from, people will be able to find their destination when they arrive in the capital. That's what it means. Nowadays, the main construction in the capital is various roads. First, the foundations are leveled, then they are crushed with a roller, padded with soil, and finally the lines are drawn. Then the sewers are dug, and finally, the roads are paved with asphalt and gravel. In addition, of course there are some public buildings to be repaired. For example, there are squares, altars, the Temple of Heaven and the Temple of Earth, as well as the Luo Chong family's ancestral temple, bell tower, museums with various themes, zoos, theaters, exhibition centers, the Imperial Library, etc. Luo Chong's previous order for people to donate books has not stopped yet, and he does not intend to stop. He even wants to improve the rules and leave it to the Imperial Library to be responsible for this matter, so as to gradually enrich the empire. A book inventory. Dashi was dumbfounded by the heavy-duty locomotive described by Luo Chong. Those exaggerated data were like heaven and earth compared with the small train he was riding now. You must know that train carriages are three-dimensional. According to the data given by Luo Chong, heavy-duty locomotives are not counted as carriages. The rails alone are wider than current carriages, and the width of carriages is more than twice that of today, reaching an exaggerated figure of 4 meters and 3. The length of the carriage has increased from the current 12 meters to 34 meters, nearly 3 times. From a plane perspective, the carriage area alone is at least 7 times that of the current narrow-gauge carriages. But what about adding height? For a 4-meter 3-meter wide carriage, the height of 5 meters is not excessive, so the height should be at least about 2 meters higher than the current carriage. This is equivalent to adding another 3-dimensional height to the current carriage space. If calculated in this way, the volume of a single carriage of a heavy-duty locomotive is at least 12 times that of the current carriage, which means that the carrying capacity has been increased by more than 10 times. If the Han tribe could really build such a steam train, it would be considered a real land fleet. The carrying capacity of one carriage was more powerful than that of a small two-masted sailboat. Dashu was extremely shocked by the future described by Luo Chong. At this time, Luo Chong was thinking about how to build a high-speed railway in this world. High-speed rail, or high-speed rail for short, does not specifically refer to the modern electric-driven bullet train. In fact, it just literally means a very fast train. During the Second World War in the previous life, steam trains were very popular at that time, and it was also the peak period of steam train technology. This period was a dividing line for train technology. After World War II, all countries began to promote diesel locomotives, that is, oil-burning trains, and steam trains began to be completely eliminated. Therefore, the period of World War II was the most powerful time for steam trains. At that time, there were only a few representative models of steam trains in the world. Among them, the big boy steam train in the United States has the strongest carrying capacity. The front of this train has 2 sets of cylinders and more than a dozen power wheels. The power is very powerful. Although it does not run very fast, it can with more than 60 carriages mounted on it. The transport capacity is incredible. In terms of speed, the representative of high-speed locomotives in the West at that time was the Mallard steam locomotive developed in the United Kingdom. This was a steam train with a streamlined and low-resistance design at the front. It once carried 6 carriages and ran on a straight track. It has reached an ultra-high speed of over 200 km per hour. Even compared with the current high-speed rail, the speed is not much slower. And because of well-known reasons, Bald Man at that time did not have the ability to build a steam locomotive by himself, so naturally he had no masterpiece to produce. At that time, the only high-speed train in China was the Asia train built by the Japanese in Manchukuo. This is also a high-speed train with a round head and a streamlined design with low resistance. It usually carries 6 luxury carriages, has a top speed of 130 km per hour, an operating speed of 80 km per hour, and an average speed of 100 km per hour. One thing to say is that this speed is not too slow for a steam-powered train. The modern green trains that have not been eliminated, that is, oil-burning diesel locomotives, can only run at this speed at most. The first high-speed railway, later built by New China, was the Beijing-Tianjin line. This railway was not very long, went directly to the capital, and the route geology was not too complicated. Why was the first high-speed rail built here first? 2 words, the name. After all, the capital is right here. If you don't build it next to the capital, where can you build it? What Luo Chong was thinking about at this time was how to create such a card in the capital of the Han tribe. This was not because he was arrogant or whimsical, but because the conditions in the capital were really suitable. The area between Takumi County and the capital is a vast plain flooded by floods. The land is flat, there are no rocky mountains, and the geological structure is single and stable. From a technical perspective of road construction, this is the most suitable place for building high-speed rail. In terms of politics, this is not only the most important seaport controlled by the Han tribe, but also a direct route from an important port city in the south to the capital. Such a place would not give the Han tribe a shocking and world-beating facade. Isn't it a pity? From an economic perspective, the benefits are even greater. Let's not mention industry and so on. Just allowing the people in the capital to eat freshly caught seafood every day is a very important economic benefit and can drive many fisheries. How many fishermen and shipyards can be supported? Finally, from a technical point of view, the first is the design index. The Mallard, which is said to be able to run 200 yards, is just a standard gauge locomotive, and it only carries 6 carriages. The Asia locomotive built by the Little Devil was also of standard gauge and had 6 carriages. Only then did it reach a speed of 130 kilometers per hour. The target envisioned by Luo Chong is not very high. As long as his heavy-duty locomotive can run on the flat land between Tuahai County and the capital with 20 carriages mounted, it can run 100 kilometers per day. Hourly operating speed is enough. If it can be built, the railway journey from Takumi County to the capital can be shortened to less than 4 hours, which is about 4 times the current speed. What a huge leap. And it's not particularly difficult to do this. Luo Chong carefully analyzed the technical aspects and found that whether it was the British wild duck or the little Japanese's Asia, they all had 3 common characteristics. First, the streamlined low-resistance front shape is the most effective way to reduce resistance and increase speed. Luo Chong can completely refer to the design of modern high-speed rail bullets for this, so it is not a problem. Second, a fully enclosed locomotive shell with at least 2 chimneys. Whether the fully enclosed motorcycle shell is designed to maintain the overall streamlined shape or to reduce resistance is not a problem. A few sheet metal workers can knock it out with a hammer. At least 2 or more chimneys are used to discharge exhaust gas faster so that the steam engine can maintain sufficient power. This is not a problem. The third thing is that the machine head must have at least 3 pairs or even 4 pairs of power wheels, and the size of the power wheels must be at least about 2 meters in diameter, so as to provide sufficient power for the locomotive. Think about it, if the cylinder reciprocates at the same speed and makes 1 revolution at the same speed, the larger the circumference of the wheel, the faster it will run. However, in order to drive such a large-sized power wheel to rotate rapidly, the size of the cylinder must also be large enough. A large diameter cylinder can provide huge torque and can be pulled. In contrast, the shorter the cylinder, the longer the work stroke. Short so you can run fast. With such a cylinder that can pull and run fast, coupled with a power wheel of more than 2 meters, and covered with a bullet train shell, which is a fairing used to reduce air resistance, such a locomotive can be imagined. It's impossible to make it run slowly. At this moment, Dashu suddenly asked from the side, "Chief, since our tribe can now build that kind of bigger train, why not just do it in one step? After building, demolishing and rebuilding, it still feels a bit wasteful. The most important thing is that it is a waste of time and transportation capacity. We obviously have stronger transportation capacity, so why not just build it at once?" Luo Chong came to his senses when he heard this question. He sighed and couldn't help but cursed, "Do you think I don't want to build a heavy-duty railway directly? The key is that we can't get heavy-duty rails now." He took a deep breath before explaining. "Heavy-duty railways are good, and I want to build them all at once, but it's a little difficult now. We now have the ability to manufacture heavy-duty locomotives and roll enough rails, but we don't have qualified steel now." He paused and continued, "Actually, a long time ago, when I first started to lead people to study trains and rails, I proposed the idea of heavy-duty railways. At that time, this kind of narrow-gauge railway was not originally intended to be promoted within the tribe. Originally, I just wanted to put it in the mine for mining. Later during the experiment, we discovered that the existing carbon steel rails of the Han tribe could not bear the weight of heavy-duty locomotives. We must use higher hardness manganese steel to roll heavy-duty rails, and smelting manganese steel can use manganese ore, and this kind of manganese ore happens to be only available in the Tang tribe, so you understand now." After hearing this, Dashu suddenly realized that it turned out that the existing resources of the Han tribe were not able to produce qualified steel rails, and the Tang tribe had not been merged into the Han tribe before, and the Han tribe was unable to mine that special iron on a large scale. The mine was used for smelting, which led to the failure of the leader's heavy-duty locomotive plan. But things are different now. The Tang tribe has been incorporated into the Han tribe through a referendum more than 2 months ago. Now it is also part of the Han tribe. Similarly, all the resources in the Tang tribe's territory have also become part of the Han tribe. An object that the leader can control at will. But now he can understand Luo Chong's difficulties. The capital city's project progress is slow due to lack of materials, and if you want to turn Tang tribe's manganese ore into qualified rails, it will take a lot of time to carry out infrastructure construction. This is not an open mouth. Resources can be developed immediately. Therefore, instead of waiting for heavy-duty rails there, it is better to lay a narrow-gauge rail and use it first to solve the transportation problem of construction materials in the capital. Thinking of this, Dashu nodded clearly and asked with concern, "So, Chief, has the chief made arrangements for the steel smelting in the Tang tribe?" Luo Chong nodded affirmatively, "Of course. I have set the capital in the south, so I will naturally promote the industry in the south. There is no shortage of iron ore here in the south, but if you want to make iron, you must have coke. Fortunately, last year you traveled to Fu. The coal mine has been found slightly north of the Tang tribe. Now as long as we find a way to connect the coal mines and the iron ore mines in Taiging County, our southern steelmaking plant can be established immediately. By then, no matter what we want to manufacture, it will no longer be difficult." Dashu felt relieved after hearing this. As long as the leader had made arrangements, it would be fine. However, when it came to the overall situation of the entire Han tribe, it seemed that no one could see it more comprehensively than the leader. Especially how to better allocate various resources. Who in the world knows better than the leader? After chatting about the train situation, the two of them started talking about the situation in the entire south. Although Dashu is only the governor of Tuahai County in name, in fact the entire south is under his control or influence. After all, Tuahai County is the basic territory of the Han tribe in the south, and all other territories are based on this basic territory. Developed. The small Endeavour train was running hard on the rails. Luo Chong and Dashu looked out of the car window from time to time. Large areas of plains passed quickly in front of them. Looking at these fertile plains that had not been developed by humans, the two naturally brought the topic to agriculture. After all, no matter how strong the industrial strength of the Han tribe is, it cannot hide the fact that it is an agricultural tribe. "Chief, this summer, several construction vehicles were sent from the north, including tractors, excavators, and loaders. But I heard from the accompanying technicians that the leader also developed a machine that can automatically farm and harvest grain. Mechanical vehicles. Now we have the most suitable climate for growing crops in the south. There are only about 2 months of winter every year, and the winter is relatively warm. We don't even see snow for several years. If you grow food, you can easily do it. 3 years old. It's a pity that there is so much fertile land in the south and a climate suitable for farming, but there is not enough population to develop it. If the leader can approve some automatic agricultural machinery, we can cultivate more land in the south." When Luo Chong heard this, he seemed to suddenly remember something and couldn't help but interrupt. "No, Dashu, you still have to remember that although the development of our Han tribe requires sharp machinery, it must still be people-oriented. Only by trying every means to increase the population is the foundation for our development and growth. Without a population, how can we get so many people to invest in industrial production? Without a population, how can we provide sufficient food for the industrial population? Without a population, who will control those complex machines? So, in the final analysis, population development is our first task." After a pause, Luo Chong asked again, "I heard that last year, the capital recruited a group of savages who migrated from the east. What's the name of the Chao tribe?" "There seemed to be about 700 people, and there were tens of thousands of them. They were separated from each other in the human tribe." "What is the Chao family? Have you got it now?" Dashu suddenly felt a black line on his forehead when he heard this, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. How could he forget the leader's hobby? But no one who was discovered by the leader could escape, except to join the Han tribe, there is no second way to go. However, it was not Dashu who recruited the Qiao family in the first place, but Yu Ji from the capital, so he was not particularly clear about this matter. Fortunately, there is a station leading to Yu Qiao's family in front. If the leader wants to know about Yu Qiao's situation, he can just stop there and ask. As for whether or not sentenced criminals should be given the opportunity to appeal for retrial, this issue is a matter of opinion and wisdom. The fundamental reason still depends on where you look at it. If you are wrongly accused, of course you hope to have a chance to appeal and have a retrial, but if you are looking at it from the sidelines, you are worried that some people who have indeed committed crimes will escape the punishment of the law. This problem is not the fault of the rules and the law. The law and the rules are equal. While the real criminals may be let go, it also gives the wronged people a chance to redress. The key is to look at the law enforcers and has nothing to do with the law itself. If law enforcement officers make mistakes, isn't there still the inspectorate to supervise them? Let's talk about the other 5 of the 9 agencies. In addition to the Supreme Law, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Supervisory Office, and the Procuratorate, there is also the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. If we put it in modern times, it should be called the Ministry of Land and Resources. The functions of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission are mainly responsible for coordinating various natural resources within the national territory, such as how much agricultural land there is, how much industrial land there is, as well as forests, salt marshes, lakes, oceans, minerals, etc. If this were placed in modern times, these resources would definitely be publicly owned by the state, but not in ancient times. In ancient times, these natural resources were the private property of the emperor and were not placed in the treasury. They were owned by the emperor's private treasury. Also called internal money, tong. For example, in the forest, the emperor will plan a part of it specifically to cut firewood for the people. But if you want to cut down the trees in the forest and sell the wood, you have to pay taxes to the emperor, and this tax is the emperor's private money and does not belong to the country. Fiscal revenue. Of course, the Han tribe does not need to do this at all, because Luo Chong is better at making money and does not need to keep these resources for himself. If Luo Chong wants to make money, he can just open a factory and tinker with some new things, and he will have endless money to spend, such as forests, minerals, sea salt, land, wild animals, etc. He can put them under the imperial court and put them its public ownership. What the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has to do is to explore, discover, count, record, and cooperate with other departments of the Han tribe to rationally develop these resources. The remaining 9 courtyards include Zhongzhengyuan, which is a small department. The reason why it is set up independently is that Zhongzhengyuan is specifically responsible for managing the emperor's relatives. This is the emperor's family affairs. He only needs to be responsible to the emperor, and other ministers have no right to interfere. Even if the emperor's relatives broke the law and were sentenced to death, they would still have to be arrested and tried by the Zhongzhengyuan, and handed over to the emperor for personal punishment. Some people may think that the emperor commits the same crime as the common people and should be punished and restrained by the law. This is indeed true. Of course, if you make a mistake, you must be punished, but you cannot let others punish you. You can only punish it by the emperor himself. You did not see the second emperor of Qing dynasty and died because Zhao Gao falsely conveyed the imperial edict and forced the young master Fusu to commit suicide. But if you look at Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty, this guy was very thoughtful in order to protect his descendants. He wrote an ancestral system. If any royal family member or nobleman encounters a minister coming to kill you with an imperial edict, he must first pass on the biography. The person who issued the imperial edict must be taken down and discussed, and then he went to see the emperor to ask if it was true, so as to prevent his descendants from being killed by treacherous ministers. This kind of thing has to be guarded against. For example, someone wants to rebel and seek power to usurp the throne. Then when Xiao Luoqing is not around Luo Chong, he falsely delivers the imperial edict and tells him, "Your Highness, the emperor has decreed that I should be killed. You, just go ahead and capture me." Then wouldn't Xiao Luoqing end up with the same fate as Fu Su? The last three of the 9 hospitals are the Health Institute, which is equivalent to the modern Ministry of Health and is responsible for the country's medical institutions and drug supervision. The Academy of Culture and Sports is responsible for various officially administered art troupes, song and dance troupes, orchestras, and professional athletes at all levels. In addition, the Academy of Culture and Sports also governs all public theaters, opera houses, and stadiums across the country. It is also responsible for organizing large-scale sports competitions, such as football matches, track and field competitions, etc., as well as singing and dancing parties, symphony opera performances, etc. And this is only temporary. If the photography technology of the Han tribe goes further in the future, maybe movies and TV series can be produced. By then, studios, projection halls, cinemas, etc. will definitely be owned by the Institute of Culture and Sports. To manage. The last one is the Institute of Economics. The tasks of the Institute of Economics are mainly responsible for the formulation of production tasks for all state-owned enterprises, as well as the operation of state-owned enterprises, allocation of resources, and various market surveys. Through market research, we can find out what the people are lacking so that we can carry out targeted production, discover what specialties are available in which places, and find ways to develop the in-depth value of specialties and help sell them. In short, it is a department that supervises and revitalizes the economy. In ancient times, there was never a department with similar functions. This was caused by the ancient thought of light business. The so-called scholars, farmers, industry, and commerce, businessmen were ranked at the bottom. That was because businessmen were speculative and did not engage in production. They only knew how to make money for themselves. And don't pay taxes. But it is different among the Han tribe. Luo Chong divides merchants or enterprises into 2 categories. One is production-oriented enterprises, such as steel mills and rolling mills, which are industrial enterprises, and the other is speculative businessmen. Refers to the kind of second-hand dealer who does not produce goods himself, but is only responsible for buying and selling from the east to the west. This kind of second-rate dealers are middlemen who only make money from the price difference. Sometimes they even hoard goods and disrupt the market order, but you can't kill all these people with a stick. Some people are indeed bad, but they can be punished by law. But without these sellers, how can the goods produced in the factory be sold to thousands of people? In modern economics, some people compare GDP to a troika, which are investment, consumption, and exports. However, the current situation of the Han tribe is that there are basically no trading partners of equal size. So if you want to make the country rich, you can only start from the other 2 aspects, namely investment and consumption. First, invest heavily in the country's various infrastructures, build roads, build railways, build factories, open up more farms, and build more fishing boats. This is investment. With these investments, a large amount of steel, a large amount of cement, land, etc. will be needed. This will drive enterprises to engage in production. If the enterprises do well, they will be able to pay taxes to the state. After the state collects taxes, it can invest in more infrastructure projects, thus turning into a virtuous cycle. Then there is consumption. We must first use investment to drive the development of enterprises. Once the enterprises develop, farmers and workers will make money. When people have money in their hands, we must find ways to let them spend the money. The Han tribe could build factories to produce more non-staple foods for the people to buy. They could build bicycle factories and sell bicycles to the people for them to spend money. This is consumption. As long as there is consumption, it can continue to drive the development of enterprises. Once the enterprises are established, they can pay more taxes, and the country will continue to invest with tax revenue. This cycle goes on and on. Everyone has money, the country's infrastructure is getting better and better, companies are getting stronger and stronger due to continuous investment and expansion, and the people make money from this process, spend money again, and return money. Enjoy the convenience brought by infrastructure construction, improve the quality of life, and everyone will benefit. This is the essence of economic growth. Although Luo Chong did not understand this economic knowledge, he had seen with his own eyes in his previous life that the motherland had become stronger and stronger as quickly as if it had been injected with chicken blood, relying on this troika theory. Even if you don't understand economics, as long as you are a normal person who cares about the country, you will have heard some relevant news. 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 academies are all there, but the last line is even simpler. This bank, the central bank of the Han Empire, has the right to mint currency, issue currency, and the legal right to absorb deposits and lend money. Moreover, this is still temporary. In the future, with the advancement of technology and the improvement of the system, remittances from different places will no longer be difficult. These 3 provinces, 6 ministries, 9 courtyards, and 1 line are the central administrative system set up by Luo Chong for the future Han Empire. As for each place, of course, it is still managed according to the county system. Dashi was shocked by what Luo Chong described as the center of the empire. He couldn't figure out how Luo Chong designed such a complex, but very comprehensive and sophisticated administrative system. It seemed that many departments had already practiced it in Luo Chong's mind. It has been the same for hundreds of years. Just from the system, it sounds reliable. Of course, there were many things Dashu couldn't understand, and Luo Chong did not explain it in detail. In fact, Luo Chong had never told anyone else except Dashu about the central administrative system, nor had he ever told him about it. Individuals can discuss it. This is a very confidential matter. How can ordinary people like Luo Chong tell them? However, after hearing Luo Chong's general introduction and explanation of the center, he finally understood why Luo Chong had to build a palace and build such a large palace for meetings. Good guy, just the total number of officials from the 6 ministries and 9 academies in these 3 provinces is probably thousands. Even if we only count the 6 ministries and the chief and deputy officials of each branch, there are hundreds of people in total. That's it, not counting the local officials from various places in the Han tribe. There are so many administrative agencies, so many branches, and so many officials, all of which have to establish their own official offices. Just these various administrative offices add up to a large area. Calculated in this way, it is not incomprehensible that the palace is larger. But after thinking of this, Dashu suddenly asked Luo Chong in a low voice. Chief, if we want to establish so many new administrative departments, we will need a lot of officials. Where will we choose these many officials? Luo Chong opened his mouth and said without thinking, promote from below. Seeing Dashu's confusion, he immediately explained. Our Han tribe now has Huyuan County in the far north, 8 Hanyang counties in the central region to the north, Tuahai County in the south, 8 counties of Tang tribe, 6 counties of Qingshu and 3 counties of Prairie and Honghu. These alone add up to 27 counties. Those who can serve as county governors are all officials with a lot of administrative experience. These officials have at least 2 years of administrative experience in their respective posts. With experience, he can be promoted to the central court as ministers of various ministries. For the remaining gaps, especially those with strong professionalism, such as the Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Industry, managers can be selected from research institutes or factories. Such people are more familiar with the professional field than those county guards. Work within. After local officials are promoted, the vacant positions can be selected from the deputies or county-level officials below, and the positions at lower levels can also be selected from the deputies or officials. In this way, as long as the construction of the capital is completed and I declare myself an emperor and establish a system, all the officials below will be promoted, the local officials will be directly promoted to the central government, and the petty officials below will also be promoted to local officials. In the future, when our education is popularized, when we select officials, we will have to select the best graduates from those schools, and then all the admitted students will be thrown down to practice, and then they will be promoted to the central government level by level. This will become a cycle, and the entire empire can continue to operate. Dashu was dumbfounded as he listened. It was only now that he suddenly realized that the leader's control over the overall situation was really terrifying. So many departments of the central government need officials, and these officials are all promoted from county guards from various places. County guards are promoted from county towns below, and county officials are promoted from junior officials. Even the establishment of schools, how to select and appoint officials from schools? Luo Chong has already thought of the rules. The key is that in order to realize this idea, Luo Chong actually began to arrange the county system and education system 10 years ago. Nowadays, the leader wants to build a capital palace, proclaim himself an emperor, and establish a system. When there is a shortage of officials under his command, he can immediately transfer a large number of officials from below, and the political power below has been consolidated. Even if the overall promotion goes up one level, there will be people below to take over, as if just let nature take its course. And haven't the capital and palace not been built yet? It may take another 2 years until the capital is fully built. With these 2 years, how many experienced officials can the Han tribe train? Luo Chong's arrangement seemed to have everything calculated from the beginning, and he seemed to be completing a huge plan step by step. Now, this plan is on the right track. As long as he follows this avenue to the sky, he can build a huge plan. The glorious empire is just around the corner. Who else in this world can stop the Han tribe from establishing a nation? Just when Dashu was extremely excited, Luo Chong suddenly pressed his shoulders and warned him in a low voice. Dashu, I have only told you about this matter so far. You must not reveal it to anyone else. You must know that once this news is released, the county guards and officials from all over the country will have to count on their hands. It's time for you to be promoted, and people will definitely be upset when the time comes. Remember, don't make this matter public for the time being. Dashu calmed down after hearing this, took a deep breath, and then nodded seriously. Yes, Chief, please rest assured, I will not say anything nonsense. At this time, Dashu was filled with excitement for the future of the Han tribe, and felt Luo Chong's heavy trust in him. The leader did not tell anyone about such a big thing, but only told himself how much trust he had in him. Will tell him this. At the same time, the leader told him about this matter, which also showed Luo Chong's affirmation of Dashu's ability, because only the founding minister of the humorous could participate in the discussion on such a matter, and ordinary people did not have that qualification at all. Hearing Luo Chong ask about Qiao's situation, Dashu immediately said. Going back to the leader, Yu Ji has been in charge of the Qiao family's tribe from the beginning and did not let me take over. At the beginning, Yu Ji only wanted 10 households to immigrate from me. I have no control over the subsequent matters. But I heard that the settlement where the Qiao family is located has not expanded. I guess the remaining people haven't been found yet. Dashu said truthfully. Luo Chong nodded clearly and did not blame him. Dashu had too many things to manage. A small Qiao family did not need a county guard as big as him to take care of it. The train was traveling at a constant speed, and Luo Chong and Dashu were chatting on the special train. The two talked about the scientific and technological level of the Han tribe, the population growth of the Han tribe, the industrial layout in the south, and the future central administrative agencies of the empire. When Luo Chong revealed the concept of empire and roughly explained the functions and operation methods of the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, 9 academies, and 1 line he envisioned, Dashu's eyes widened in shock. Originally, Dashu thought that in the Han tribe, apart from the largest leader, the largest remaining official position in the Han tribe should be the governor of the state. If he could become the governor of a locality, he would be the top official in the entire tribe. But now it seems that the state governor can only be regarded as a local official at best. If the empire center mentioned by the leader is really established, how many more official positions will be added, and how high will he be able to climb in the future? Based on Dashu's qualifications in the Han tribe and his ability in administrative management, to be honest, if Luo Chong wanted to become a prime minister, it would definitely be Dashu. It's a pity that Luo Chong doesn't want to get the position of prime minister at all. Isn't this just causing trouble for himself? Throughout the thousands of years of history, every dynasty in China has not spent its time in the struggle between imperial power and prime ministerial power. The civil servant group wanted to control the emperor, and the emperor wanted to control the officials. The 2 sides fought hard for those powers, and they were struggling. But what about the Prime Minister? What is the Prime Minister? Apart from the fact that the Prime Minister does not have the title of Emperor, what is the difference between the power in his hands and that of the Emperor? How can there be 2 emperors standing side by side in the world? At this time, Dashu had no idea what Luo Chong was thinking. He was still shocked by what Luo Chong had just described as the center of the empire. According to Luo Chong, the Han Empire in the future will have 3 provinces, namely, the Secretary Province, the Qingshu Province, and the Minxia Province. Among them, the Secretariat is the secretariat around the emperor, which is responsible for processing various confidential documents and drafting decrees. The Qingshu Province is the most powerful administrative agency, responsible for managing major and minor affairs of the entire country. It is composed of 6 ministers, so it is also called the Qingshu Province. The last department is the agency that reviews and issues government orders. Among them, the most important Qingshu Province is divided into 6 departments, 9 courtyards, and 1 line. These 6 departments are the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Punishment, the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of Household Affairs that Luo Chong is familiar with. The chief officials of the 6 departments are called Qingshu, also called Badong, and they have left and right ministers, who are the deputies of the Qingshu. Under these 6 divisions, more than 30 branches have been set up in different categories, covering all matters in the world. In fact, there are some things that Dashu doesn't know. Many of the branches established by Luo Chong under the 6 ministries were not found in the 6 ministries in history. Instead, he specially established them based on modern administrative institutions and the actual situation of the Han tribe. For example, the Ministry of Rights in history was in charge of sacrifices, etiquette, education, and imperial examinations in ancient times. In the Ming dynasty, the Ministry of Rights even managed the Jiafeng division, which was a government-run brothel. Of course, Luo Chong would not directly copy functions like this. According to Luo Chong's idea, if the Ministry of Rights only cares about education and examinations, it might as well be called the Ministry of Education. However, in this way, the functions of the Ministry of Rights were too narrow, so Luo Chong added several more functional divisions to the Han tribe's Ministry of Rights. The Ministry of Rights is the main department and consists of 5 branches, namely the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Propaganda, the Ministry of Environmental Protection, and the Ministry of Posts. As the name suggests, the Ministry of Education is in charge of the national education system. The Ministry of Culture is used to review various literary and artistic works in the empire, including various publications, such as books, film records, movies, etc. Of course, this will only happen if a movie can be made in the future. The propaganda department is simple. It is in charge of all media in the entire empire. What is media? It is the official mouthpiece for controlling public opinion. Although the Han tribe does not have a media yet, Luo Chong plans to do it. Nowadays, the Han tribe already has typewriters, wax paper printing plate technology, and roller ink printing machines. As long as the papermaking industry is developed again, won't printing newspapers become a matter of course? What is a newspaper? Newspapers are paper media. Wouldn't it be nice to publish a few copies of Youth Daily, Ta Kung Pao, Imperial Daily News, etc.? The propaganda department is used to manage these media and control the direction of public opinion. The Ministry of Environmental Protection is also very simple. At this stage, it is impossible to achieve high-tech environmental protection, that is, hire some workers to sweep the streets, clean up sewage, plant trees on both sides of the road, manage urban greening, etc. The last postal department under the Ministry of Rights, as the name suggests, is for delivering letters. It is the postal system of the Han Empire. But this is only temporary. If Luo Chong can lead the research institute to build the telegraph machine in his lifetime, he will definitely change the postal department into the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications. Luo Chong has no hope of mobile phones and computers, otherwise if he has this thing, and another information department would have to be added, but he didn't even dare to think about it. With these 5 branches with different functions, the Ministry of Rights, which originally had a single authority, suddenly became fuller. Most of the other departments are also different. They have been reformed by Luo Chong or given many functions that did not exist originally. For example, the household department envisioned by Luo Chong has as many as 6 branches. There is the Department of Taxation, which manages the empire's taxes. There is the Ministry of Civil Affairs, which manages the registered population, and there is the Ministry of Finance, which manages the empire's fiscal revenue and expenditure, and there is the Audit Department, which is responsible for statistics and verification of data. And below, it is the Ministry of Agriculture, which is in charge of national agriculture, and the Ministry of Banking Supervision, which supervises banks. The functions are subdivided but comprehensive, so that the hero empire can be managed more flexibly and comprehensively. The other is the Ministry of War. Luo Chong's Ministry of War is different from the ancient Ministry of War. He copied it completely according to the modern military system. Although the name is called the Ministry of War, in Luo Chong's eyes, it doesn't matter if it is called the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of War of the Han tribe has multiple branches, among which the Staff Department remains unchanged, which is responsible for formulating the military deployment of the country. Wherever garrison troops are needed and where wars need to be fought, the Staff Department will make the plans, and then report to the Emperor to issue orders after approval. Implement. The other is the Sima Department, which is responsible for dispatching troops. It is also responsible for the army's ideology, logistics, intelligence, etc. It only has the power to dispatch troops, but does not have the power to command troops. It is similar to the Sima in the military guard station. In addition, there is an equipment department that is specifically responsible for ordnance. Its management includes firearms, ammunition, vehicles, ships, and even arsenals, as well as the production of military uniforms and boots, and even the research and development tasks of new weapons and military equipment. Elimination and replacement tasks are all managed by the Equipment Department. Then there is the Ministry of Armed Forces, which is a department specifically responsible for military service, including annual recruitment, recruitment of new soldiers, retirement of veterans, pensions for the families of martyrs, condolences for disabled soldiers, active soldiers returning home to visit relatives, or family members of active duty soldiers visiting relatives on the front line. These are all under the control of the armed forces. The above 4 divisions are the fixed divisions under the Ministry of War. There are also a number of temporary divisions, which are the theater headquarters. This is mainly determined based on the garrison situation in each place and the defensive or offensive tasks. There is no set permanent branch. In addition to the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Household Affairs, and the Ministry of Rights, there is also the Ministry of Personnel, which manages the appointment and removal of officials across the country. This is not much different from the Ministry of Personnel in history. Its functions are to select officials, appoint and remove officials, and assess the performance of officials. These are the most basic functions. Luo Chong only added a branch to the Ministry of Personnel, called the Enterprise Affairs Department, which was responsible for the personnel appointment and dismissal of various state-owned enterprises in the Han Empire, because in Luo Chong's heart, the employees of these state-owned enterprises, such as factory directors and managers, should also be paid. Since those who live in the public sector have an iron rice bowl, they naturally have to accept the management of the bureaucracy. The Ministry of Industry of the Han tribe has more responsibility, including national water conservancy construction, national railway construction and operation, the Ministry of Construction responsible for special construction, the Ministry of Transportation that manages roads and bridges across the country, and finally the Ministry of Industry that manages the country. Ministry of Industry. The last criminal department is part of the three-law judicial system of the Han tribe. There is the Public Security Department, which is responsible for national security, and the Criminal Investigation Department, which is responsible for case investigation and arresting criminals. It also controls the Armed Police Force, which is a gun-wielding department. In addition, there is the Ministry of Justice, which is responsible for legal education, popularizing the law to the public, discovering loopholes in the law, and submitting suggestions for adding and amending the law. Others include the Penalty and Prosecution Department, which is responsible for various fines and confiscated stolen goods and stolen goods. Those who can be compensated will be compensated. As for fines, there are also those confiscated. If the court does not need it, it will be directly auctioned in public and exchanged for money. For example, a fishing boat captain committed a serious crime and was caught. His fishing boat was confiscated. If the court had no use for it, the boat could be auctioned off directly. There is also the last branch, the Prison Department, which is responsible for prisons across the country, as well as the management and labor reform of all inmates. When these 5 branches are added together, the functions of the criminal department are complete. Speaking of these 3 provinces and 6 departments, the history is actually very complicated. During the Qing dynasty, there was a system of prefectures and counties with 3 gongs and 9 ministers. Let's not talk about counties and counties. Let's talk about the 3 gongs and 9 ministers in the central government. The 3 gongs were the prime minister responsible for administration, the censor doctor responsible for supervision, and the taiwei responsible for military affairs. The rest of the jiuqing are similar to various modern branches, that is, the jiushi that gradually evolved during the Sui and Tang dynasties. The liubu and jusi after the Sui and Tang dynasties actually evolved from the functions of the jiuqing. To be precise, the former powerful jiuqing was decentralized and turned into many scattered departments. However, this change was not complete. Looking at the various dynasties after the Sui and Tang dynasties, it is not difficult to find that there are actually many overlaps in the functions of the 9 temples and the 6 ministries. For example, Honglu Temple among the 9 temples is responsible for offering sacrifices and receiving diplomatic envoys from other countries. However, in ancient times, the Ministry of Rights was also in charge of diplomacy and sacrifices. Isn't this an overlapping of functions? Another example is the Dali Temple. The Dali Temple is in charge of the judiciary, in charge of the Tian Lao, and is responsible for hearing major and important cases. In modern terms, it is the country's Supreme Court, but the Ministry of Punishment also hears cases. Isn't this another overlap of functions? There is also Sinong Temple. Sinong Temple is in charge of the national agriculture and granary reserves. Does this overlap with the Ministry of Household Affairs again? So, in short, although the administrative institutions were reformed after the Sui and Tang dynasties, the reforms were not thorough. If it was directly applied to the Han tribe, it would obviously be inappropriate. The functions of some departments were highly overlapping, and some departments did not exist at all. Therefore, Luo Chong simply changed the historical 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 ministers into 3 provinces, 6 ministries, 9 academies, and 1 line. There are 3 provinces and 6 ministries, and these 9 academies are 9 independent institutions established after Luo Chong checked and filled up the vacancies. They are the Supreme Court in charge of judicial trials, which is equivalent to the Dali Temple in ancient times. But the difference is that Luo Chong separated the power of trial cases from the Ministry of Justice and placed them all under the court. The Ministry of Punishment only has the power to file cases, investigate and arrest people, but does not have the power to try cases and convict people. In addition, there is the Central Academy of Sciences, referred to as the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which is in charge of scientific research. It consists of the Institute of Agricultural Research, the Institute of Chemistry, the Institute of Physics, the Institute of Mathematics, the Institute of Astronomy, and a special research group temporarily established for a certain project. In addition, there is the Supervisory Yuan, which supervises all officials in the world, which is equivalent to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. There is also the last link in the 3 judicial system, the Procuratorate, which is a public prosecution agency, an agency that issues arrest warrants, and reviews and verifies evidence. It also has the power to recommend additions or reductions to laws. Speaking of the Procuratorate, Luo Chong remembered some remarks he saw on the internet in his previous life. Someone asked, if a person breaks the law, if no one sues him, will he not have to go to jail? Luo Chong thought at that time, how could it be possible? Even if there was no private prosecution against him, as long as he was discovered by the police, the Procuratorate would understand what the public prosecution agency was. This was an official agency specializing in filing complaints. Why are there 3 judicial divisions and 3 judicial divisions? The normal criminal case process should be that someone reports the case to the Public Security Agency, or the Public Security Agency discovers the case itself and then starts an investigation. After discovering the evidence, submit it to the Procuratorate. The Procuratorate will verify the evidence and determine that the case is indeed illegal. Then, an arrest warrant will be issued to the public security organ, so that the public security can legally arrest the person and ransack the home. After the suspect is caught, the Procuratorate will file a public prosecution with the court. The Procuratorate will sue the court for the crime the suspect has committed. The Public Security Agency will be responsible for collecting evidence. Finally, the court will convict and sentence the suspect, whether to kill him, re-educate him through labor, or impose a fine. It's all the court that has the final say. When talking about the death penalty, we have to talk about the ancient Qiu Hoanshan, which is beheading. The death sentence has obviously been imposed, so why wait until after autumn? After the death sentence, wouldn't it be okay to just hack him to death? Why should we live longer? Isn't this a waste of food? Many people don't understand this issue, but actually there is an explanation for it. First, the ancient people were superstitious and believed that winter comes after autumn. During autumn and winter, the wind blows and leaves fall, and everything is silent. It is the main season for killing. It is a good season for killing. Of course, this is only one aspect. On the other hand, even if there is an unjust, false or wrong case, there were certain human rights in ancient times. Even in the Qing dynasty, if you didn't accept the government's decision, you could still appeal and ask for a retrial. If it is really an unjust case, maybe a retrial will rectify the injustice. Then maybe, if the second trial still sentences you to death, then don't say anything and just wait until the end of the year. Why do you have to click after autumn? That is to give you a period of time to appeal again. Luo Chong and Dashu were drinking tea and discussing national affairs. The train was also moving at a constant speed. They ran from early morning to evening. They finally arrived at the temporary residence of Qiao family on the outskirts of the capital. Station. Dirty, dirty, dirty. A whistle sounded from the front, and the train began to slow down slowly. At this moment, a guard came up to ask. "Chief, we have arrived at Beijing Suburban Station, and it's time for dinner. Should we stop here and rest for the night, or should we make some refreshments and continue to the capital? Stop the car and rest for one night. Let's arrange for everyone to rest and continue on the road tomorrow morning." Hearing this question, Luo Chong didn't even think about it. Just now, he was discussing with Dashu about the Qiao family joining the Han tribe. Now that they are here, of course he must meet this clan and have a good talk with them. Talk. What's more, it was already evening, and it was already dark when he arrived in the capital. How could he inspect the construction site at night? It was better to rest here where the Qiao family lived, and at least there were fresh vegetables to eat. No. The guard surrendered. Soon, the train stopped at the station, and Luo Chong followed Dashu and the others out of the carriage. Standing at the door of the carriage, Luo Chong's first impression of the scene in front of him was that it was crude. This is said to be a station, but in fact it is just an earthen platform built with rammed earth beside the railway, with a layer of wooden boards laid on top, and a simple shed built with bamboo poles and straw on top. This is so simple. We can no longer afford a crude platform. Moreover, the station in front of us only has this platform, and other waiting halls, dispatch rooms, etc., do not exist at all. However, when everyone saw the houses in the residential area not far away, they suddenly felt that it didn't matter if the station was simple. Even the people here live in adobe houses made of rammed earth. Why do you still want to build a station with bricks and tiles? After getting off the train and coming to the platform, many people from the village had gathered around. Most of them were children. They came to the train and ran around. Behind them, there were some women shouting. He greeted his children carefully, fearing that these little guys would be naughty and get hurt by the giant steel beast in front of him. At this moment, in front and behind the carriage where Luo Chong was, rows of soldiers wearing dark green and crimson military uniforms also stepped out of the carriage. They held rifles with bayonets in their hands and quickly lined up on the platform of the station. Stand guard and create a safe area for Luo Chong. Everyone was in order, silent, wearing uniforms, with sophisticated rifles standing on their sides, and rows of bayonets flashing with cold light. Anyone who took a quick look could tell that they were professional warriors. Such a scene immediately frightened the children so much that they did not dare to step forward. Even the women quickly held on to their children for fear of colliding with the soldiers in front of them. At the same time, 3 people walked out of the crowd of villagers, and quickly walking towards Luo Chong and the others. These 3 people are Qiao Yan, the current patriarch of the Qiao family, who is also called the village chief, the former elder, and the chief of the 10 families who were moved here by Dashu. Zhang Fan, who is usually responsible for teaching Qiao's farming and other production and living techniques. The 3 of them were very surprised to see so many warriors coming. They had only seen the Jinwu guards in the capital, and the Jinwu guards were all wearing armor, carrying crossbows and swords and guns. Some of the soldiers in front of me were wearing the Han Army's iconic crimson military uniforms, but they did not wear armor. Others were wearing dark green clothes and had never been seen before. Even the weapons of these people were different. It's really strange. Fortunately, Zhang Fan, the chief among the immigrants, had seen Dashu several times in Tuahai County and knew that he was the governor of Tuahai County. But now, the noble tree is still standing half a step behind a young man, showing a faint, submissive look. This is. In the Han tribe, he has a higher status than the county guard, and he can make the big tree so obedient. Looking at his age, appearance, the hair crown on his head, and the guards around him, Zhang Fan immediately guessed it. Luo Chong's identity. He quickly pulled Qiao Yan and the elder forward excitedly, hurriedly bowed his hands, and said, Zhang Fan, the immigrant chief of Tuahai County, has met the leader and Governor Lin. Qiao Yan and the elders were stunned when they heard Zhang Fan's words. Ever since they were picked up by the general banner of the Jinwu Guard and arranged to settle here, until now, they have met the biggest figure in the Han tribe, the Jinwu Guard. The commander is just Yu Ji, but to have a county guard come and summon the leader of the Han tribe like today is something they would never dare to think about. The two of them didn't have time to take a closer look at Luo Chong's appearance, so they hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Elder Qiao, Clan Chief Qiao Yan, has met the leader and the county governor. When Luo Chong saw this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He raised his hand to help me, no need to be polite. He waited until the three of them straightened up, before continuing. Zhang Fan, what a great name. You said you are an immigrant from Tuahai County. How is your life here? Zhang Fan was immediately flattered. This was a leader, and he actually took the initiative to greet an ordinary citizen like him? He quickly said respectfully, back to the chief, we are living a good life here. Although the land here is newly reclaimed, it is close to the river and can be easily irrigated. Moreover, immigrants like us can be promoted to one level and get allotments. The land has also doubled than before. This is still a newly established village. We people can still be tax-free for 3 years. In addition, we can sell vegetables to the capital, and our income will be much more than before. Even if we need other supplies, we can also ask the convoys traveling to and from the capital to help us. Sent by Tuahai County. The people with the Qiao family also study seriously and are very kind to us. Now, they can all speak some Chinese, farm their own crops, and sew clothes and shoes. After Luo Chong heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. After looking at the villagers here, he saw that they were all neatly dressed and wearing linen shoes, so he knew that what Zhang Fan just said was true. If people live a hard life, they will definitely not be able to afford cloth shoes. It would be nice to have a pair of straw sandals to wear on their feet. But this was all superficial. What he really wanted to see and hear was the life experience of the Qiao clan members, so he looked at the young man named Qiao Yan. Are you the clan leader who has the Qiao family here, Qiao Yan? Qiao Yan quickly answered, imitating Zhang Fan, and said, go back to the leader, that's right. Luo Chong nodded, looking at the setting sun on the horizon and the wisps of smoke rising from the village, and said again, where do you live? Can you invite me to your home? Qiao Yan was not familiar with Luo Chong, but he knew that he was the leader and did not dare to disobey him. He had to step aside to make way and invited, it's too late for Qiao Yan to be happy that the leader can come to my house. Please come with me, leader. Luo Chong nodded and casually said to the guard beside him, go and bring 2 boxes of beer. I can't just eat and drink for free when I'm a guest. After that, he followed Qiao Yan and others to the village. This village can only be regarded as a temporary settlement. Although the people with Qiao family are divided into fields and houses according to their household registration and title, they are all adobe houses, and there are no brick and tile houses built in the style of a permanent residence, so they appear very simple, but not shabby. He followed Qiao Yan to the gate of his house. The yard was simply fenced with fences. Even the gate was made of fences. However, there were pig pens and sheep pens in the yard, where he raised 3 pigs and more than a dozen pigs. Sheep and blackbone chickens unique to the Han tribe were also running on the ground. There are 4 large houses located to the north of the yard, all with adobe walls and thatched roofs, but the windows and doors are very particular, and they are all covered with thick window paper. There is an independent kitchen built in the east wing, and there are people inside at this time. There was a fire for cooking, and a few iron farm tools leaning against the wall outside the kitchen. Such a family, apart from the fact that the house itself is not made of bricks and tiles, would be considered a well-to-do family even among the entire Han tribe. Xiao Yan brought Luo Chong, Dashu, Zhang Fan and others to his yard. He quickly asked the two children at home to move the table and get benches. After they were set up in the yard, he asked Luo Chong and Dashu greeted. Chief, Lord Sheriff, our house is small and cannot accommodate so many people, so we can only entertain the chief in the courtyard. Please don't dislike it, Chief. After saying that, he turned back to greet the woman in the kitchen. My dear, the leader of the Han tribe has come to our house. Quickly make a fish, kill 2 more rabbits, and make some more rice. I'll go to Brother Zhang's house to borrow some. Just a bowl. Luo Chong watched him busy, smiling and saying nothing, but the elder of the Qiao family next to him looked at Luo Chong nervously and asked. I dare to ask the leader, I wonder why you came to our place this time. The elder was very nervous when facing Luo Chong, and he respected and admired the legendary leader who founded the Han tribe. He lived here for a year, and naturally heard a lot about this leader from the convoys traveling to and from the capital. The leader of the Han tribe is a powerful man. The methods of farming and breeding that he and his people learned were all created by the leader, as well as the Chinese characters that can convey messages and record all things, as well as those magical vehicles and boats, and even the ones just now the repaired railway and the train. Luo Chong looked at the old man and replied casually, Oh, I went to the capital, specifically to inspect this time. When passing by, I remembered that you have the Qiao family, so I stopped by to take a look. I heard that you are an elder of the Qiao family. How about it? You have lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. Are you still used to it? The elder heard the words and immediately said, We are used to it, of course we are used to it. We have suffered the same hardships as Qiaos before. When we were in our tribe, we could only gather and hunt. Although the men of the tribe were able to capture a lot of prey by hunting, but that's not a long-term solution. When he said this, he seemed to be lost in memories, and then said to Luo Chong in a broken voice. The leader doesn't know that although this hunting can obtain a large amount of prey, there are only a few prey in a place, and with food, the population will become more and more. If there are more people, the prey will not be enough to eat. We have the Qiao family but don't know how to farm and breed, so we can only keep migrating the excess population outwards. The people of the tribe are scattered, and they die. We are so lucky to be able to. I don't know how many people have joined the Han tribe and learned farming techniques. When Luo Chong saw him talking about this, he immediately became interested, so he continued what he was saying and asked. Since the old people don't want Qiao's life to be as difficult as it is, why don't you send someone to contact them and ask them to join the Han tribe? As long as they come to the Han tribe, they can naturally live the same good life as you do now. In this way, isn't it better? The elder sighed after hearing this. The leader doesn't know. Although our Qiao family has a large population, it is very scattered. The Qiao family's large tribe lives in the northwest. It takes 2 or 3 months to walk from here. However, although it is called a big tribe, there is actually no village with a population of more than 1,000. Instead, it consists of a series of villages stretching for several days. Each village only has about 400 to 500 people, because they do not know how to farm and breed. If they all gather together, they won't be able to eat enough. But even if we add all those villages together, I'm afraid the population will not exceed 3,000 or 4,000. Most of the rest of the population have migrated to unknown places like us. Our tribe is able to come here because we heard a piece of news that was brought back by a man who left the tribe. He said that there is a kind of millet where the sun rises in the east, which can feed many, many people. We just, by chance, I came to the territory of the Han tribe. When Luo Chong and Dashu heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. It had been a long time since the Chao clan had joined the Han tribe, and they finally heard that they had the specific location of the Chao clan. Moreover, the population of this tribe alone is 3 to 4,000. This is no longer a small number for the Han tribe, which lacks a population. How can it not make people excited? Dashu asked even more excitedly, "Old man, you have Chao's big tribe, have you reached the lake yet?" "By the lake?" The elder looked puzzled. The big tree immediately added, "To the west of your big tribe, in the direction of sunset, is there a piece of water that can't be seen at a glance? This water is the big lake. Do you live close to the lake?" After hearing this, the elder realized what he said. He nodded and said, "So you are talking about the place where there is water. Some of our Chao family did migrate to live there, but the place where our tribe used to live, but it's not there, it's further east. As for how many villages there are around the lake, I don't know very well." Dashu and Luo Chong looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. "Found it. Going northwest from the capital, still on the east bank of the lake, isn't this the virgin land that the Han tribe has not yet explored?" The Han tribe explored the entire grassland west of Honghu Lake and even now occupies half of the grassland. They also established a capital city and Tuahai County on the plains south of the east coast of the grassland. However, the Han tribe has never carefully explored the large area east of Honghu Lake, west of Luyang River, and north of the southern plains. At present, the elders of the Chao family have revealed the news that there are 3 to 4,000 people in the large tribe of the Chao family in this area. What about the tribesmen who have migrated abroad? They shouldn't have gone very far, right? And this area is so big, apart from the Chao family, are there no other tribes? It's impossible to think about it. There is currently no settled population in the capital. If you want to fill the huge capital, where will such a large population come from? It seems that we can only start from the area in front of us. After finding out the location of the Chao clan, Luo Chong felt relieved, and then he spoke again. "Old man, since you were an elder of the Chao clan, if I send people to find the Chao clan, would you be willing to go with me and persuade them to join the Han tribe?" The elder hesitated immediately after hearing this, and said hesitantly, "Well, if we go to the big tribe, of course there is no problem. Even if I don't go, it will be the same if I ask Qiao Yan to follow you. Qiao Yan is the leader of our tribe, and he is quite familiar with the people in the big tribe. If he follows us, I won't say that I can persuade them all to come, but I think there will definitely be some people who are willing to join. It's hard to say about other places. The leader also knows that many of our Chao clan members have migrated abroad. As for where they have gone and how many people there are now, we ourselves don't know. Furthermore, these tribesmen who have migrated have long been cut off from the main tribe, and it is not certain whether they recognize us or not. It will probably be very difficult for the leader to bring these people back." Luo Chong immediately raised his head after hearing this. "Is it difficult if you don't know each other? There were so many tribes that the Han tribe didn't know, but didn't they all join the Han tribe in the end? Just like when the Jiang family had a population of more than 2,000, the Han tribe did not recognize them, so they abducted all these people back." Just thinking about the candidates who need to be dispatched makes Luo Chong a little worried. Exploring unknown maps and wooing strange tribes were things that were previously left to the Yu brothers. But now Yui has become the governor of Heyuan County in the north, and Youfu manages Chungkong and Qian in the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River. The two counties also have mineral mining, industrial construction, railway laying, and other tasks there. Neither of these two brothers can pull away, so who should be given the task this time? Luo Chong thought about it and couldn't find any good candidate for a while, so he thought about waiting until he got to the capital. Several people gathered around the dinner table and chatted wordlessly. After a while, Qiao Yan and Zhang Fan also came to Qiao Yan's house carrying fresh fish caught from the river and more tableware. While they were eating, Luo Chong asked them about the living conditions here in more detail and asked them if they had any difficulties. Zhang Fan became even more energetic at this time. When he heard Luo Chong asked about this, he immediately answered. Going back to the leader, everything is fine here for the time being. There is no problem in living a self-sufficient life. The only problem is that we are short of other supplies, such as sugar, cloth, ironware and the like. But these were all problems in the past. Now our village, once the train is connected, it will be convenient if you want anything, and the leader doesn't have to worry about us. After hearing such an answer, Luo Chong was completely relieved. If you want a strange tribe to completely integrate into the Han tribe, the best way is to let them live a better life than before. Only in this way can they become dependent on the Han tribe and make them reluctant to leave. This has been the case for the Han tribe for so many years. The foundation for rapid growth. Therefore, the living standards of the people are what Luo Chong is most concerned about. After dinner, it was completely dark, but it was too early to go to bed right away, so Luo Chong asked Zhang Fan and Qiao Yan to take him around the village. In this village where Qiao's family lives, although the houses are relatively simple, the people's lives are indeed good. The houses here are adobe houses with thatched roofs, and the courtyard walls are made of fences, but every household actually has carbide lamps that can be used. You must know that carbide lamps can only be produced in the 8 counties of Hanyang. With an average monthly salary of 30 yuan, the price of local carbide lamps is only 5 yuan apiece. For long-distance transportation here, the price will be a few cents more. Money, but the people here can still afford such an expensive price, which is enough to prove that their income is not low. Luo Chong randomly selected several villages and visited them, and found that there were not many pigs raised in this village. The common people raised most rabbits, black-feathered chickens, goats, and antelopes in their homes. After asking, they found out that there were not many domestic pigs assigned to them by Dashu. Only a few immigrant households, and Qiao Yan's family had big pigs. Other villagers only had piglets in their homes, and they were all born to those big pigs. Although the scale of domestic pig breeding in the Han tribe is constantly expanding, the size of the population is also constantly expanding. Therefore, on average, it is still not possible for every household to get a pig. Fortunately, the Han tribe had other livestock that could be used as substitutes, such as sheep and rabbits, that reproduced faster. Coupled with the Han tribe's gradually expanding fishing industry, it could also solve the problem of people eating meat. In addition, Luo Chong also discovered that children here, and even adults, also learn to read and write. After visiting a few houses, Luo Chong found several children doing homework, and the content of the homework was to copy poems and copy them as many times as they wanted. New words and some simple addition and subtraction math problems. Luo Chong even randomly checked some adults and found that these people could even recite multiplication tables. Children also learned Pinyin first and then learned Chinese characters to read. Seeing this situation, Luo Chong was very happy and praised Qiao Yan. The education here seems to be very popular. You should continue to work hard so that you can cultivate more talents for the tribe. Only by learning knowledge can your children live a better life in the future. As for education, if you have any difficulties in the future, you must report it to the superiors immediately. The tribe will definitely give you the greatest support. Qiao Yan immediately handed over his hands and said, "This is all the result of the immigrants sent by the tribe, but our tribesmen are also very supportive. They know that these Chinese characters were created by the leader and record a lot of advanced technologies. Even adults can understand them. Learn to read and arithmetic, so that when trading like this, the tribesmen will not suffer losses." Zhang Fan also added at this time, "Yes, Chief, when we first selected immigrants, Sheriff Lin specifically told us that someone should come here to teach, so we specially selected 2 graduating student families to come here. We built a primary school in the village, gathered all school-aged children, and organized 4 classes with more than 200 people. These children study every day. Even the adults in the village, sometimes we will gather together to learn arithmetic and literacy. It's just that the price of paper is relatively expensive at present, so it can only be used by children first. Adults are reluctant to use paper and ink to practice calligraphy. Therefore, most of the adults in the village can only read and recognize, but cannot write. Not good. Yeah? Luo Chong nodded when he heard this, picked up a child's homework from the table and flipped through it. He found that the paper quality of this homework was not bad. Even among the entire Han tribe, the quality of this paper was superior, so he asked the big tree next to him. Dashu, how is the situation of paper use and papermaking in the south now? The big tree rules the entire south, and no one is more familiar with the affairs of the south than him, so he said it without thinking. Back to the leader, most of the paper used in the south had to be shipped from the north, which was expensive and in small quantities. But it's not a problem to always transport it from the north. We waited until Bamboo Island was conquered by us before we started to use bamboo as the main material to develop the paper industry in the south. After 2 years of hard work, the south has become self-sufficient in paper, and there is no need to ship it from the north. It has temporarily met the demand for window paper, educational paper, and official document paper, but we want prices have been brought down, and it won't be possible in a short period of time. Didn't the leader say before that he would use steam engines to build a series of factories in the south? I looked at the list of those factories and found that there were more advanced automatic papermaking factories, so I didn't let people continue to expand the scale of papermaking. When the leader builds the automatic paper mill, I think the original backward production capacity of manual papermaking will be eliminated. Luo Chong nodded again when he heard this. The South had now become self-sufficient in many aspects from relying solely on support from the North. This was already a great progress. You know, the South still does not have the ability to smelt iron. In the field of metal smelting and processing, it still needs the support of the North. It is already very good to be able to do what it is now. After all, the foundation here is not as solid as the North, and nothing can change it. Fact. However, Luo Chong does want to expand the papermaking industry in the South. In the future, the South will not only make paper, cheap paper, but also a lot of special paper. For example, toilet paper, napkins, official paper, book paper, writing paper, corrugated paper used to package goods, the kind used to make cartons, and craft paper used to package food, such as cartons for pastries and candies, etc. In addition, Bai Chi from the printing department has recently developed roller ink printing technology. After further improvement, this technology can be converted into steam-powered large-scale automatic printing equipment in the future. By then, mass printing of newspapers will no longer be a fantasy. If you want to publish a newspaper, you need to carefully study the large amount of paper required for the newspaper. Even paper currency, that is, banknotes, Luo Chong also wants to get it out. At present, the metallic copper of the Han tribe is mainly used in coinage and arms. A large amount of currency and bullets consume almost all the copper of the Han tribe. This is before the electric age. If we want to build generators and lay cable circuits in the future, more copper will be used. By then, if we cannot find new copper mines or expand copper mining, we will have to find ways to save copper usage. When that time comes, I am afraid we will have no choice but to replace the current metal currency with paper currency. Fortunately, after years of currency issuance by the Han tribe, the officials of the Han tribe have sufficient credit, and the people's creditworthiness of the currency is still no problem, so it is not difficult to issue a pure credit currency such as paper currency. When it comes to the industry in the South, Luo Chong is now too full of ambition and power. He would like to do something big, but the foundation of the South does not allow it. At present, if you want to build a series of factories in the South, you must wait until Youfu builds the railway from Qian County to Taigang County of the Yuantang tribe. With this railway, a series of industries in the south can have a foundation. After inspecting the village, Luo Chong and the others returned to the train to rest. There were too many people following Luo Chong, and there was not much room for them to stay in the village. They might as well sleep on the train. Although it is mid-November at this time, it is already the beginning of winter in the north, but in the south this season is still like autumn. The winter in the 8 counties of Hanyang lasts for 4 months, and the winter in Huyuan County further north is even longer, even up to 6 or 7 months. However, in Tuahai County and the capital, the winter is generally only 2 months, and here there is neither snow nor ice in the winter, and it is quite warm compared to the north. It is for this reason that vegetables can still grow on the land here in the south. In the early morning of the next day, around 4 o'clock, when a touch of fish belly white just appeared on the horizon, the train set off for the capital again. According to the distance calculation, they would start running at 4 o'clock in the morning, and they would be able to reach the capital by 7 o'clock at most. They might even be able to have breakfast in the capital. The steam engine blew out white smoke, pulling the train loaded with building materials toward the capital. On the capital side, Yu Ji had already received news of Luo Chong's coming inspection, and had already led his people to wait at the station. The station here in the capital actually looks more primitive than the temporary station in Qiao's village. It only has 2 simple platforms, a circular railhead turning device, and a large flat land. Several temporary sheds are used to temporarily store steel, cement, and other building materials. As for the granary, currently only the Jinwei military camp has a granary. The food transported from Tuahai County can be taken directly to the military camp as soon as you get off the car. After all, only by controlling the food can we firmly control the more than 8,000 slaves here. Yu Ji and his people waited here for a whole night. Finally, at 6:30 in the morning, just before dawn, a train puffing out white smoke came quickly from the distant horizon. Dirty, dirty. The train slowed down and entered the station, blowing a loud whistle. When it finally came to a stop, groups of soldiers holding rifles quickly got off the train and lined up, standing on the platform. At this time, Luo Chong also walked down with Dashu. Yu Ji saw this, and quickly came up to greet him, excitedly saluting Luo Chong and saying hello. Yu Ji, the commander of the Jinwu Guards, has met the leader and the Governor Lin. When Luo Chong saw this, he immediately walked a few steps, helped him up with his own hands, and even praised him. Yu Ji, that's okay. He looks stronger and looks more like your 2 uncles. He. Yu Ji giggled sheepishly upon hearing this. Luo Chong asked again, how is it? How has the construction situation in the capital been in the past 2 years? When Yu Ji heard what Luo Chong said, he immediately showed a bitter look on his face and couldn't help complaining to Luo Chong. Chief, why don't you let me do something else? The task of supervising the construction of this capital is too difficult. It's been 2 years, a full 2 years, and we haven't built a palace yet. This whole palace is so big, and I don't know when it will be built. I doubt whether it will be built in this life. On a good day. In the palace, on the platform in front of Hanyuan Hall, Yu Ji heard Luo Chong say that the stones would be shipped to him in the spring of next year. Know when it will be built. But the stones alone were not enough, so I listened to him continue. Chief, stones alone are not enough. We are still short of craftsmen here. So much wood and stone require exquisite carvings, as well as work such as building bricks and walls. How can those slaves alone be enough? When the leader first sent me to supervise the construction of the capital, he collected 3,000 slaves from all over the Han tribe for me to bring. These slaves came from various construction sites and mines. After many years of taming, they have become very obedient, and can also understand our Chinese. At the beginning, these slaves were only responsible for digging artificial lakes, laying foundations, and carrying bricks to burn kills. Later, the leader sent 5,000 newly captured slaves, and these new slaves were no longer available. The new slaves don't understand what we say, and they refuse to obey our discipline. It takes a lot of time just to tame them to work honestly, and they don't have any skills yet. They can only be used for things like moving bricks and digging soil. Mindless physical work. As for the original 3,000 slaves, because they lacked enough craftsmen, I asked our craftsmen to teach them some skills. The slaves who learned the skills could be given more food and better treatment. They actually learned it seriously. The foundation and walls of the Hanyuan Hall in front of me were built by the original group of old slaves. Without them, I wouldn't even be able to build the foundation of this hall. But Chief, just relying on these 3,000 slaves and the hundreds of craftsmen is still not enough. These slaves can only do the work of building walls and plastering walls. They still can't do more delicate work. They must only our tribe's own craftsmen can do it, so the leader can allocate some more craftsmen to me. Luo Chong could only say helplessly after hearing this. Okay, give, I'll give you whatever you want, but the craftsmen can't produce that much for the time being. The construction tasks everywhere are very heavy now, and there is a shortage of craftsmen everywhere. But you don't have to worry. If there are not enough people, we can use machines to make up for it. When the time comes, I will allocate a batch of automatic tools to you, such as engraving machines. With this automatic engraving machine, the work of 10 people used to be done. Now only one person can do it, so even if there is insufficient manpower, machines can be used to make up for it. After hearing this, Yuji felt relieved and continued to inspect the entire palace construction site with Luo Chong and Dashu. On both sides of Hanyuan Hall are 3-story towers on the left and right. K is actually a gate, something protruding from both sides of the gate. It is said that the origin of the building is from the watchtowers on both sides of the entrance to the tribal camp in the primitive period. In short, it is a very tall thing, one on the left, one on the right, one on each side. It's just that the towers on both sides of Hanyuan Hall are more complicated. They are not only divided into 3 floors, but also have a classical style. Entering Hanyuan Hall, coming out of the back door, there is another straight avenue and a large open space. This will be a small square in the future, and the central axis will be penetrated by white marble dambi stones, paved from one end to the other, running through the 3 main halls. The smaller palace in the middle is called Qingshu Hall. It is where daily court meetings are held. The current construction situation is similar to that of the Hanyuan Hall in front. The foundation has been laid, the walls have been erected, the main structure has been completed, and the roof has been capped and tiled. There are a lot of places that need decoration, which cannot be completed due to lack of building materials and craftsmen. Everyone passed through the Qingshu Hall, and behind them was the last of the 3 halls, the Zichen Hall. This is the place where the emperor specially summoned his trusted ministers to discuss confidential matters. The area is not as large as the previous 2 halls, but it appears to be more private. Now only the main building has been completed. The central axis of the 3 halls is connected by a strip of white marble dambi stone, and the surrounding area is paved with stone bricks to form a square. However, people are not allowed to leave in the middle under normal circumstances, because there are long corridors connecting both sides of the 3 halls. The corridor connects the steps of the 3 main halls. There is a ridged glazed tile roof on the corridor. The pillars are made of reinforced concrete and painted with vermilion paint to look like wooden pillars. This is not because we can't find suitable pillars, but because we are afraid of being corroded by wind and rain, and we are afraid that if there is a fire, we will burn down the entire palace directly along the corridor. However, the roof and brackets of the corridor are made of wood, because pouring with cement is more complicated. This extra-long corridor style is actually the characteristic architectural style of the Sui and Tang dynasties, and it was also copied by Luo Chong. On both sides of the three main halls are the East Palace and the West Palace. The East Palace is the residence of the Crown Prince, and the West Palace is the place where the Supreme Emperor retires. From the back of the three main halls is the legendary harem. It's just that the current harem is still a large construction site, and the completion level is not even as good as the three previous halls. There is nothing to see now. In order to collect soil and lay the foundations for the attics of various palaces in the harem, a large pit with a huge area has been dug. This is the artificial lake that has been in the palaces of all dynasties, and is called Te Pool. It's just that it hasn't been connected to the natural river outside the city yet, and water hasn't been brought in yet. Now it's just an unsightly hole. However, according to the design on the drawing, this will be the most beautiful place in the future. There will be an artificial lake and a small island in the middle of the lake. You can boat and fish in the lake in your own backyard. There are also other places, such as the Royal Library, a building that combines Chinese and Western styles, with Chinese-style pavilions and Western-style sculpture similar to Roman columns. There is also a high-tech fountain in front of the door, and 12 animal heads. But if we want to refer to the calculation of 14 months in this world every year, I'm afraid we won't have to get 14 beast heads. In addition, there are super luxurious bedrooms, multi-story pavilion-style palaces, oversized garden terraces, and large floor-to-ceiling windows. A glass greenhouse covering an area of dozens of acres, you can also grow flowers and vegetables in it in winter. Large swimming pools and baths, artificial hot spring pools. There are also palaces dedicated to holding banquets and performing songs and dances. In the indoor sports hall, you can run, exercise, and play ball. There are also many other functional courtyards and buildings, such as the imperial kitchen, laundry room, servants' quarters, etc. It's just that these buildings currently only exist on drawings and in Luo Chong's imagination. If you want to turn them into ready-made physical buildings, you will have to spend a lot of manpower, material resources, and time to build them. As for the imperial city and capital outside the palace, it would take more time, and Luo Chong couldn't build it alone. He had to bring people over to build it together. Qing Mimi is back for an update, has anyone noticed? The three of them finished visiting the palace complex and came out of the main entrance. The main entrance of the Imperial Palace is the South Gate. Referring to the style and layout of the Daming Palace, the South Gate of the Daming Palace in the Tang Dynasty was called Danfeng Gate. However, according to the ancient four symbols theory, this is incorrect. In the ancient four symbols theory, the four different directions and seasons corresponded to the four mythical beasts, namely the East Green Dragon, the West White Tiger, the South Vermilion Bird, and the North Xuanwu. Therefore, according to the four figures theory, the South Gate should be called Vermilion Bird. The door is right. It's just that in the Tang Dynasty, there was already an old palace called Taiji Palace. The South Gate of Taiji Palace was called Zhuke Gate, and the street opposite Zhuke Gate was called Zhuke Street. However, the Daming Palace was built later, and the name of Zhuke Gate was the name had already been taken over by the old palace, so it was renamed Danfeng Gate. However, the Han tribe did not care about this. This is the Han tribe, no, it should be the only imperial palace of the Han Empire, so its South Gate should be called the Zhuke Gate as it should be. The Zhuke Gate of the Han tribe is majestic and in the shape of a gate tower. It is long from east to west, that is, the width of the front is 86 meters. There are 5 door openings of the same size below, each door opening is 8 meters wide and can accommodate 4 carriages with 2 horses and shafts. Or 2 tractors traveling side by side. The gatehouse is wide from north to south, which is the thickness of the doorway, up to 34 meters. When entering from the front of the city gate, it looks like entering a tunnel. Each doorway is 20 meters high, 8 meters wide and 34 meters long. This is just the doorway. If the superstructure of the tower is not included, the lower part alone is 37 meters high, which is equivalent to the height of a 10-story building. This is just the base of the city gate. There is also a 2-story Suzaku Tower on top. There are 13 huge columns in front of the entire Suzaku Tower. It has 12 rooms in front and 4 rooms in depth. Its scale is not even inferior to Hanyuan Hall. Together with the base of the city gate below and the Suzaku Tower above, if you include the height of the roof, the tower must be nearly 80 meters high. If we put this in modern times, it would be more than 20 meters high. It's a small high-rise building. However, today's high-rise residential buildings do not occupy such a large area. Modern high-rise buildings are all tall and thin, but this tower looks very sturdy. In order to build this tall tower, according to Luo Chong's requirements, reinforced concrete keels were used, which were then filled with rammed earth and covered with large blue bricks specially used for building city walls. Such a huge building can currently only be compared to the 80-meter-long flagship of the Fubawai Navy. Fortunately, the craftsmen of the Han tribe had enough experience, otherwise they might not have been able to build it. The current tower is just like the main hall in the palace. Only the main structure has been completed. The tower only has 5 empty door openings. The solid wood vermilion lacquer door inlaid with copper nails has not been installed yet. Even the doors and windows of the Zhuke Tower have not been installed. No, but the roof is covered with tiles, at least it won't leak. And this Zhuke gate is very lonely, because there is only one city gate building now, and there are no walls on both sides, but there are openings that can be extended to both sides at any time. However, the projects inside the palace have not yet been completed. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of materials, the city wall has not been enclosed. Now the vehicles transporting building materials still go around the city gate on both sides. Directly south of Zhuke Gate is a straight north-south avenue called Zhuke Street, which imitates the shape of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, this street alone is 150 meters wide. If we follow the modern calculation of 3.75 meters per lane, even if greening is added, belts, isolation strips, emergency lanes, and the like can also be used to draw out 30 lanes. This Zhuke Street is simply an extra-long square. In front of Zhuke Gate, there is also a horizontal street running east-west along the city wall, called Chang'an Street. This street is at the same level as Zhuke Street and is also 150 meters wide. The two streets are T-shaped and are the main horizontal and vertical streets of the entire capital. It is a first-level main road. The official area of the Han Dynasty is located along Chang'an Street and Zhuke Street. The administrative units of the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 courtyards established by Luo Chong before, as well as dozens or hundreds of branch offices, are all gathered here. A little further south are the residential areas for officials, as well as other service industries, to meet the needs of the people. In modern and fashionable terms, it is called the CBD Business District, which is also the cultural, political, military, and financial center of the Han tribe. The Imperial Central Bank, the Han Empire History Museum, the Military Museum, the Science and Technology Museum, the Art Museum, the Imperial Supreme Court, the Gymnasium, the Grand Theater, the flag-raising platform, the square, and so on, all kinds of characteristic buildings are placed here. Just as the 3 of them were walking south along Zhuke Street, pointing to the roadside and planning for the future, Yu Ji seemed to have remembered something and suddenly said to Luo Chong, "Chief, according to the plan on your drawings, the entire capital city is divided into East City and West City along the central axis of Suzaku Street, and is administratively divided into 2 counties. In terms of architectural planning, the East and West districts should each have at least a large square, a large commercial circle, and a large park." Last month, a man from the Comprehensive Research Institute came from Hanyang County. He said that his name was Ching and that the leader asked him to build the bell tower. However, the drawings given by the leader did not say that the bell tower should be built on where. Ching told me that there are clocks on all sides of the bell tower. In order to tell the time better, it is best to place it in the center of a large square. I asked him to place the bell tower in the large square in Dongqing district. The leader thought it would work. If it doesn't work, I'll ask him to move the place, and the bell tower hasn't been built yet. Luo Chong was riding on his horse, holding a simple map in his hand and looking at it before he said. The clock tower, that square next to the Dongqing commercial pedestrian street, okay, just put it there, but he didn't say, what are the other uses of the clock tower? This question was raised by Luo Chong and Ching at the beginning. They built a building like a tall tower with several clocks on it. What was the use of it underneath? If it's useless, wouldn't it be a waste? Yuji said without thinking when he heard this. Oh, he said it's best to build that building a little higher, tens of meters high, and then install a lighthouse on top, and install clocks on the 4 walls below the lighthouse. The building below can be used to host a clock museum, where tickets can be sold for tours, and finally a watch shop can be opened on the lower floor, specializing in selling various watches. Does the leader think it is okay? Luo Chong nodded when he heard this, but said secretly in his heart, it seems that this boy Ching has listened to what he said. Before Luo Chong asked him to build the bell tower, he had told him that after the bell tower was built, he would be asked to study the wall clock on the wall, the small alarm clock on the table, and sophisticated pocket watches and watches. It seems that he has already determined his goal, and now he has even thought about the location of the watch shop in advance. Equals 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 equals. P.S. The update has officially resumed. This time it has been revised and re-updated from chapter 1110. It has been revised before. If you have read it and feel that the plot does not match the plot, you can refresh and reload the content. Those who have subscribed will not be charged repeatedly. After the group finished visiting the capital's construction site and came to the engineering headquarters together, the 3 of them gathered around the huge sandbox model of the capital and started chatting while drinking tea. Looking at the huge sand table in front of him, Dashu took the lead in reminding him. Chief, this capital city is so huge. When it is really completed, if we want to fill the entire capital city with the population, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of thousands of people. Even if we put all the people from the Han tribe in it, it probably won't be enough. And the population of this capital is all urban. How do these people live? Even if the suburbs of the capital can farm, the suburbs are too far from the city. You can't live in the city and go out to farm every day, right? But if the people in the capital do not farm, if they want to have income, they can only work to earn money, and then use the money earned to buy daily necessities. With all these hundreds of thousands of people working, how many jobs are needed, how many goods can be produced, and how many people are needed to consume these goods? The other thing is that the food rations for these hundreds of thousands of people are based on 1 kilogram of rice per person per day. If there are 500,000 people, this will require 250 tons of rice, hundreds of tons of meat, and hundreds of tons of food every day. Vegetables, this is the daily amount. There are hundreds of thousands of people. Let's not talk about where we got so many people. Even if there are so many people, how many farmers from counties and counties are needed to support this capital city? As soon as Dashu finished speaking, Yuji was stunned. This guy started hanging out with his 2 uncles. Later, after attracting the Jiang family into the Han tribe, Luo Chong asked him to handle intelligence and lead the army. I have never engaged in administrative work, so I don't know much about managing people's livelihood. So much so that Yuji, who had been supervising the construction of the palace and capital here for 2 years, did not even think about this aspect. When he heard Dashu list out the data one by one, he was immediately stunned. We eat 250 tons of rice a day, which is 500,000 kilograms, as well as meat and vegetables. It really makes my head tingle just thinking about it. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said, "These opinions you raised are very important, but as you said yourself, these issues cannot be established for the time being." Seeing both Yu Ji and Dashu looking confused, Luo Chong continued to explain. First of all, there is the population issue you mentioned. Our Han tribe currently has all households, that is, people with household registration. The total population is about 700,000. This is plus the total number of people from the newly attached Tang tribe, so it is simply impossible to fill the capital at once. In my estimation, the initial immigration of up to 50,000 people will be able to lay a solid foundation for the capital, and then within 5 years, the population of the capital will be increased to 200,000. Perhaps the capital will be able to accommodate 1 million people in the future, but it certainly cannot be achieved in a short time. Then there is the issue of survival that you mentioned, that is, fuel, food, clothing, water, etc. The capital cannot cut firewood, but we can transport coal and let the people spend money to buy it. The water source here is close to the natural river. Relying on the Honghu Lake system, we have no shortage of water at all. As for the people's drinking water, we can let them dig some wells. In terms of clothes, that is, fabrics, we can set up textile factories, purchase cotton from various places, and send it to the capital to weave it ourselves. This not only solves the problem of cloth, but also provides a large number of jobs for the capital. The last thing is food. Even without support from various places, the capital alone can achieve self-sufficiency. First of all, in terms of food, we can build farms on the outskirts of the capital and use all mechanized farming. Now we have tractors and harvesters. The land cultivated by one person can feed thousands of people, so only a small number of farmers are needed. It can feed the population of the entire capital without the need to transport food from other places. Then there is meat. Currently, the government-run farm in Luoyang County, that is, the Sinan Temple, is already studying the mass breeding of domestic pigs, and has initially mastered the technology of breeding pigs, which can make pigs grow faster, more meat. There are also projects to breed beef cattle breeds, which are also progressing steadily. In addition to mutton, the Han tribe has ready-made technology for large-scale breeding of goats and antelopes, and sheep reproduce very quickly. You could even build a snowshoe rabbit farm, forget about the chickens, which are prone to diseases. Think about it, how much straw grows on the farm every year, and how many livestock can be fed with these straws. These livestock can not only provide meat, but also provide a large amount of fertilizer, which can be used to grow vegetables. It can be said that it is a one-stop operation. Much more. Okay, even if the capital does not engage in aquaculture, our capital is uniquely located. It is close to the sea. The sea fish caught in Takumi County do not even need to be salted. It only takes a dozen hours to take the train. Send the newly caught sea fish to the capital. In the future, the train will be improved and the speed will be even faster. To the west of the capital is Honghu Lake, and across from Honghu is grassland. The 3 counties of Honghu opposite can also provide the capital with a large amount of beef and mutton from the grassland by water transport, so there will be no shortage of meat. Then there is the problem of urban population and jobs that you mentioned. Didn't I say it before? What is the industrial layout in the south? By then, we will definitely have to build a series of factories in the capital, and these factories will require a lot of labor. Workers can provide a lot of jobs. Finally, the service industry can also provide a large number of jobs. For example, the capital is so big, and people have to work in factories, and how can people from other places visit here? So do we need to do something about transportation? We can set up a bicycle shop, customize a batch of tricycles from the bicycle factory, and hire people to pedal tricycles, so that each person can use a human-powered tricycle to tour the capital or commute to work for only a dime or even a few pennies. In addition, do you want other businesses? Business is the service industry, such as restaurants, department stores, and supermarkets. How many businessmen, vendors, and shopkeepers can be supported by this? As for the products you said cannot be sold, that is impossible. If the market is too small, then we should reduce the scale of production. We obviously don't need so many, but we still produce them at our own risk. Isn't that a fool? Yuji and Dashu were stunned for a while as they listened. They didn't expect that such a game could be played in a big city. What is a human-powered tricycle? Neither of them knew this very well, but they knew a similar one, such as the boat company in Hanyang City. There are many small boats in Hanyang City that are 8 meters long, have no sails, and are powered solely by hand-operated oars. However, even these small boats are extremely expensive, so the government has set up a boat company and rents the boats to the people. The people only need to, after paying enough rent, the rest becomes their own income. Now that I think about it, the three-wheelers and car dealers are probably the same thing. The car dealers provide car rental services, and the people rent cars by themselves, and the remaining money after paying the rent belongs to themselves. I didn't expect that in a big city, there is such a big business in transportation alone. Then how many people are needed in the entire capital, just for these three-wheeled cart drivers? How many families can it feed? These families also need to live, and life generates consumption. How many merchants, clerks, and families can be supported by this consumption? Will Luo Chong worry about how to feed the people? Is he worried that people will have nothing to do? How is that possible? He has a vision that transcends this era for thousands of years. He can find a lot of things for the people to do if he comes up with ideas. What worries him most is actually the lack of population. Just like the tricycle dealership, now it is a taxi company. Just such a dealership can support a large number of people and families. But when talking about this human-powered tricycle, Luo Chong instantly thought of the rickshaws from the Republic of China period, but he had no intention of promoting that evil thing. What is a rickshaw? A rickshaw is a symbol of slavery. It treats people like animals and pulls the car in front. This is simply anti-humanity. Such things can only give birth to the slave surname in people's hearts. And the Han tribe is not a slave country. Although the Han tribe owned a large number of slaves, they were all official slaves, and the people themselves were not allowed to keep private slaves. The Han Code stipulates that people are prohibited from buying and selling people, let alone raising private slaves. If you want to keep a few servants, that's fine, but you have to spend money to hire them. Just like hiring a nanny in modern times, the relationship between the nanny and the head of the household is that of an employer, and that of a boss and a wage earner. This is very different from slaves and slave owners. Big difference. As for the human-powered tricycle, although it is also powered by human power, it is ridden on the vehicle and pedaled, so it cannot be regarded as an animal, but as a driver, or driver. Even though there is only one more wheel, this is a symbol of human rights. Yu Ji and Dashu also gradually recovered, and Dashu said, "If the leader only plans to immigrate 50,000 people in advance, it will not be difficult. We Han tribes can gather together from all over the place, and there is the Chow family. They have at least a few thousand people. These people can also be added to various places. Go and swap out some of the population from various counties. The other thing is the establishment of factories, commerce, and service industries mentioned by the leader. This is an original plan. If it can be linked to the immigration to the capital, it can solve the problem of job opportunities. As for the issue of survival, since the leader has already found a solution, there is nothing more to say, but I still have a worry. The tractor that the leader talked about automatically cultivates the land. The land cultivated by one agricultural mechanizer can feed thousands of people. Although I have never seen this thing, I heard that this rotary cultivator also has a harvester. Currently, it can only cultivate dry land. Crop. Things like wheat, corn, sorghum, corn, etc. Wheat and corn are considered refined grains, but the staple food of our Han tribe is still rice. If rice cannot be grown with mechanical farming, then the people in the capital can only eat it. Pasta? Luo Chong hesitated when he heard the qualification question, and thought for a moment before speaking. This question is, can we diversify wheat, corn and sorghum in a short period of time? Wheat is a fine grain and is easy to store. The capital can keep some for its own consumption, and the rest can be exchanged for rice from other counties. Corn is high yield and can be used as a supplementary grain. It can also be used to raise livestock and provide meat. Sorghum has high added value. Sorghum rice can be used to make wine, and sorghum stalks can be pressed for sugar. We can use sorghum to produce sugar, wine and other non-staple foods, which can be sold to go to other counties to buy rice. This not only enriches the variety of non-staple food for people everywhere, but also provides the capital with sufficient rice. Of course, these are short-term plans. The Research Institute will definitely develop agricultural machinery for mechanical farming of rice. When we can use machinery to farm rice, we won't have to worry about these things. Dashu nodded when he heard this. He didn't understand how to study agricultural machinery, but as long as he knew that the leader had an idea, it was good. The leader was responsible for coming up with the idea, and the managers below him were responsible for executing it. Then there would be no mistakes in the future. Yu Ji, who was next to him, heard Dashu talking about the thousands of people in the Qiao family. He immediately became interested and asked immediately. Chief, Governor Lin, have you asked for the specific location of the Qiao clan? Luo Chong looked at him and nodded, affirming. That's right. When I came here, I passed by the village where the Qiao family lived. I asked their clan leader. The man said that they have the Qiao family living in the area on the east bank of Hong Lake, west of the Luyang River and north of the capital. Inside. One of them has the largest tribal group in the Qiao family. They all live together in the form of villages. Each village only has a few hundred people, but these villages together have 3,000 to 4,000 people. The rest of the people are all with them. They also migrated in all directions. But you should also know that tribes that rely solely on hunting and gathering for their livelihood have little stored food. Even if they really migrate, they will not go very far. Therefore, I predict that they will definitely be here. Around the neighborhood. In this way, we conservatively estimate that we can collect 5,000 people from this area, and if we do it properly, we can also directly convert them into citizens of the Han tribe instead of slaves without household registration. It's just that your two uncles are busy with things right now. One is in charge of Heyuan County in the north, and the other is in charge of industrial construction in the south, so I don't know who to take charge of this matter yet. Now you just mentioned the Qiao family. I wonder if you have any candidates you can recommend to take charge of this matter. Hearing that the leader asked him to recommend a candidate, Yu Ji immediately started thinking. After thinking about it for a while, he actually picked out someone, so he said immediately. Chief, I really have someone I can recommend. This person's name is Ying. He is a general flag officer under our Jinwu guards. Although this person has a military position, the leader knows that except for the guards around the leader, these Jinwu guards were used to be responsible for inquiring about information in various places, and was extremely good at communicating with people. Furthermore, it was Ying who discovered that group of immigrants with Qiao family and drew them into our Han tribe. Therefore, Ying was very familiar with Qiao Yan and the elder who had Qiao family. It was also Ying who helped them build the village. In charge. If the leader asked Ying to take charge of this matter, Qiao Yan and the elders of the Qiao family will definitely cooperate. Only in this way can we get twice the result with half the effort. Luo Chong was also interested when he heard this. He knew that it was Jin Wuwei under Yu Ji who brought this group of Yu Qiao family, but he didn't know the details. If the relationship between this Xiying and Yu Qiao family was really so good, with the active cooperation of Qiao Yan and the elders, it is indeed a matter of getting twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Luo Chong said immediately, "Find this Yiying, I want to see him." "Okay, I'll let someone do it." Yu Ji agreed happily and immediately asked the soldiers around him to call for help. Although he is not responsible for this matter, the person in charge was recommended by him, and he is still a person under him. If it is really done, will his share of the credit be missing? So Yu Ji is very active on this matter. A conservative estimate is that it has a population of 5,000, which is equivalent to a large county. If it is a small county that has just started to be built, it can hold 2. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as we can attract 5,000 people from the Qiao tribe, it will be equivalent to opening up 2 counties for the Han tribe. Can it be a small achievement if it is linked to the expansion of territory? At this time, Yiying was still responsible for supervising the slaves' work. He knew that the leader came to inspect in person, but what did this have to do with his small general banner? Therefore, when he heard from Yu Ji's soldiers that the leader wanted to summon him, Yiying seemed very confused, not knowing whether he had made a mistake or because of something else. However, the leader had an order, and he did not dare to disobey it, so he immediately set off to the engineering headquarters. As soon as he entered the room and saw Luo Chong and others sitting at the top, Yiying immediately clasped his fists and performed a military salute. Yiying, the commander-in-chief of the Jinwu Guards, has met with the chief, Lord Sheriff. I wonder what the chief wants me to do. When Luo Chong saw someone coming, he didn't hesitate and asked straight to the point. I met Qiao Yan and their elders last night. The elders told me the location of the Qiao family. It is estimated that there are more than 5,000 people there. I plan to send people to absorb all these people into the Han tribe, but there are no suitable candidates yet. And your commander, Yu Ji, recommended you to me. He said that you know the Qiao family well and have a good relationship with Qiao Yan and the elder. If you are allowed to go, things may be easier to handle. So, are you willing to lead the team there? Yiying was quite uneasy at first, thinking that she had made some mistake, but when she heard what the leader said, she suddenly became excited. Winning over the Qiao tribe to join the Han tribe? Then this is a great achievement. Commander Yu actually recommended himself to the leader? Isn't this a great blessing? I am just a small general banner now. If I really get this thing done, will my position be lower in the future? So Yiying suppressed her blush with excitement, knelt down in front of Luo Chong again, clasped her hands and said excitedly, Please rest assured, leader, Yiying is willing to lead the team, and there will be no one left behind from the Qiao clan. Bring it back. Luo Chong was non-committal when he heard this. He neither agreed nor said he would not let him go, but asked, Yiying. Since you are so confident, what are you going to do if I let you go? Yiying knew that the leader was testing himself. Whether he could receive this task depended on his own ideas and methods, so he thought for a while and said. Going back to the leader, the Qiao family is constantly migrating people out. What they want is nothing more than survival. They still rely on hunting and gathering to survive. They cannot gather the population in one place, so naturally there is no way to better produce and develop resources. Just like Qiao Yan and the others, they traveled thousands of miles to find this place because of the saying that there is a valley in the east where thousands of people can live. Therefore, according to my subordinate's opinion, we should show them our advanced technology as much as possible. At the beginning, my subordinates can use Qiao Yan's relationship to connect with the Qiao family, and then they can bring some treasures from the Han tribe and give them as gifts. However, these grains, seeds, and livestock cannot be given away for free. Otherwise, if these people get the seeds, learn the technology, and become self-reliant, they may not come. So I think we should first attract them with precious goods, then promote our planting and breeding methods, and finally invite their clan leaders and others to come, let them see the wealth of our Han tribe with their own eyes, and then bring everyone back. This will definitely wipe out all the Chao clan. Luo Chong's face was expressionless after hearing this, and he couldn't say he was happy or unhappy. What Ying said was a bad routine used by the Han tribe. But the reason why routines are called routines is because they are classic enough and work well every time. When more people use them, they naturally become routines, just like the Yujiang family in the past, who was abducted by Yu Fu. However, Luo Chong didn't want to do this, because the process was too long. First, you have to send people to search for them, and if you find them, you have to give gifts to build relationships. After the two parties establish friendship, you have to take the people back to visit the Han tribe. After the visit, you can take people back to pick up the remaining people. Even if everything goes well, it will still take several trips back and forth. With a little effort, a year and a half will pass, so Luo Chong doesn't want to do this. Luo Chong thought for a while and then said, "This is too troublesome, and we don't know whether the other party will join. Instead of going back and forth, we should be more straightforward." Several people frowned in confusion when they heard this, not knowing what Luo Chong meant. Yuji couldn't help but ask, more simply, "What does the leader mean?" Yuji couldn't understand. His two uncles used to do this when they hired people. Is there something wrong? Dashu seemed to have thought of something and reacted immediately, so he asked tentatively. What the leader means is that the Chao family is too poor and has scarce production and living technologies. This can be used to our advantage? When Luo Chong heard this, he immediately nodded with a smile, giving gifts, building relationships, inviting people to be guests, and then persuading others to join. Are they the only ones with Joes? Are they worthy? What kind of tribes are they that can make Han tribes take the initiative to send gifts to contact them? Just like the Jiang family in the past, although their population was only more than 2,000, the Jiang family was highly civilized. At that time, the Jiang family could build houses, live in villages, raise bees, and farm land, has its own special crops. Then there are the Tang tribe, a very large tribe that can even smelt metal. Of course the Han tribe must treat such a tribe with courtesy when they come into contact with them, but what is the situation with the Chao family? They are just a group of savages who only know how to hunt and gather. How could they be treated in this way? Yuji listened half understood and still didn't understand much, but Dashu said directly. What the leader means is that the Chao family is too poor. They have nothing, and they don't even know how to make pottery or produce salt. Moreover, they are troubled by the problem of overpopulation, and they have to migrate out every year. Instead of going back and forth, it's better to just use our products to buy their population like the Mingu Chunhui did when our Han tribe was first established, and buy back as much as we can. After these people are bought back, they can be used by us immediately. We can directly move these people to various counties and counties of the Han tribe, let them integrate into the tribe to learn production and life, and then dispatch some craftsmen or other talents from various places to let them come build the capital and take root in the capital. As for the remaining people of the Chao family, after we have almost bought out their population, we can slowly discuss the remaining people, whether it is our forcible annexation or other plans, because we have already started from there. Once the population is gained, the remaining people don't have to worry so much. After Dashu finished explaining, Yuji and Yingkai looked like they were suddenly enlightened, but they couldn't blame them. It was a long, long time ago that the Han tribe increased its strength by purchasing people. Only hardcore elders like Dashu knew the detailed process. Since the establishment of Hanyang City, The subsequent population absorbed were attracted by Han tribes through labor fairs, so many people did not know that this period of history existed. Yuji was still young at that time, but he vaguely remembered some of it. After listening to Dashu's explanation, he immediately reacted and couldn't help but praise. This is a good idea. Since they are so poor, we might as well just buy the people over. Anyway, they are short of everything, but we have a lot of things. As long as we are willing to exchange things, we don't believe they won't sell them. The leader is still awesome. This method is the fastest effective. Regardless of whether they agree with it or not, let's buy a group of people and use them first. Buy people directly with goods? Ying was stunned when he heard this. He was stunned and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is it possible to absorb the population like this? But now he understood what the leader meant, so he immediately added his own suggestions. The leader's method is good. You can buy it with goods, so you won't leave empty-handed. As long as you can find them successfully, you will definitely be able to bring back some people. But my subordinate has another suggestion. Just now the leader said that the Chao clan is located on the east bank of Hong Lake, north of the capital city and west of Luoyang River, so should we go there by water first and have a look? If they have villages living on the shore of Hong Lake, then we can take a boat directly from Hong Lake. In this way, with a big ship as a means of transportation, we can not only bring enough goods, but also a lot of goods when we come back. What about population? And once we gain a foothold by the lake, it will be good to have a base that can be replenished at any time for subsequent exploration. If we go overland, we can still find them, but then we have to mobilize a large number of carriages, and the goods and food we can carry are very small. If we buy enough people, the food we bring back will also be big question. When Luo Chong heard this, he immediately nodded and said approvingly. Yes, an elder of the Chao family did reveal such news to me. He said that there were people who once migrated to the west. Their location was not far from the lake. If they continued to the west, they would definitely reach the lake. If they really arrived not far from the lake, then even if they didn't live by the lake, they would definitely be able to find their activity tracks by the lake. After all, there is ample water in Honghu Lake, and they make a living by hunting. They can also hunt animals that come to drink water by the lake, so they can achieve multiple things with one stone. So if you search along the shore, from the lake, you will definitely find their traces. As long as you find one of the villages and complete the transaction with them, you can use it as a starting point and follow the clues to find the other villages. The people around him all nodded in agreement, and Dashu said immediately. There is no waterway directly leading to Honghu Lake in the capital. If you want to take a boat to Honghu Lake, you have to take the Luoyang River and go around from the upstream. Although it is a little slower, it is not much different from taking the land route. The advantage is that the goods carried are larger. If there are more, you can bring more people with you on the return trip. Since the leader has decided to go by water, I think we should make the decision now. I will raise the ships needed for the caravan from Takumi County. I think there should be at least 4 three-masted sailing ships. For such large ships, can transport more than 3,000 people. The three-masted building ships can easily carry 800 people, and it can also carry 4 months' worth of supplies for all the members. In addition, since we are exploring inland areas or the shores of Honghu Lake, I think it is best to have a few schooners. These schooners have a shallow draft and can get very close to the shore. Even if they accidentally run aground on the beach, they will not be able to survive. It can be towed back into the water with a 3-masted ship. I think the fleet is configured like this, 4 3-masted ships, 4 2-masted sailing ships, and 2 single-masted boats, which can be easily landed. I will build the fleet and equip it with the most basic sailors, as well as the supplies and goods needed for the caravan. After the leader makes the decision, just ask the person in charge to gather at the Takumi County pier. Seeing that Dashu had already taken the task, Luo Chong did not hesitate and made a decision immediately. Then let's settle this. This operation will be led by Yi Ying, who temporarily serves as the captain of the caravan. 200 people will be selected from the Jinwu guards to accompany them. These 200 people will leave a small flag on each ship except for the 4 large ships. In addition, you can send out the remaining few flags. Let them divide into several teams and carry goods ashore for trading. Therefore, when selecting people, select those who are good at communicating with others. After landing, you can make these people the captains. In addition, when you gather all the people, take them by train to Tuahai County. When you pass by the Chiao family's village, you can say that this is my order to select a dozen young men from the village who are familiar with the local conditions. At that time, you will be assigned to each landing team to act as a guide and translator. The matter must be done as soon as possible. I will hear the news of getting the person back by the end of this year at the latest. Promise, I will obey. Ying immediately fell to the ground in excitement, clasping his hands and loudly promising that the opportunity to get promoted and make a fortune had finally come. After inspecting the construction of the capital and knowing what was missing here, Luo Chong immediately set off back to Tuahai County. The capital requires a lot of building materials and craftsmen. The various white marbles in Panchir County also need to be mined in large quantities. Not only do they need to be mined, but they also have to be transported to the capital. Especially those Dambi stones, one piece weighs several tons or even dozens of tons. The best way is to transport them by train, so a railway needs to be laid from Panchir County to Tangcheng County. The industrial layout in the south also needs to be built. Without enough factories, how can we feed such a large urban population? In order to develop the southern industry, the first thing to do is to open the railway from Qian County to Taigang County. After much calculation, in order to build up the south, it all ended up falling on 2 railways. Luo Chong sighed inwardly. It seemed that these 2 railways could not be opened to traffic, and they would not be able to do other things in a short time. Dashu, Luo Chong and his party quickly boarded the train again and headed back towards Tuahai County. When passing by the Chiao family's village on the way, Luo Chong also told Qiao Yan and the elder that he asked them to send people as guides to help the Han tribe find the Chiao family, and both of them happily agreed. It was originally their dream to allow their former tribesmen to join the Han tribe and live a good life like they do now, but they still don't know how the Han tribe will operate. If they knew that the Han tribe just wanted to buy a group of people back in the past, I wonder if they would cooperate so actively. On the other side, Luo Chong quickly returned to Tuahai County. The first thing he did when he came back was to ask the big trees around him and the guards, "Do you know where the railway construction team of our tribe is?" This. No one could answer after hearing this. The Han tribe has a professional railway construction team, which is dedicated to laying railways. It was transformed from more than 1,000 prisoners of the Xian tribe captured in the Battle of Kaiyuan. Now they all have the household registration of the Han tribe and have become Han tribes. Citizens of the tribe, but their occupation is still building roads everywhere. Since its establishment, this construction team has not been idle in these years. From the earliest new satellite railway to the mining railways in the mines of Xingang County, Babaishan, and Dongxing County, last year it built the Qingkang County the railway to Qian County, and this year the railway from Tuahai County to the capital was just built. But now Luo Chong doesn't know where the capital railway went after it was repaired. Dashu was also asked. He knew about the railway construction team, but they left after building the section from Tuahai County to the capital. The construction team was not under his control. Railway projects in various parts of the Han tribe were directly reported to the leader. Responsible, how could he know where these people had gone? On the other hand, the imperial guards around Luo Chong were usually responsible for sending and receiving letters and official documents from various places. They knew more about these small matters, so they stood up immediately when they heard the question. Chief, the road construction team has gone to Qian County. It seems they are building the railway from Qian County to Taigang County. They are following you, Fu. I don't know the specific situation. It doesn't matter if you don't know the specific situation, as long as you know where it is. After learning the location of the road construction team, Luo Chong immediately wrote an order and ordered someone to send it to Yu Fu by Flying Eagle. The content of the command is roughly as follows. First, the railway construction team was divided into two, and from now on it was temporarily divided into the first team and the second team. Second, the first railway team continued to follow the ambush and opened up the Qitai Railway, that is, the railway from Qian County to Taigang County. Third, the second railway team was transferred to Tangqing County to open the Tangpan Line, which is the railway from Tangqing County to Panchur County. After this order was issued, Luo Chong immediately wrote several more orders, all of which were sent out. One of the letters was sent to the Qingshu governor's mansion, instructing the Baotao guards among the 6 guards under the jurisdiction of Qingshu Governor Yang Feng to withdraw from active service immediately upon receipt of the order. All 2,500 officers and soldiers of the Baotao guards will be withdrawn from active service. Reorganized on the spot into the 1st Railway Corps Regiment. All the officers and soldiers of the 1st Railway Corps were immediately shipped to Tuahai County. After Tuahai County was reorganized, they were divided into 2 and supplemented into the 1st and 2nd Railway Corps. The Han tribe now has more advanced firearms, so all active troops will be converted into thermal weapons armies. And the Baotao Guard is a bit special. When the Han tribe attacked Zhudao, it was a mercenary hired from the Tang tribe because of its lack of troops. When recruiting these soldiers, Luo Chong had promised the clan chiefs of the Tang tribe that these soldiers would only be used for 3 years, and those who died in battle would be compensated according to the standards of the regular army of the Han tribe. Now 3 years have passed. The Han tribe is about to reform its military and is about to disarm. These soldiers will eventually be allowed to go home. It happened that the Han tribe was engaged in railway construction, and there was a shortage of people in the railway construction team, so Luo Chong simply divided the construction team into 2, with the original construction team members as the technical backbone, and then added the retired Bao Tawei, so that there are 2 construction teams, and the scale of the 2 teams is not smaller than the original one. After 3 years of military career, these people may not have fought much, but they still obey orders. If these people are added to the railway construction team, they will learn quickly and be more efficient. Although they were not directly decommissioned and sent home, this was to build a railway for their hometown, and the soldiers would not be too resistant. After all, even if they were working in front of their own homes. After the completion of these 2 railways, we will give these people a long vacation and let them return to their hometowns to recuperate for a period of time. Those who are willing to retire will be released and allowed to work or farm. Those who are not willing to retire can continue to build roads. Teamwork. Of course, if you want to retain people, you have to be willing to spend money. The road construction team will be reorganized in the future, and then they will all be technical personnel and key members, and their salary will be improved accordingly. However, these 2 orders alone are not enough. If you want to provide building materials to the capital as soon as possible, you need other support. So Luo Chong also wrote an order to Zhu Ping, the governor of Jiahai County. Zhu Ping was once the elder in charge of construction of the Xian tribe. After the demise of the Xian tribe, Luo Chong asked him to be a listed county governor, but in fact government affairs are not under his control at all. What he is really responsible for is building cross-sea bridges. At the beginning of this year, Chu Bing led the Shent's guard to successfully attack the cannibals and sent back a large number of cannibal slaves from the north. Luo Chong divided these slaves into men, women, old and young, and all the young slaves were sent to farm in Yofu. All the elderly slaves were assigned to the construction site on the other side of the cross-sea bridge. Sending so many slaves can replace a large number of prisoners of war from the Xian tribe who originally mined rocks. These people are prisoners of war, but not slaves, unlike those of the cannibals. Luo Chong plans to issue them household registration in the future and let them go home, farming the land to give birth to children. But now, he directly sent an order to Tsukuhara, asking him to immediately transfer 1,000 prisoners of war and send them to Takumi County by ship immediately, and then send them to Panchir County to mine marble to provide a large amount of marble for the construction of the capital. Building materials. Luo Chong had promised Yu Ji before that he would send him building materials in the spring of next year, especially various stones. Although there is no railway now and the stone cannot be transported at all, he can send people to mine it first. When the railway is laid, it can be loaded and sent away immediately, saving time. As soon as these orders came out, the road construction team was immediately assigned. There were also people at the quarry in Panchir County, so they could work first. Now the only problem was logistics. Therefore, Luo Chong sent the last 2 orders to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Hushin Island and Dali in Shingon County. The order given to the Comprehensive Research Institute is to let them continue to develop those explosive weapons, but now they will not finalize the shape and mass-produce them. All the finished products produced by the chemical plant are trinitrophenol, which is picric acid explosives. All sent to the first railway team in Yofu and the quarry in Panchir County to provide them with gunpowder for blasting. The Chitai Railway, which is in charge of the first railway team, has to climb mountains and ridges, build bridges and cross rivers, and dig mountain tunnels. How to dig tunnels? Of course it is blasted with gunpowder. The last was the order to Shingon County Dali. Luo Chong said in the order that he would immediately send 2 Endeavour locomotives and frame components to the second railway team using a railway RORO ship. Construction and opening of the Yubon Line Railway. In addition, other road construction tools, building materials, and accessories are delivered as much as you can, such as narrow-gauge rails, railroad spikes, spacers, hammers, and other road construction tools. There are a lot of rails and spikes produced in the past, and there are plenty of them in the warehouse. You can just transfer as much as you want. For sleepers and other things, you can get them nearby, from the wood processing plants and shipyards in Takumi County and Tangchun County. To provide. As for the locomotives, even if there are no new ones now, we will first get 2 from the mine. Especially for the 2 large mines of Shingon County and Dongxing County, there are several trains on the mines. There is no problem at all in dispatching 2 locomotives. As for the gap in the mine, let Shingon County reproduce it. The last step is to send over a batch of steam-powered tools, including water pumps, air compressors, air cannons, air hammers, wind batches, steam table saws, and pneumatic chainsaws, and some of them will be sent to Uvona. One side helped him dig the tunnel, and the other part was distributed to the quarry for them to mine marble, cut stone bricks, pillars, and other stone materials. Of course, with so many new trains and steam engines being purchased in the south, the fuel could not be left behind, so Luo Chong asked Jing Yan from Dongxing County to bring over several ships of coal mines. As for the coal mines you need over there, that's easy to handle. They have their own coal mines, so just let them dig them. Anyway, they have excavators and forklifts, as well as tractors and trains. The coal mines over there these are all shallow mines, so you can't dig as much as you want. As soon as Luo Chong's orders came out, the people below immediately became busy. The entire Han tribe was like a huge and sophisticated machine, running rapidly under Luo Chong's command. But after thinking for a long time, he suddenly discovered that there was still something unresolved, and that was the craftsman Yu Ji asked him to ask for. The imperial palace in the capital has carved beams and painted buildings, many wooden doors and windows, and even railings and stone pillars. These things also require a large number of carving craftsmen. How should these craftsmen solve the problem? Luo Chong thought about it for a long time and felt that the most reliable person for this thing should be a carpenter. Among the entire Han tribe, only carpenters are good at carving technology. Of course, those lathe workers in Qingshu County also count, but what they carve is metal, and having these high-level craftsmen carve stones is really a waste of materials. After much deliberation, Luo Chong ordered Qingshu from Luoyang County and Hanyang County to mobilize a group of craftsmen who were good at carving techniques from shipyards and wood processing plants. There were only a few dozen craftsmen in total. But that's enough. At the worst possible outcome, some craftsmen's apprentices would be transferred from the south and let them learn and work at the same time. He still didn't believe it. With a population of hundreds of thousands, the Han tribe couldn't build a palace? Pieces of official documents and orders flew in all directions under the flapping of the giant eagle's wings, and Luo Chong's orders were quickly received in various places. In the governor's mansion in Jiahai County, Qingshu Island, Yang Feng was not too surprised when he took the order in his hand. When the Xian tribe attacked Zhudao, Xiutu was the commander, and he was the military officer under the commander. According to today's terms, he was the chief of staff. Therefore, he was also very familiar with the 6 guard posts on the island, and knew that Bao Tao Guard was the mercenaries recruited from the Tang tribe will be put back sooner or later. As for the leader who temporarily changed his mind and transformed the Bao Tao Guard into an engineering force on the spot, he also heard some news. The leader had long planned to establish a professional engineering force, but there has been no movement. Look, isn't it happening now? Is it done? The Bao Tao Guards had good military discipline, but they did not have much combat effectiveness. Yang Feng didn't care much about this and quickly asked his soldiers to forward the order to the Bao Tao Guards, but he also issued another order himself. It was the leader's idea to reorganize the Bao Tao Guard into engineers and send them away directly. However, the vacated Yashan County cannot be without military garrison. It is the entrance of the Qingshu River on Qingshu Island and is the most important port. How could there be no military garrison? What about the garrison? Therefore, in addition to forwarding Luo Chong's order, he also transferred 2,000 Yingyang guards from Chaoyang County to Yashan County to take over the camp and defense tasks of the Bao Tao Guards. As for Chaoyang County, there was only the Yu clan who fished there. They were the first people in the entire Zhudao to surrender to the Han tribe. Anyone could rebel, but the Yu clan would not. Moreover, it is not an important port, and it is even less likely that enemies from the sea will attack. There are neither foreign enemies nor civil strife. Putting 2,000 troops there is a fool's errand. Simply adjust it to a more useful position. However, as the governor, he only has the power to command troops, but not to mobilize troops. If he wants Yingyang Guard to move to Yashan County, he must first say hello to Xue Qingyao, the governor of Qingshu. Xue Qingyao is in charge of administration, and this person is just right. Contrary to him, he has the power to deploy troops, but not the power to command them. In short, the army is not usually under his control, but he can mobilize it. But Yang Feng does not agree, and he cannot mobilize much. These two people are there to check and balance each other. Whoever leaves the other can't mobilize the island's army at will. As soon as the transfer order was issued, Yingyang Guard quickly broke out of camp and headed to Yashan County to change defenses. The Leopard Tao Guard gave an order, and the 2,000 soldiers all took off their armor. They put down their steel knives, spears and halberds, their bows and crossbows, and their armor. After serving in the army for several years, there were no deaths in the entire Bao Tao Guard. They came back as many as they came. This is the luckiest thing. In addition, they also earned a lot of military salary from the Han tribe, which allowed them to buy many good things for their families. The food in the military camp was better than what they had at home. At least they could eat 3 meals a day of rice. And there is meat and vegetables for every meal. To be honest, many people don't even want to retire and go home. If you ask them to go home for a vacation, they will definitely be willing to do so, but many people will be confused if you ask them to retire directly. When I return home, my wife and children can warm up to each other, but will the days after I return home be the same as before? It's really better to stay here and continue to serve as a soldier. Fortunately, an order was issued from above. Although the Baotao guards were discharged as a whole, they were not disbanded. Instead, they were reorganized into the 1st Railway Corps. They will be responsible for building railways in the future. Military pay, food, and treatment will be the same as before, and this will be for their hometown. The railway was working in front of their homes. All the soldiers were happy. Only a few wanted to apply for family leave, but they were not approved for the time being. No matter what you want to do, you should go back first before talking about it. There will be plenty of opportunities when you go back. On the day the order was issued, after coordination with many parties, more than a dozen large ships arrived at the mouth of the Qingshu River in Yashan County and sent all the soldiers of the Railway Corps to Tuahai County. The boat was borrowed from the cross-sea bridge. There were many boats from the Han tribe that went to the bridge to transport building materials. Steel bars, cement, and river sand were all collected and made from various places and then sent to the bridge construction site. However, when these boats returned, they were basically empty ships because there was really nothing to send north. It's nothing more than getting some sea fish that the people in the north have never eaten, salting them into dried fish, and then making them worth shipping to the north. But this time it happened to help Yongfeng. Over at the construction site of the cross-sea bridge, Zhu Ping received Luo Chong's order. Without saying a word, he selected 1,000 prisoners of war with quarrying experience and asked them to immediately take a boat to Tuahai County. When passing by the eastern part of Qingshu Island, he also, by the way, Baotao soldiers were picked up on the ship, and 2 things were completed at once. At the same time, the Comprehensive Research Institute in the 8 counties of Hanyang and Huxin Island also received orders from Luo Chong. The Comprehensive Research Institute also has its own industries, such as the glass factory and the coking plant, especially the coking plant, which is a type of chemical plant. There is also the explosives factory that Luo Chong had just prepared before going south, which is also its subordinate unit. The main component of picric acid explosives is phenol, which is fractionated from coal tar, and coal tar is a byproduct of coking plants. Therefore, Luo Chong only needs to leave it to comprehensive research to mobilize explosives for construction projects. Therefore, they can arrange the execution immediately. On the other side, Xin'an County Dali also received Luo Chong's order and complied with all the above requirements. Tools, rails, railway accessories, these things are all easy to talk about, but Luo Chong is about to have 2 trains. It's a bit difficult. No matter how fast the train is built, it will still take a month, right? Fortunately, Luo Chong came up with an idea. They first transferred 1 train from the mines in Xin'an County and Dongxing County, and then they produced and replenished it themselves. There were more than 2 trains. Luo Chong wanted 8 trains, and 2 trains were supplied to Dali and Dali. Jing Yan, the others will also be transported to the south. The south is short of trains. Although there are no railways for the time being, there is indeed a need for so many. For example, the current line from Takumi County to the capital is a loop line, with 2 lines coming and going, but only 1 train running. This seriously reduces the transportation capacity of the railway. This line alone requires at least 1 train. There are also Youfu, the 8 counties of the Yuantang tribe, and even Qingshu Island. Railways will also be built on the island in the future. With so many railway lines added up, even 10 trains are not enough. After getting the order, Dali had no choice but to dispatch a train from the mine, and then prepared a batch of supplies and immediately transported them to the Weishan County dock for loading, preparing to be transported south by water. At the same time, in Qian County in the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River, Yufu also received Luo Chong's order, but he was the last to receive the order, because the Flying Eagle's letter was sent directly to Qian County, and Yufu was here. Sure is not here. Youfu had already planned the railway route from Qian County to Taigang County. At this time, he was also preparing for the construction of the Qi-Taiwan Railway. When he saw Luo Chong asked him to when the road construction team was halfway separated, they immediately frowned. The Qi-Tai line is the one with the most complex geology, the most complicated routes, and the most difficult construction among all the railway projects of the Han tribe. He is still worried that he does not have enough manpower, and now he has to divide half of it. How can he not worry? Fortunately, Luo Chong had an explanation later. When he saw that Luo Chong said that he would replenish at least 1,000 engineers adapted from the regular army, Yufu immediately laughed. Yes, I was just worrying about it blindly. The leader is such a smart person, and he can think of things. How could the leader not think of it, so he handed the person over happily. If the Qi-Tai Railway chooses a route with low construction difficulty, it will have to take a long detour. This detour will have a total length of more than 600 kilometers. Luo Chong's opinion is that by going directly through the mountains, the distance can be greatly shortened, and the total mileage can be controlled to at least 450 kilometers. However, this will greatly increase the difficulty of construction. But it's hard to say which route will take longer to construct. After all, although the first option is less difficult, it has a longer distance. Yufu disagreed with Luo Chong's method at first, but after listening to Luo Chong's explanation and visiting the excavator and other construction machinery at the Power Research Institute, he also believed that Luo Chong's plan was feasible, so he decided to use this more technically difficult method. The construction plan was finalized. First, they sent people to survey the geology and select the most suitable route. Fortunately, the Han tribe already had a lot of experience in building railways, and they were familiar with it. The geological survey and mapping team quickly decided on the route. The planned Qi-Tai line has a total length of 460 kilometers and is divided into 4 sections according to different regions and construction difficulties. Looking from north to south, the first section is Qian County, which is also the original location of the Baiwu people. From here south to the section before entering the mountains, the route from the plains to the mountains, this section is 227 kilometers long and is the core of the entire project. The least difficult route here is basically the same as the previously built plain route, except that this is a gradually upward climb. The surveying and mapping team has considered the train's ability to climb hills in the future and has planned the most suitable gentle slope route to ensure that the train can climb up. This second section is naturally the most difficult and dangerous section through the mountain. After surveying and mapping by the engineering team, and based on the most economical considerations of construction difficulty and construction cost, they planned a 98-kilometer road section. Although this section of the road is not long, it requires the construction of 6 tunnels, totaling 47 kilometers. These are all planned in places where the mountain is relatively weak and not prone to landslides. In addition to these 6 tunnels, there are also 13 bridges, including 2 across water bridges, 6 canyon bridges, and the rest are all land bridges. The so-called water crossing bridge is a bridge across the river, which is easier to understand. The other type of canyon bridge is specially used to cross canyons, such as the canyon between 2 cliffs. The last type of land bridge, this one is purely used to slow down the slope. For example, if the slope of a certain section of the route is too high, which affects the train's ability to climb or slow down, then a bridge should be built between 2 points to slow down the slope of the route. Among these 13 bridges, the 5 land bridges have the largest number of kilometers. However, although these bridges are the longest in total, they are also the easiest to build, because the bridges and piers are originally on the ground. Whether it is transporting materials or setting up scaffolding, it is very convenient. As for the two cross-water bridges, they are not too difficult. The Han tribe has accumulated a lot of experience in building bridges, especially this kind of cross-water bridge. The two cross-water bridges on this section of the road are the most experienced. They are not big, one span is only 60 meters, and the other one is no more than 200 meters. At most, if there are a few piers in the water, the bridge will be fine. The most difficult ones to build are the 6 canyon bridges. In this kind of terrain, there are cliffs below and cliffs on both sides. It is difficult to transport building materials, and it is impossible to erect bridge piers. Therefore, facing this kind of terrain, the team here uniformly adopts the arch bridge design, which is most suitable for this kind of terrain and is also the bridge structure most familiar to the Han tribe. The third section of the road is from the second section of the mountain road, that is, from the mountain to Taigang County. The total length of this section is 73 kilometers. Overall, this section of the route is also a slope, but the geological conditions are much better than the previous two sections, and it is not too difficult to build. The reason why the remaining 62 kilometers are specially divided into the fourth section of the route is because the route in this section is more complicated. It does not mean that the terrain is complicated, but the route is more complicated. In fact, starting from the third section, it can already be regarded as within the territory of Taigang County, but the entire Taigang County also has 3 counties under its jurisdiction, namely Pinggang County, Huangping County, and Qingshu County. Among them, Huangping County is the most northerly. There is a chain of mountains here, which is rich in pyrite. Because the mountains are yellow, and it was the northernmost barrier for the Tang tribe, it is called Huangping County. This place is also the junction of the third and fourth sections of the route. Going south from Huangping County, you completely leave the mountains and enter the plains. However, pyrite is iron sulfide, which can only be used to produce sulfuric acid, and iron oxide crystals, which are dyes and chemical materials, are not suitable for iron smelting. The real main mining area of Taigang County is actually in Pinggang County, the southernmost county of the entire county, so the railway will continue to go south. Therefore, this fourth section of the road has to start from Huangping County, go through Qingshu County, then build a bridge across the Qingshu River, and finally reach the mining area in Pinggang County. The iron ore here is manganese ore, which is the most suitable for smelting. Material for heavy-duty rails. However, getting here is still not the end, because there are several auxiliary lines in the fourth section of the route, such as the line leading to the county town of Taigang County, and another section of road needs to be built to connect the railway from Taigang County to Panchur County, so that it can be connected with the Yubon line in the west, so that trains departing from Qingkang County can directly reach Tangching County opposite Tuahai County, which is equivalent to drawing a big circle. This railway should not only serve the mining industry, but also contribute to the economy and people's livelihood. Only by allowing it to pass through more counties can it boost the economy of all counties and counties along the line. At the same time, it will also be more conducive to maintaining the Han tribe's interest in these areas. Local rule. At this moment, the only road construction team of the Han tribe is currently building the first section of the Chitai line, which is the plain section that is best to build. At this time, Yu Fu was leading a group of craftsmen at tunnel number 1 of the second section of the project. In addition to Yu Fu, there is now a team of more than 200 people gathered here, mainly members of the Geological Survey and Mapping team, and some of the others are old people who have followed Yu Fu around. Others are machine factory workers and engineers who have just moved from the north a while ago, and are here to help build the southern steel plants and coking plants. However, the steelmaking plant had not yet started construction at this time, so these technicians were brought to the tunnel construction site first to guide the maintenance and use of various construction machinery. In addition to personnel, there are countless other materials. There are 2 tractors with buckets, one pulling coal and one pulling various tools, as well as a rock drill modified from an excavator, and a loader used to transport gravel in the tunnel. There are also 300 horses, which are the means of transportation for all team members, and 20 four-wheeled carriages loaded with food, pots and bowls, and other items. There are even 500 goats and antelopes, and a dozen shepherd dogs, used to provide meat for the team. There are plenty of vegetation in the primitive mountains, so you don't have to worry about the sheep having nothing to eat. You just need to be prepared for sneak attacks by wild beasts. However, the team members who followed the ambush were also equipped with weapons. There were no muskets, but there were many longbows and crossbows. Most of them also brought swords. Many of the tools carried by the team could also be used as weapons and were safe. No problem on it. The team has been observing tunnel number 1 for 2 days, and the engineers are still discussing the construction plan. After receiving Luo Chong's order to divide half of the railway construction team, Yu Fu didn't say anything and immediately sent someone to the road construction team behind, sent messages and orders, and he himself found the leader of the geological survey team, the engineer who made the decision on the construction plan. Yang Xian, has the tunnel construction plan been finalized? The team has been in this barren mountain for 2 days. When can the construction start? Yang Xian was from Dongxing County. He had been working in a coal mine before and was very experienced in mining and geological survey. He also had coal mining experience, so he was transferred to the geological survey team. In addition to open-pit coal mines, the methods used to dig coal include a combination of shafts and tunnels. Tunnel digging is, in theory, no different from coal mining. At this time, Yang Xian was gathering with several technicians, writing calculations on the ground with branches and discussing with each other. After hearing Yu Fu's questions, he introduced the situation. Yu Gong, we have almost discussed the construction plan. According to the field measurements in the past few days, we found that the total length of tunnel number 1 is 3,246 meters. If it is only used to pass Endeavour trains, then this tunnel is actually quite easy to build. Simple. However, the leader said that all tunnels and bridges on the Kaitai line must be capable of carrying heavy haul trains. When the province's trains are replaced in the future, the existing bridges and tunnels will not be usable. Then they will have to be built again. So just do it in one step. But this way, the tunnel will be difficult to repair. When Yu Fu heard this, he immediately frowned and said unhappily, I didn't ask you if it was difficult or easy to do. I asked you, can the construction be done? When can the work be done? Well. Yang Xian was speechless for a while, as if Party B was introducing technical difficulties to Party A. Party A's father waved his hand impatiently and asked if he could deliver the goods on time. He was depressed for a while, before continuing. Of course you can do it. The total length of this tunnel is 3,246 meters. We only need to add 3 nodes in the middle to divide it into 4 equal sections. Each section is exactly 800 meters. In addition, according to the indicators set by the leader, the tunnel must meet the requirements for heavy haul trains to run on 2 parallel lines. According to the data provided by the leader, in the future, the carriage width of heavy haul trains will be 4.3 meters and the carriage height will be 5 meters. Then the 2 lines will be laid side by side, and some gaps will be left between trains and tunnels. Based on this calculation, the tunnel must be at least 10 meters wide, and preferably 12 meters wide. The other thing is the height of the tunnel. The train carriage is 5 meters high. What about the train chassis? What about the rails and sleepers? And what about the foundation? And what about the chimney that needs to be erected on the front of the car? It's all height. Finally, coupled with the fact that the tunnel also needs smoke exhaust, ventilation, and lighting requirements, we finally agreed that the height of the tunnel should be at least 10 meters, and it would be better to reach 12 meters. Youfu couldn't help but nod when he heard this. The tunnel must be able to accommodate 2 heavy-duty trains at the same time, so the size of the tunnel must be at least this number, a tunnel with a diameter of 12 meters. So he continued to ask. There is no problem with this size, but what about the specific construction plan? Can the geological conditions here meet such requirements? Upon hearing this, Yang Xian immediately pointed to the sketch on the ground and introduced it. The geology is fine. We have carefully explored it. The main materials of this mountain are quartz stone and basalt, and then ordinary bluestone, which is stratified rock. The entire mountain is made of stone and soil. The layer is not very thick. We are building the tunnel on rocks, which will not cause any mudslides. Then there is the specific construction plan. We plan to divide the entire tunnel into 4 sections, with 3 nodes in the middle. At each node, a vertical shaft will be drilled from top to bottom, so there will be a total of 3 wells for smoke exhaust, for ventilation and natural lighting. The diameter of each shaft is also about 10 meters. In this way, we can send 2 teams from the shaft and tunnel entrance, and everyone will dig into the middle at the same time, so as to shorten the digging time and complete the project as soon as possible. For the specific excavation method, we can use the blasting method. First, we use an air hammer to dig out the seams along the contour of the tunnel, and then blast holes in the middle. This can prevent the cracks from expanding during blasting and blowing up the entire tunnel. We first remove the seams. Pull it out, and when it reaches the gap when blasting, it will naturally stop. Instead of blasting, we can also use fire and water stimulation to dig tunnels using the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. In addition, the leader specifically explained that when digging tunnels, we must be careful of water seepage from the mountain, so drainage work must also be done well. Also, every 10 meters or so of tunneling, the walls and dome of the tunnel must be reinforced with reinforced concrete to prevent landslides. Youfu nodded while looking at the sketch on the ground. After Yang Xian finished explaining the specific methods, he immediately made the decision. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's build tunnel number 1 first. Once tunnel number 1 is built, and with experience, we can expand the team and dig more tunnels at the same time. Yang Xian also said excitedly, then let's get ready now. This is the first railway tunnel of the Han tribe. This kind of thing has never been done before. In the foreseeable future, as long as I lead people to repair this tunnel, it will definitely be used in textbooks in the future, and the method of digging the tunnel will definitely be written in architecture textbooks. In this way, the construction method of the tunnel was decided, and the group of people began to divide their work and work nervously. On the first day of the project, everyone first cut down the vegetation on the mountain at the entrance and exit of the tunnel, and cut the surrounding areas bare. After cutting, they burned it again, and then started using excavators to remove the soil layer on the surface of the mountain. The huge mountain was directly gnawed out by the excavator. The excavated earth and stone were placed nearby, creating a large platform on the mountainside. At the entrance of the tunnel in the mountain, a vertical tunnel was basically cut out. The mountain wall, the tunnel they were going to dig next, was on the vertical mountain wall in front of them. All preparations have been completed. The engineering team built a wooden house on a flat land halfway up the mountain, cut down the trees in the mountain and set up a camp, then built a barn, transported 20 carts of grain, and a cart all coal is stored in the camp. At this time, the tractors and carriages were vacated, and the project had officially begun. Youfu asked them to go back to Qian County to transport more building materials and supplies, such as coal, and whether several construction machinery could work normally, all rely on these fuels to maintain. Yang Xian led the engineering and technical team and took out a simple projection box. This thing was also learned from Luo Chong. It was a simple wooden box with a semicircular hole cut into it. There are spirit levels embedded in the 4 corners of the wooden box, First, use this to find the horizontal position of the wooden box. Then, when it is dark, put a carbide lamp in the wooden box. In an instant, a semicircular light and shadow is projected on the stone wall at the entrance of the tunnel. Someone immediately took out a rope to measure the width and height of the light and shadow. When they found that the light and shadow were not wide or high enough, they moved the projector back until the semicircular light and shadow reached 13 meters wide and the height exceeded 12 meters. The location of the instrument was determined. Then someone immediately took a bamboo pole tied with a rag, dipped the top rag in white ash, and traced the edge on the stone wall along the outline of light and shadow. The area within the drawn semicircle was the part that needed to be excavated. However, according to Yang Xian's construction plan, the outer circle must be dug out with an air hammer to prevent excessive cracking during blasting or water shock. If this process is omitted, the fuse may not be ignited by then, the entire tunnel collapsed directly, which would be troublesome. Everything was ready, and the construction of tunnel number 1 began quickly. Because the required gunpowder had not yet been shipped, the fire and water excavation method was temporarily used for gravel excavation. The modified excavator drove up first, with its long mechanical arm raised high, and the front alloy steel air hammer accurately touched the white line painted on the stone wall. The operator in the cab saw the air hammer. After aiming at the target, he immediately stepped on an airlock switch under his feet. The high-pressure air from the air compressor quickly poured into the air hammer, and there was a burst of explosions in front of it. The air hammer, made of alloy steel, continued to hit the rock at a frequency of 5 or 6 times per second. The gravel flew in front of the stone wall, and small stones were knocked down continuously. It only took 10 seconds. In a matter of seconds, he carved out a small hole as big as a basin in the stone wall in front of him. When everyone present saw such a scene, they immediately felt confident. I used to know that this thing could be used to dig rocks, but no one had ever seen the real effect. Now that they had witnessed such a scene with their own eyes, and saw the efficiency of this rock drill, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't seem that difficult to dig a tunnel? Seeing that it was working, the driver pushed the handle again, controlling the mechanical arm to extend forward. After the mechanical arm was strong, he stepped on the air brake switch again, and there was another burst of noise. The one that had just been chiseled out, the pit once again deepened by 20 centimeters, and the efficiency was so fast that it was simply terrifying. At this moment, the driver suddenly stuck his head out of the window and shouted to Yang Xian outside. "General Manager Yang, how deep should this be drilled?" Yang Xian said without hesitation, "It has to be at least half a meter smaller." "Isn't the pick on your air hammer 80 centimeters long? Then just drive the whole air hammer in and you're done, and then change to the next point, until this circle is removed." "Okay, just take a look." The driver agreed and started operating the rock drill again. He kept pushing and pulling the hydraulic handle to control the position of the vehicle and the height of the mechanical arm. He controlled the air brake switch of the air hammer under his feet and stepped on it from time to time, and the rubble chipped from the stone wall can be splashed immediately. Just like this, one person and one car started working at dawn in the morning and worked until noon. They had just dug out half of the white line on the periphery of the tunnel. The driver of the rock drill went to have a meal and rest, while Yofu ordered the others to take advantage of the driver's lunch break to put on rattan construction site-specific helmets and run under the stone wall to clean up the broken stones. Load the cart and then find a place to pile it up. These gravels are also useful and cannot be thrown away casually. For example, when consolidating the tunnel in the later stage, it is necessary to pour reinforced concrete. The concrete requires a lot of gravel. If the construction site cannot provide it, it will have to be transported from a long distance. But there is no need for it now. The small stones dug out from the tunnel can be smashed into smaller pieces and used to mix concrete. The larger stones can be sold as stones to the common people as building materials. For example, carving it into a stone table and bench like that in the park, or carving it into a small stone lion at the door of your home, or even making it into production tools such as millstones and stone mills are all good choices. It is better than throwing them away directly. After an hour's rest after lunch, the driver started working again. This time in one go, he dug out an 80-centimeter deep gap in the entire circle of white lines, including even the straight line on the horizon. Come out. But this is not over yet. According to Yang Xian's request, before dark today, a large hole must be drilled in the middle of the cross-section of the tunnel on the stone wall, preferably as big as a door. This is not a difficult task. According to the efficiency of the rock drill, it will only take 20 minutes at most. The driver continued to insist. Although his work was not tiring, he was highly stressed and was considered fatigued driving. After all, he needed to constantly observe and control the machinery. How could he do it without wasting energy? There was another burst of sound, and at the moment when the afterglow of the sun completely disappeared into the mountain ridge, a cave about the size of a doorway and about 2 meters deep was dug out. The driver, who had been tired for a day, could finally rest. However, when the driver takes a rest, others cannot. During the day, the driver basically works alone. Some of the others are arranged to set up camps for the engineering team, some are herding sheep, and some are sent to clear roads in the mountains and chop some firewood. After returning, another group of people went to transform the water source. They found a small stream formed by mountain springs in the mountains, and then dug a pond at the camp, and then dug a ditch to bring the stream water over. This not only solved the problem of daily drinking water, but also solved the problem of water sources needed on the construction site. Solved. Install a water pump on the construction site and put the other end of the rubber water pipe into the pond. In this way, there will be inexhaustible water on the construction site. In the evening, after dinner, while the driver was resting, Yu Fu and Yang Xian came to the construction site again with carbide lamps and a few craftsmen who knew how to build walls. They used a cart to push some loess and stone bricks, and then brought water with a water pump to mix the mud on the spot. Then they used the picked stones and stone bricks to build walls, to build the small cave they dug out in the evening. It was blocked again. However, it was not completely blocked. They also left 2 openings on the wall, the size of a doorway, an observation window, and a vent, turning this small cave into something similar to a porcelain kiln. After the brick wall was built, Yu Fu and Yang Xian arranged again, now, quickly pick up the firewood collected during the day, and then send someone to guard here at night and take turns burning firewood. We need to burn this cave very hot like a kiln. Then when it gets bright tomorrow, we will tear open the wall and spray water into it with a water pump. The rocks will explode after being stimulated by fire and water. At present, there is no gunpowder in the engineering team, so we can only do this first and see the effect. In fact, such a method of carving out mountains is indeed feasible. It is not that Luo Chong himself thinks it is feasible, but that there is indeed a precedent in history. As early as the pre-Qing period, to be precise, before Qing unified the 6 kingdoms, the king of Qing at that time asked his capable ministers to go to Sichuan to build water conservancy projects, which was the famous Dujianjian project. At that time, Sichuan was not like it is now. The Qingdu Plain suffered from droughts for many years and was very short of water, while floods occurred frequently in other places. At that time, our ancestors used this method of burning water with fire to open mountains and crack rocks, change river courses, and build rivers. The dam diverted the water into the Qingdu Plain, and a Dujianjian irrigation dam was cut out. Since then, the Qingdu Plain has become a land of plenty and a land of abundance. With such successful cases ahead, how could the Han tribe, which is more technologically advanced, fail? The team members quickly assigned shift times. They worked in groups of 2, making a total of 3 groups. They started burning after dinner and continued until dawn the next day. When it was almost dawn the next day, young Xian had already gotten up early. When he came to the stone wall, he asked before he even got close, "How is the burning inside?" The 2 team members on duty immediately reported, "Mr. Yang, it's very hot in here. It's red, like a kiln. Do we still need to add more firewood in there?" When young Xian heard this, he glanced at the sky and found that a hint of fish belly white had appeared in the east, so he immediately said, "From now on, don't add any more firewood to it. Find a fan or something, and use the opening at the bottom to fan the air. I'll let people burn the boiler now. Let's light up the steam engine first. After a while, the air pressure is enough, and we'll use it." The pump pumped water and started pouring the stones. "Okay, don't worry, Mr. Yang." One person immediately agreed. "Oh, by the way, one of you is watching the fire, and the other is going to find some tools such as hoes, steel drills, and picks, so that we can tear down this earth wall in a while." Yang Xing just took 2 steps, suddenly remembered something, and turned around to give instructions. "Okay, I'll get it right now." Seeing that the 2 men were performing their duties, young Xian didn't waste any more time and quickly went to the camp to find a stoker and started to light the steam engine that drove the water pump to burn the boiler. More than an hour passed like this. When the sky was bright and breakfast was ready in the camp, the steam engine boiler finally started to heat up. The air pressure increased, and the steam engine began to work, driving the water pump to draw a large amount of water from the pond. On the stone wall, a rubber pipe connected to the water outlet was still lying on the ground, constantly pouring out plenty of cool water. "Stop, stop, stop, turn off the water pump first. Our wall has not been opened yet. Wait a few more minutes." The 2 team members responsible for watching the furnace shouted immediately. At this moment, before the water pump had stopped, young Xian and Yufu walked over. Yufu asked immediately when he saw this, "Is the fire still burning inside?" "Yugong, Chief Engineer Yang stopped adding firewood just now. There is only residual charcoal inside, but it still looks red inside. It should be fine." "It's very hot inside," someone immediately replied. Yufu also walked up and took a look at the observation port above. Sure enough, it was red, so he said immediately, "Then why are you tearing down the wall? Aren't there 2 openings on it? While the temperature inside is very high, just pour water in with a pipe." After saying that, he was worried that there was something wrong, and turned to look at young Xian again. "Young Xian, is this okay?" Young Xian was speechless for a while, but after thinking about it, he nodded and said, "That's okay, it's just for keeping warm." So Yufu waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's do it like this. Everyone who has nothing to do with it will get out of the way, and I will water it myself." After hearing this, everyone quickly picked up the tools nearby and evacuated, retreated a few meters away, and stood there watching. Yofu didn't bother here, and immediately picked up the rubber pipe that was leaking water from the ground, pinched the mouth of the pipe with his fingers, and the water flow, which was not very fast at first, suddenly turned into a thin flat column of water, flowing at extremely fast speeds. Sprayed towards the cave at a fast speed. The entrance to the cave has been blocked, and firewood has been burning inside all night. The temperature is now extremely hot, about 1,000 degrees Celsius, and the water in Yofu is ice water in December and winter. Although the location here is in the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River, it occasionally snows here. Although the river water here generally does not freeze, the mountain spring water in winter is also bitingly cold. Inside and outside the small cave, it has become a world of ice and fire. At the next moment, a stream of water like a white chain rushed into the cave. The cold water poured on the burned red rock, and immediately made a tooth-staining clicking sound. That was when the rock expanded and contracted due to heat. The sound of explosion. Click, click, click. A large amount of ice water continued to pour into the cave, extinguishing the flames inside and cracking the stone walls of the cave. Steaming white smoke continued to pour out from the observation opening on the earth wall, while Yufu took advantage of the stone. Not yet when it's cold, it shakes up, down, left and right, filling the entire cave with ice water. Originally there were only 2 holes in the earthen wall, the upper one was for observation, and the lower one was used to add firewood and lead in the air. However, as more and more water was poured in, black water continued to flow out of the lower air inlet. It continued to wash away the stone wall until more than 10 minutes later, no more white smoke came out, and the sound of the rock breaking completely disappeared. Only then did Yufu have someone turn off the water pump and call out a few more team members. Holding a steel pick and other tools in hand, he directly demolished the earth wall. After another round of busy work, after the scene was all cleaned up, Yufu and Yang Xian came to the cave entrance in person to take a look, and immediately couldn't help feeling disappointed. Several stone walls of the cave were all cracked, and some gravel fell out, but the stones were not big. The expected direct collapse or explosion did not appear. After such a troublesome process, it only caused some cracks in the rock, which was inevitably disappointing. Yufu was a little unwilling and shouted to the people around him, "Bring me a steel drill." Someone immediately handed over a 1-meter-long steel drill. It was very thick, like a small rolling pin. One end was in the shape of a claw hammer, and it was a raised, flat piece. There was a gap in the middle that could be used. When you pry up a railway spike, the other end is a tilted awl, which is purely used to pull things, otherwise it would not be called a crowbar. Yufu took the steel drill, inserted the flat end into the crack of the stone, and pushed it hard. Not to mention, the stone immediately showed signs of loosening. With another push, a piece as big as a basketball immediately appeared. The stone was pried off along the direction of the crack and hit the ground with a thud. Yang Xian immediately stepped forward to observe and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Not bad, not bad." It seems that the cracks in this stone are not only distributed in a radial pattern, but also have many intricate cracks. It seems that the entire layer inside the cave has been broken. If it's cracked, it can probably be knocked off with a little tapping. Yugong, I think you should stop using this crowbar and just let the rock drill hit it a few times. This layer will probably collapse. Don't let anyone do this work, otherwise it will hurt someone. Yufu also nodded in agreement, handed the crowbar to someone else, and then asked the rock drill to come over quickly. Our construction period is tight. In the task, it is better to be faster. In fact, the rock drill had been prepared long ago. The driver got up at dawn. Someone went to heat up the car in advance, that is, to burn the boiler on the car. The driver also took advantage of this time to finish breakfast. So as soon as Yufu finished speaking, the driver drove the rock drill over. The huge mechanical arm held a pickaxe that was as thick as a leg, and when it reached into the cave, it started to strike. This operation was very easy, because the entire stone wall was covered with cracks, and the internal structure of the rock was severely damaged. Yufu could pry the stone off with manpower, let alone a powerful pickaxe, in just a moment with a little effort. The cave that was originally only the size of a doorway was expanded in a full circle and became as big as a house. When it expands to such a large size, the cracks caused by the fire and water have disappeared. If you want to continue doing this, you have to follow this step again. Seeing such a scene, Yufu and Yang Xian frowned again. This method of burning water with water can only destroy the layer in contact with the rock, which is at most 1 meter deep. If you continue to use this method, it will not only waste time, but also waste fuel. How many people do the engineering team need to send to chop wood to keep burning like this? The two couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed like they still had to use explosives. As for the fire-water-induced stone-splitting method, I can't say it's useless, but you have to see who you're comparing it to. If it were placed in the pre-Qing period when Dujianjian was built, it would definitely have been advanced, at least much more powerful than manpower. But compared with the current Han tribe, it is different. Let's not talk about the explosives of the Han tribe. There is no explosives. They just use rock drills to drill hard. It is estimated that it is faster and cheaper than the method of burning with fire and water. It takes a lot of firewood and a lot of time to burn water. If you don't burn it for 7 or 8 hours, how can you burn the stone until it is scalding hot? If the stone cannot reach the temperature and you add water to it, you are just cooling the stone. That's all, it doesn't have any effect. So, this method is worse than using explosives. Even black powder is stronger than this. Therefore, Yu Fu and Yang Xian discussed it and immediately gave up the method of burning fire and water. There is no gunpowder on the construction site for the time being, so just use a rock drill to dig slowly, and the speed is not much slower than fire and water. As for gunpowder, Yu Fu also thought about following the example of the cross-sea bridge construction site and producing black powder himself, but after thinking about it carefully, Yu Fu gave up. Their situation here is different from that of the cross-sea bridge. What is being done on the bridge is a dead project. The bridge is right there and it will not move. The quarrying mountain is also next to the camp and will not move. In addition, there are tens of thousands of workers at the bridge construction site who provide feces and other excrement, so they can rely on soil refining to extract saltpeter from the ground. None of the above conditions are met in the tunnel. First of all, they don't have that many people, so how can they collect saltpeter without a population? The second is the construction site. The railway construction site is always moving forward. There is no fixed base at all. How can gunpowder be refined and made, so it can only be transported from the rear? Fortunately, the Han tribe has a complete system and first-class organization, and the officials at all levels below have strong execution capabilities. The Han tribe has a policy of establishing households to equalize the people, and the Sherwu Joint Protection Policy. The entry of imperial power into the household is no joke. In just a few days, personnel dispatched from various places arrived one after another. On the Southern Sea, several cargo ships carrying 2,500 Baotao Guard soldiers and 1,000 quarry workers transferred from the cross-sea bridge have all landed at the dock of Takumi County. The 1,000 quarrymen, after receiving early mining equipment and food supplies in Tuahai County, immediately took a ferry to the other side of the Luyang River. Starting from Tangqing County, they took the overland road to the quarry in Panchir County to build the capital. Provide sufficient stone for construction. Although the train has not been built yet, they can quarry out the stones first, process them into rough stones, and then transport them to the capital after the train is built. The 2,500 Leopard Tau Guard soldiers have now all been reorganized into engineering soldiers. Luo Chong gave them an order to divide the 2,000 people into 3 groups, and 1,000 of them immediately took a boat to Qingkong County. After landing there, they transferred to a train and headed to Qian County, where they met up with the first railway construction team and were temporarily incorporated into the first team. Another 1,000 people immediately took a ferry to log in at the Tangqing County pier across the river and set up camp, waiting for the arrival of follow-up equipment and the second construction team. The remaining 500 members of the Baotao Guard are all on vacation for a total of 2 months. After 2 months, they will return to the team and replace others with their vacation. Just after Baotao Wei boarded the pier on the other side, less than 3 days later, the road construction team of 800 people from Yofu's side arrived. A professional road construction team of 800 people and 1,000 professional soldiers who had just retired were immediately mixed together. The workers of the road construction team guided these engineers how to lay the railway. At the same time, a mixed fleet from the north was also heading south quickly. Several heavy equipment ships transformed from sunken sand ships slowly docked at the pier in Qingkong County. The ship's side and the stone trestle of the pier were connected with steel plates. Several heavy equipment ships came off the ship in sequence. What arrived this time were 2 tractors, a loader, an oscillating roller, and 2 rock drills modified from excavators, and came with 2 buckets. If an excavator is needed, just replace the pick in front of the robotic arm with a bucket and it can be put into use immediately. In addition, there is still some equipment that has not been unloaded. There are 4 tractors, 2 excavators, 2 loaders, and a road roller. These ships have hurriedly docked, adding after buying some fresh meat and vegetables, they immediately continued to rush south. The remaining equipment on the ship is to be distributed to the 2nd Road Construction Team and the quarry in Panchir County. In addition to the heavy equipment that can run on its own, there are also a large number of other tools, such as steam-powered table saws, which can be used to cut stone bricks, air compressors driven by steam engines, as well as matching pneumatic picks and air hammers to cut the stone, and a large number of steel drills and crowbars. There are also about a dozen craftsmen from the capital who are responsible for guiding the mining tasks of the quarry, because only they know what kind of stone the capital needs. In addition to transporting these heavy equipment, this mixed fleet from the north also transported a large number of auxiliary materials and tools, such as the explosives and fuses needed for the trip there, as well as the starting materials. The rails required for the Thai line and Yuban line, as well as a large number of railway construction tools and accessories, and the rest of the steel and cement, also need to be distributed to several construction sites. There are only 3 places that need this thing the most right now. One is the cross-mountain railway on the Chitai line, the other is the capital city in the south, and the cross-sea bridge in the southwest. These construction sites are all large consumers of steel and concrete. After these things arrived in various places one after another, a few days later, the 2 trains Luo Chong asked Dolly to come to were also delivered to the dock in Tuahai County. The locomotives of these 2 trains were turned from the mines, but the carriages and frames were new. These accessories were not produced less at the beginning, and so many more were produced. They were originally used as spare parts for storage, used for repair and replacement. But what people didn't expect is that now they are not used for repair and replacement, but directly assembled into new trains. Currently, there is only 1 train running on the loop line here in the capital, which is a huge waste of transportation capacity, so 1 train is transferred to supplement it, so that more materials and equipment can be transported to the capital. The other one is directly allocated to the Tangpan Line project, which is also based on the Han tribe's years of experience in building trains. When the Han tribe built the first new railway line, they suffered from inexperience. The trains were laid farther and farther, but the rails and sleepers needed to be transported by horse-drawn carriages and manpower. Dozens of people worked together to pick one with wooden poles. The rails are so tiring to work that we can't transport even a few in a day. Later, the Han tribe had experience. They first laid a few hundred meters of railway at the starting point of the station, and then immediately got a train to go up. All the sleepers and rails needed for subsequent projects were installed on the train. Wherever the engineering team repaired, the train followed. No matter where you go, you won't have to worry about transporting materials. So before the railway construction started this time, Luo Chong directly asked someone to transfer a train over, with the original intention of using it to serve the road construction team. While various projects of the Han tribe were being constructed in an orderly manner, Ying, the general flag officer of the Jinwu Guard, also followed Luo Chong's order and led 200 Jinwu Guard soldiers, as well as Qiao Yan and elders of the Qiao family, as well as some familiar the young and strong people in the clan came to Tuahai County together. Dashu raised 10 large and small ships for them in Takumi County to form a trading fleet. The 4 3-masted ships were also filled with countless goods, all of which were used to make friends with strange tribes and trade. In exchange for the population of the Qiao family, white salt, ceramic utensils, iron pots, iron axes, kitchen knives, hatchets, shovels, scissors, books, calendars, pens, ink, paper and inkstones, cloth and needlework, as long as they are useful in daily life, even if Mr. Chow doesn't know about them. Whatever it was, Ying also brought a lot of it. Even if this fleet cannot bring back a lot of people, it will still spread the influence of the Han tribe to the surrounding areas, providing a good foundation for the Han Empire to continue to expand its territory and rule the entire continent. In the winter of the second year of the Ming dynasty, in mid-December, after a month of preparation, Ying finally led the fleet to set off. From the waterway near the capital, there is no place that can connect with the Luoyang River yet, so the fleet has to start from Tuahai County, go north along the Luoyang River, and then change the route when it reaches the mouth of a Sancha River that communicates with the grassland Hong Lake. Entering the Honghu Lake system, they will eventually drive south along the east coast of Honghu Lake while searching for signs of human activity on the shore. If you find a tribe with the Chow family, then trade a population with them first. If you encounter other strange small tribes and can take all the people away directly, then take them all away directly. Even if you can't take everyone away immediately, you still need to buy a batch of things and take them back, and remember the specific location to provide a reference for subsequent actions. The caravan carried enough goods this time, and the types were rich enough. No matter how picky the uncivilized primitives were, there was always one they liked. When the time came to see the caravan members riding in huge sailing ships, the weapons in their hands were so sharp, and the goods were floating on the water, they could not attack or defeat them at all. Faced with such a situation, they not only wanted things from the Han tribe, but also if you can't get it, then you can only exchange it for population. Luo Chong still doesn't believe it. It's impossible not to exchange for population. Thinking about how poor the Han tribe was back then, Luo Chong was able to buy so many people with white salt and pottery, which allowed the Han tribe to grow rapidly. Now that they have such abundant goods, are they afraid that they won't be able to buy people? When everything is ready, the fleet sets off immediately. The Luoyang River waterway, after so many years of exploration by the Han tribe, has long been familiar with various hydrological conditions. The fleet took advantage of the crosswind blowing from the east to quickly move upstream. Because the trade fleet was not doing very urgent things, and at the same time, in order to load more goods and more people on the return journey, the fleet was not equipped with flying fish clippers. In the past, the three-masted boats that looked tall to the Han tribe, the building boat is now sailing slowly. After 10 days of sailing, the fleet finally sailed into the mouth of the Sancha River leading to Prairie Hong Lake. This Sancha River mouth has become a very important transportation hub for the Han tribe. In order to prevent the ships from going in the wrong direction, someone from the Han tribe has long made channel signs here with wooden pillars and landmark towers built with stones. Although simple, but very practical. 10 sailboats lined up in a column and immediately turned around and entered the river leading to Honghu Lake. After walking along the shore for 3 more days, the fleet finally arrived at Honghu Lake. Ying immediately ordered the fleet to change its formation. The 4 three-masted sailing ships are a little further from the shore and have been sailing in deep water to prevent the big ship from sitting on the bottom and running aground. The 4 two-masted sailing ships are closer to the shore. The Jingwu Guard soldiers on board take turns holding telescopes every day. Observe the shore from the second-floor terrace to see if there are any traces of human activity. 2 single-masted boats were cruising back and forth close to the shore. These small boats were small enough to crash directly onto the shore. As long as they didn't hit a rock and directly smash the boat to pieces, they could be pulled back to the water with a larger boat. If there are more than a dozen people, even on the shore, they can push the boat back into the water without fear of running aground. After the fleet reorganized their formation, they continued to sail eastward along the lake shore. However, what was unexpected was that before the fleet had gone a day away from the formation, they found traces of humans on the shore. It is noon at this time, which is also the warmest time of the day in this early winter season. Those tribes that have not saved enough food for the winter and do not have enough animal skins to keep warm must of course take advantage of this sunny day to continue to look for food. For example, hunting prey that come to drink water by the river. In the sparse woods on the shore of the lake, there is a group of primitive people in ragged clothes and tattered animal skins looking for food. A dozen adult men held bamboo spears in their hands and observed the surrounding situation vigilantly. Some looked at the woods, some looked at the bushes, and some stared at the water. A young man who looked like he had just grown up, holding the bamboo spear in his hand, he kept searching the water by the lake, as if he wanted to insert a fish from it. In the middle of this group of men, there was a group of about 10 women who were coaxing several children to climb up the tree. They asked the light-bodied children to go to the tree to see if there was any tree hole or something, maybe they could touch it from inside. To the rations saved by squirrels. Sure enough, the emperor paid off, and those hungry children finally found food from the tree hole, which turned out to be a tree hole full of big almonds. The climate here at the mouth of the upper reaches of Hong Lake is not as warm as the coast, and it is not as cold as the north. Those nuts that grow in the coniferous forest are naturally not available here, but there are also specialties from the south, in this area that the Han tribe has not explored. Actually covered with wild apricot trees. It's just that in this season, the apricots have been eaten by the humans and birds and animals in the tribe, leaving only the almonds that no one usually wants, and then they are stored by the industrious squirrels, but they didn't expect that the poor squirrels would suffer like this. What an unthinkable disaster, the fruits of months of hard work were suddenly robbed by a little kid. A little guy with long hair and shawl found the almond, and immediately yelled at the women below. The women quickly gathered under the tree, and the two of them worked together to hold up an animal skin. The child on the tree saw, when the bottom is ready, start scooping out the almonds one by one. This situation is just like that of the Han tribe more than 10 years ago. At that time, Luo Chong had just come to this world. At that time, the women of the Han tribe went out to collect food, and they also packed it directly with animal skins. The entire tribe didn't even have a rattan basket or a backpack. But this is good news for the Han tribe, because the poorer the other party and the scarcer of supplies, the more likely it is to reach a deal with the Han tribe. The lookout on the ship had already seen those people with binoculars. The crew on the sloop closest to the shore also noticed what was going on there. So without saying anything, a small boat turned around and headed towards where the group of people were. Sailed to the shore. As for the men who were guarding the area with bamboo spears, no one had paid attention to the lake. After all, in their subconscious mind, even if there were dangers, beasts, or even enemies, they must have come from the land near the lake. How could there be enemies in the lake? On the contrary, it was the boy who had been staring at the water, trying to catch fish, who first spotted the sailboat on the lake. It was a small, single-masted boat, but in the eyes of the boy, it was comparable to a divine object. This object only needed one wing to fly on the water. There were also a few strangely dressed people standing on it. They were wearing thick cotton clothes, some had their hair tied on their heads, and some were wearing cotton hats and leather boots. They wrapped their bodies airtight and looked like they were warmer than the animal skin on my body. But, who are those people? Why did they suddenly come towards me? It was only then that the young man suddenly reacted and shouted a warning to the tribesmen around him who had their backs to the lake. Chief, there is someone coming from the water. Chief, there is a strange person coming from the water. After hearing this, everyone hurriedly turned around and looked toward the water. As expected, they saw a fleet of several large and small ships, and the smallest one was heading towards them quickly. The young leader in the crowd shouted immediately when he saw this. Quickly get off the tree, don't let anything go for now. Women and children should go back to the tribe. The men will retreat with me. Be careful not to be caught by them. But the boy who first discovered the ship asked, Chief, are they bad people? The young leader said without hesitation, who knows? In this season, there is already insufficient food, and the tribe that is still running around at this time will take the initiative to give you food? I think they are probably here to rob it. Foods. Everyone immediately became nervous after hearing this. Food in winter is the most precious thing and can save lives. When a group of people on the shore saw the Han tribe's fleet approaching, they immediately began to nervously set up defenses. However, what they didn't expect was that the Han tribe really came to deliver food. It's just that this food is a bit expensive, so you have to sell it yourself. The boat docked quickly, but the soldiers and crew on the boat were not in a hurry to get down. Before the two sides communicated, they were likely to be attacked by the other party if they went ashore rashly. Fortunately, the Han tribe had already had experience in this area, and soon a small flag officer from Jinwu Guard came ashore alone with gifts. These soldiers who came out of the Jinwu Guards may be very good in terms of combat ability, but in terms of their ability to communicate with strangers, they are stronger than the last, and they are very courageous. After all, these people were not serious soldiers before, but engaged an intelligence spy officer. The flag officer named Shirquan didn't bring anything good. He only had a green military coat, a hanging rabbit sausage, and half a bag of potatoes, all of which were intended to be given to the other party as gifts. As for the commodities, the old ones are the most practical. White salt, containers, and ironware are the daily necessities that almost everyone needs. Shirquan boldly stepped ashore, carrying many things in his hands. With just a few glances, he had already detected a lot of useful information. There don't seem to be many people in this tribe. Their food should not be sufficient. In the middle of winter, even the children are brought out to find food. They all wore tattered animal skins and carried simple bamboo spears made of bamboo. They didn't even have bows and arrows. It doesn't seem to be difficult for him to conquer them directly, by force, or abduct all the people from this tribe. While thinking about how to deal with it, he didn't stop and walked directly towards the woods where the men were. Shirquan was alone. When he was 10 meters away from the other party, the leader of the small tribe finally called out. "Hey! Don't move, just stand there. Who are you, and what do you want to do? Don't come over. If you come over again, we will kill you." The young leader shouted a warning and waved the bamboo spear in his hand in an attacking posture, but he did not actually attack. Shirquan is also very smart. Although he doesn't understand, he understands that this is the other person's intention to keep him away. So Shirquan immediately stopped, put the things in his hands on the ground, then picked up a bunch of things, and demonstrated the situation to the leader while introducing the situation with a smile. "Don't be impulsive, friend, we Han tribe are not bad people. This is a little gift from us. Look at this is worn on the body, and these are food." He picked up the roasted potatoes as he spoke. He took a bite like sausage, and then put it on the military coat on the ground. Then he took out a small bag of white salt again and showed it to the other party. "Friends, we are here to trade. This white salt is also for food and can be exchanged. We have containers that can hold water. If you want, you can come to the boat to talk." He finished speaking to himself, regardless of whether the other party could understand him or not. He put down all his things and slowly returned to the boat on the river. It is impossible to understand. The tribe on the shore is too small and has a small population, so it is very timid. It is impossible for them to invite Shirquan back as a guest. They don't even have enough food to eat. How can they bring extra food? Entertaining guests? So Shirquan could only return them first and let them check the gifts themselves. As long as those people are not stupid, they will definitely find a way to make a deal. Sure enough, after seeing Shirquan drop a bunch of things and return to the river, the small tribe on the shore dared to step forward cautiously. A dozen men with bamboo spears quickly surrounded those things, while a few others stared warily at the sailboats on the lake. What is this? It seems to be food? A man picked up the sausage on the ground, looked at the gap made by Shirquan's bite, and then smelled it. Suddenly, a strong salty fragrance penetrated his nostrils. This smells so good. It's meat. Chief, why did that man give us food? Another person picked up the potato on the ground again, looked at the notches on it, and after a little identification, he knew that this thing should be the underground rhizome of some kind of plant, and it looked like something to eat. The person also looked at the potato in his hand. I took a bite of the potato and found that it was dry. This thing is directly roasted potatoes. It has already cooled down and there are no seasonings, so it doesn't taste good at all. But the biggest feature of potatoes is that they are rich in starch and can be eaten as a staple food. Therefore, when eating this baked potato, it feels like eating steamed buns. Naturally, cold steamed buns don't have much flavor, but they are very good at quenching hunger, that is, keeping hunger at bay. The man just took a bite and immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. It was the feeling that when a hungry stomach growls, there is suddenly food inside. He immediately said in surprise, "Chief, this is edible, it can fill you up, and it tastes good, but I don't know what kind of plant it is. It looks like they burned it in the fire." The young leader picked up the military coat on the ground, held it in his hand, and observed it. He had just watched Shirquan's demonstration and knew that this was a piece of clothing that was worn on the body. This thing is very thick and heavy, but it is not animal skin. It feels bulging and feels like it is multi-layered. I don't know what the layer on the outside is. The texture is very fine, but you can tell at a glance that this is definitely not things that are formed naturally, but are made by humans. The coat was sewn so well that unless the outer layer of cotton was torn open, the contents inside could not be seen, but he was reluctant to tear it open. Look at the workmanship of this coat. Well, he won't look at it at all, because he doesn't know how it is made. Look at the tailoring, the fur collar sewn with animal skin, and the coat's back hem with slits, with crossed double-breasted buttons on the front, and a belt hanging around the waist. People from this tribe seem to be very good at dressing up, right? No, it should be said that they are no longer good at dressing, but are very particular about the style of clothes. The young leader of the small tribe put on his coat. He gestured with the cowhide belt around his waist. He quickly figured out how to use it and tied up the belt. The heavy military coat was put on, and the coldness around him was immediately swept away. Only his feet and legs without pants and boots were still shivering and exposed to the cold wind in winter. The young leader suddenly showed serious doubts on his face. A good-looking and practical coat that can also keep warm and dispel the cold, roots that can fill you up, and dried meat smoked with a special method. These are all good things. Why did the person just give them these things? Chief, what does that person do? Why do they give us so many good things? Look, Chief, there is a small water basin here. It's so beautiful. What is it made of? There are actually flowers, fish, and strange symbols painted on it. And this, there is salty stone in this bag. Chief, please try it. This thing is salty stone. Why is their salty stone so clean, and it also has a special taste? The young leader quickly looked at the things in the hands of the two tribesmen. One of them was a small cloth bag filled with white salt, and the other was a white porcelain bowl. The bowl could hold water. Although it was not big in their eyes, but it's ingenious. Based on the things in front of him, he could already judge some things. For example, this tribe should have a large population, and they have a lot of high-tech technologies. At least this tribe can make clean salty rocks and many containers for water. In addition, they can go out for activities during this season and even deliver food. If you give it to others, they should not be short of food either. Most importantly, they can also make vehicles that can travel on water. So, this is a very powerful tribe. So the question is, what are they here to do? Chief, are these people here to do business with us? A slightly older tribesman, who seemed to have more experience, suddenly reminded him. But the young leader was very puzzled. A deal? Make a deal with us? But they are so rich and have whatever they want, but we can't even feed our own stomachs. What do we have that they can like? I know. The young leader didn't understand much at first, and was thinking about the purpose of the Han tribe's coming, but as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized it. Yes, I have nothing here, but the other party has so many good things. Of course I can trade, but what can I exchange for it? Unless using population. Thinking of this, he glanced at the tribesmen around him and immediately laughed. Since it's a deal, let's go over and ask. After hearing the leader's words, everyone was eager to give it a try. They are so lacking in knowledge. Many of them have never seen people from other tribes even when they have grown up, let alone that this strange tribe has so many good things. The young leader quickly led his tribe to the shore, took a closer look at the boat, and then saw clearly the other party's attire. The Han tribesmen on the boat were all young and strong men. There were no women in sight. They tied their hair on top of their heads and wore cotton clothes. They even had cotton pants on their legs and leather boots on their feet. I don't know why these people are so rich. The young leader complained bitterly in his heart, then stepped forward and asked Sher Kwan on the boat. Are you here to trade? What do you want to exchange for the things you just took? Although there was a language barrier between the two parties, Sher Kwan still understood the other party's intention after seeing the other party's reaction. He immediately asked someone to bring a board to the shore, and asked his team members to come ashore with various products. A soldier with a small flag didn't go far to the shore and set up a stall by the river. Pots and pans of all sizes, buckets made of tin, iron pots and spoons, pure salt sealed in wooden buckets, complete sheepskins, felts from the grassland, and others. There are many tools, but the other party may not be able to use them. Take a shovel for example. They don't cultivate the land, and they don't dig the soil. What's the use of a shovel? But knives are what they need most. A hatchet can be used to open roads in the jungle, cut wood to make tools, and can also be used as a melee weapon. Another weapon shovel can be used as an axe to chop things, and can also be used to dig plant roots. It is very practical. There are more other small items, such as fire knives and fire sickles, which are similar to steel knives and magnesium rods and are specially used to make fire. Of course, with the current technology of the Han tribe, even a kerosene lighter can be made, but since no one smokes, a lighter is not very useful. The tribesmen of the small tribe were panicked at first when they saw so many people suddenly getting off the boat. However, they saw that the Han tribe did not attack them and did not run far to the shore. They just placed the same things on the ground. And then I felt relieved. After Sher Kwan had put everything away, the leader of the small tribe brought the two of them closer to take a look. Sher Kwan opened a wooden barrel, which was full of white salt, and they were immediately shocked. This, white salt, do you want it? Just one child can exchange for such a big bowl. When Sher Kwan saw them coming, he immediately started selling goods to them. And this, the hatchet and the engineer's shovel, these are all made of steel. Look, how sharp this knife is, it can cut branches easily. Sher Kwan said, picking up the hatchet to chop. As expected, the bushes around him could be cut off with one knife, and the little tribe member in front of him was immediately shocked to the point of being a god. Oh my God, what kind of weapon is this? It's so sharp. There are also these pots and pans, this one is for drinking water and eating, this one is for boiling water for cooking meat and soup, this one is an iron bucket for holding water, and this iron pot is larger. If your population is small, one pot will be enough for the entire tribe. Sher Kwan introduced the goods eloquently, but the other party couldn't understand it at all. but it didn't matter if they didn't understand. They could read it. After Shirkuan demonstrated it to them, they immediately understood the use of these things, so several people immediately started talking in low voices. Got up. Chief, this thing called a knife is great. With this, no matter how ferocious the beast is, it can't withstand my sword. The young leader glanced at him with disdain and cursed disdainfully, "Are you stupid for using this thing to hunt? This knife is so short. Are you going to rush up and fight with the beast with it?" Another person also helped, "That's right, our bamboo spears are a good thing. The bamboo spears are so long that we can kill prey from a long distance. The most important thing is that we ourselves are not easily injured. If we are injured trying to catch prey, it's not worth it and we'll die too." After hearing what everyone said, the man just reluctantly put down the hatchet and turned to look at other things. At this moment, Shirkuan was introducing how to use the fire sickle. He got some tinder and hay and put them together. He struck the fire sickle back and forth a few times. The sparks bursting from it immediately ignited the hay into a bright fire. Some picked branches suddenly burst into flames. After the fire was lit, some team members went to the lake to move a few big rocks, placed them in a circle around the fire, and then placed an iron pot on top. Someone also used an iron bucket to fetch water from the lake, and poured it back directly into the lake. In the pot, some people were cutting sausages, others peeling potatoes, and some were washing rice by the lake with bamboo baskets. When the rice was washed, they were thrown into the pot together to prepare a pot of bacon porridge. Drink, and also show the other party the purpose of these things. A group of people were stunned, staring at the food in the pot and drooling. Someone suddenly asked, "Chief, that thing on the fire is very good. Should we replace it with another one? This thing can hold water and can boiled meat is much more useful than roasting it. And the key is that you can also drink hot water." Drink hot water? What to drink from? Do you have their bowl? If the pot is changed, do you have to change the bowl? Do you have anything to replace it with? The young leader cursed a few times, and then came to Shirkuan. He had already thought about what he wanted to change. Now their tribe lacked everything, the most lacking thing was food. Of course, exchanging food is a mentally retarded act. Even if there is no Han tribe, as long as the people in their tribe are still alive, they can always find ways to obtain food. As for this tribe that came up from the water, who knows if we will meet them again in the future. While the Han tribe is still here, it is best to quickly buy some things that our tribe needs but cannot get. I want this iron pot, spoon, hatchet, and this bowl. That's it. What do I need to exchange for it? The iron pot can be used for cooking and holding water, so it has many uses. And as Shirkuan said, if the tribe's population is not large, everyone can just share an iron pot. The spoon is matched with the pot, and the hatchet has many uses. It can be used to do almost anything, especially tools used to make wood. To be honest, the little leader doesn't want the last bowl. But without it, he can't eat, which is really inconvenient. Seeing that this man had already selected the goods, Shirkuan immediately started quoting with a smile. "It takes 2 people to exchange for this iron pot and spoon. A hatchet costs 1 person, and this bowl, it costs 1 person to exchange for 5. How much do you want? So many people?" The leader was a little surprised, but soon he discovered a loophole. He found that Shirkuan only gestured to use people to replace them, but he didn't say how old they were, nor did he say whether they were men or women. So that's okay. Isn't there a lot of room for operation? Thinking of this, he asked worriedly, "Can anyone be allowed? Men, women, adults, or children?" Shirkuan nodded happily, "Anything is fine." This immediately made the men of this small tribe extremely happy. These magical and exquisite products in front of them are actually so cheap? The young leader immediately smiled and waved to the people around him, quick, go and call all the people from our tribe. I want to pick a few people to exchange things with them. Oh, I'll go right away. A young man immediately ran back, and in less than 10 minutes, he brought a group of young men, women, and children, plus the young men of the hunting team who were originally at the lake. There were more than 160 young men in total. The population size is already quite large. After everyone arrived, the young leader said, "A tribe came to the big lake in the land of sunset. They want to exchange things with us, but we can only use people to exchange things with them, so now I have to select some people and exchange with them some items we need. Don't be afraid of those who are picked. These people have everything. They have better food than us. They have a lot of food. You will definitely not go hungry if you follow them." After he finished shouting these words, the panic in everyone's eyes faded slightly. Being exchanged for something by the leader? If they were exchanged to a cannibal tribe, it would be better to just die. But if it were a tribe where everyone had clothes to wear and food to eat, that would be a different story. Many people stood in the crowd and glanced at the Han tribesmen by the lake from a distance. They were dressed in strange outfits. Although I didn't know what they were wearing, they were definitely not cold. The steaming and fragrant meat porridge was simmering in the big iron pot by the lake, which almost made their mouths water. There was also the big boat floating on the lake. Although they didn't know what it was or what its name was, they could tell that it should be a vehicle that could travel in the water. No matter how stupid these people are, based on the things in front of them, they can still understand how powerful this tribe is. At least there is no shortage of food and clothing. Looking at the scene in front of them, many tribesmen even moved forward quietly, hoping in their hearts that they could be selected by their own leaders and exchanged, or that they could be spotted by the tribe from the big lake and be taken away by them. There is no taste of food in winter. I am so hungry every day that I cannot sleep, and the smell of sour water rises from my stomach. It is simply too uncomfortable. However, the young leader of this tribe had already made plans. Some of the first people he selected were girls and young girls born in his own tribe. Even if these girls and young girls grow up, they can only marry into other tribes and cannot stay in their own tribe, otherwise they will give birth to fools. Instead of wasting food to raise them like this, it is better to exchange them now and treat these girls as married off in advance. You, and you, come with me. The young leader quickly scanned the faces of the clansmen and picked out a dozen girls who were not yet underage from the crowd. Following the young leader's random pointing, several girls were immediately led out. Some in the crowd were happy, while others sighed. How great it would be to be taken away by that tribe that looks very wealthy. I'll change it to a pot, this hatchet, and this bowl. Can I use these 3 people? The little leader pulled out 3 girls from his side and asked Shirkwan. Of course, no problem. Shirkwan agreed happily, and immediately had a new iron pot brought over. There were also spoons, hatchets, and 5 very ordinary white porcelain bowls in the iron pot. The little leader was very excited when he saw these good things being placed in front of him. Is this for yourself? So cheap? It only takes 3 girls to get such a precious good thing? This time, as if a new world had opened in his mind, he looked back at the more than 100 tribesmen behind him. It seemed that there was only 1 pot and 5 bowls, which was not enough. And there is only 1 hatchet. Should he use it for himself while he works every day to feed the other tribesmen? How is that possible? Without thinking, he immediately pulled out 3 more girls from behind. One of them was even just a child. She looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old. She had malnourished yellow hair and 2 thin cheeks that were sunken inward. Those big eyes are made even brighter. I want another iron pot and spoon, as well as a hatchet and a bowl. No problem. Shirkwan still happily agreed and asked people to deliver what he wanted, and then took the initiative to sell it. Friend, you already have 2 pots, which is almost enough. Why don't you consider getting some buckets? Without buckets, it will be inconvenient for you to cook food. There is also this salt and bowls. There are so many of you and 10 bowls are not enough. The young leader looked at the many good things on the stall, hesitated for just a second, and immediately decided to trade some more. This was not because he was impulsive, but because the price quoted by Shirkuan was too cheap and too pleasant. Then bring me some salty rocks and a bucket. Okay. Shirkuan cheered happily and immediately started to get the goods for the other party. In just a moment, a large amount of business was concluded between the two parties. 10 tin buckets, each bucket is replaced by a girl, and little girls of several years old are also replaced. Originally there were 160 people in this small tribe, but after these transactions, the number was reduced to just over 140. But how can it be enough to eat with only 10 bowls? Then just change it? As a result, Shirkuan suddenly increased its price at this time. Originally, regardless of gender, girls or children, each person was given 5 bowls, but now, girls are given 5 bowls, and little girls are only given 3. However, the young leader still thought that he had taken advantage, so he continued the exchange. This time he exchanged 100 bowls, but used 26 girls and maidens. 100 bowls, plus the previous 10, there are already 101. However, the population of their tribe has rapidly reduced from more than 160 people to about 110 people, which is almost 1 bowl per person. At this time, Shirkuan began to continue selling. Friends, why don't you bring some white salt? We are leaving this time, and we don't know when we will come back next time. Don't you really want to change some? The young leader gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind and said, okay, some more white salt. Okay. Shirkuan immediately took out a linen bag and came to the wooden barrel of salt. The little leader pushed someone over and poured a bowl into the sack. When 8 bowls were filled, the little leader finally said no more. Because all the women born in their own tribe, whether children, girls, or even adult women, have been replaced by him. Now, there are only boys and some adult men and women left in their entire tribe. If they change again, they can only use boys. These are the main force of the tribe in the future. Friend, you see, many people in your tribe don't have any clothes yet. We have good sheepskins here, which are all made of salt. You can wear them when you buy them. Don't you think about it? If you don't change it, what's the use of animal skins? If you feel cold, you can warm yourself up by the fire. If you hide in the house and don't come out, you can freeze to death. If you don't change it, you can't. Shirkuan still refused to give up and continued to sell products hard. Friends, you have to make a fire and make a pot for cooking. Firewood is always needed, right? How about a few more hatchets? This will make it easier for you to chop firewood for cooking and heating, right? The young leader hesitated for a moment and felt that what Shirkuan said was very reasonable, so he bought 4 more hatchets, all of which were replaced by little boys a few years old. Although the mothers of those children were very reluctant to part with them, this was the leader's order and they had no choice but to accept it. What's more, those women would continue to give birth to children. They didn't have to take care of these children themselves. It seemed to be a good choice, and I didn't know yet. How many of these children will grow up to be adults? Friends, you have a hatchet and can chop a lot of firewood, but what if your fire is extinguished? This fire sickle is very convenient. Do you want one? It only takes 2 people to get it back. The young leader looked at the fire sickle, which was no bigger than the palm of his hand, and was a little surprised. Such a small thing was actually more expensive than an iron pot and a hatchet. It actually takes 2 people to replace it? But Shirkuan's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't beat. He opened his mouth and said, "This is fire. Don't you know how important fire is? This thing can be used to start fire anytime and anywhere. Don't you think it's worth 2 people? When the little leader heard this, he seemed to think it made sense, so he once again reluctantly selected 2 children to exchange for the fire sickle. Although it was heartbreaking, it was not a loss. At least with this thing, they no longer had to worry about the fire in the tribe. Destroyed. Friends, do you want this shovel? You see, this thing is very useful for chopping firewood and digging soil. Don't you consider getting a few? Shirkwan was still trying hard to sell the goods, but no matter how much he talked, the little leader didn't buy it. In the end, Shirkwan had to give up and sent someone to the big ship to report to Ying and ask whether he should leave or stay. Ying had known the news here for a long time, so he came to a ketch near the shore early. He was not far from the shore. When Shirkwan was trading with others just now, he had already seen it through the telescope everything. When the people from the Shirkwan faction came over, Ying said immediately, "Leave a 3-masted sailboat and a single-masted boat." The other ships continued to search southward along the lakeshore. The 2 ships and teams here are all under Shirchuan's care. Tell Shirkwan that those people you just bought don't have to let them get on the boat. Set up a tent by the lake, boil water for them to bathe, put them in new clothes and shoes, let them eat and drink enough every day, and teach them I was making clothes by the lake and trying to find a way to get the remaining 100 men back to me. If you can bring this entire tribe to our tribe, I will give you all a great credit, so go ahead. No. The team member who sent the order immediately became happy when he heard that he had made great achievements, and hurried back to report the news to Shirkwan. Shirkwan is also very smart. He is a small flag officer of Jinwu Guard. He used to manage several intelligence agents. He is alert, and he is quite knowledgeable. He immediately understood what Ying meant. Ying let him show more good things to the people of that tribe and attract the rest of them to join. They have already seen the products of the Han tribe, and have bought a lot of them in exchange for their population. At present, there are few things that can impress their desire to buy, but there are actually many big ones in Shirkwan that have not been brought out. For example, would the other party not want an artifact like a car? There is also technology, which is rare and more expensive. If the technology of the Han tribe can attract them, how many people can be exchanged for it? Or even directly attract them to join? Thinking of this, Shirkwan suddenly had an idea. It is winter now. It is impossible to plant plants by the lake to attract others to come and learn to join. It will not grow at all in this season. Building a car by a lake? This is too difficult. You have to cut down trees, saw the boards, and rebuild the car. It's too troublesome. Weaving by the lake? Not to mention that they don't have a loom here. Even if there is a loom, there is no twine here. After looking at the boats floating on the water, Shirkwan immediately knew what to do. You must know that when Shirkwan and the others first came over, the other party was still looking for food by the lake, which meant that the other party was very short of food. So they might as well go fishing by the lake and tell them that the Han tribe had ways to get meat from the water, so that they could always attract some people? Even if they are not willing to join directly, but want to learn fishing skills from the Han tribe, they have to exchange their population for it. Do whatever comes to mind, but he has to finish what Ying told him first. First, let's count the number of people. There are a total of 56 people in this transaction. Only 6 of them are young boys. The other 50 are women. There are only 2 adult women over 15 years old and girls over 10 years old. About 20 people occupied half of the room, and the rest were little girls. After counting the number of people, Shirkwan arranged the following work. The women and children who had just been transferred to the Han tribe glanced nervously between Shirkwan and the big iron pot. They were staring at Shirkwan because they saw that Shirkwan was leading this transaction and thought that Shirkwan was the leader of the tribe or some important figure. The fate of them all depended on Shirkwan's mood. Looking at that iron pot, it's just because they are hungry and want to eat. These women and children are inherently vulnerable groups in primitive tribes. They don't get much food in normal times, let alone this winter when food is scarce. Come here, bring some buckets from the boat, put a wooden board on top, and make a simple table. Give each of them a bowl of porridge to eat, and give each of them a spoon. If there is no place to sit, just wait. Promise. Shere Khan's soldiers immediately took the order, brought a few buckets to set up a table, and began to wash the bowls and serve porridge to these people. The reason why they were placed on the table was because the bowls were too hot and they could no longer be held. It is a waste of food and easy to get burned. The 56 people who had just been exchanged were divided into two groups. More than 20 people directly formed a circle around the table. Each person had a bowl and a porcelain spoon. They were simply demonstrated this thing, and everyone learned how to use the spoon. How to use it is much easier to learn than chopsticks. A group of people started to sip and drink porridge. Without any instruction, some people automatically understood the technique of blowing first. While these women were eating with their children, Shere Khan led a few Jinwu Guard soldiers to set up a tent by the lake. It was a marching tent with a lot of space. After the tent was set up, someone set up several large pots by the lake and carried water from the lake to boil hot water for them to take a bath. Although the tent was not very warm, it could at least block the wind, otherwise they would catch a cold after taking a bath. If a few more people die, it won't be worth it. The ground in the tent was slightly leveled, and 2 drainage ditches were dug, and the bath water was poured out directly. Shere Khan also asked people to bring realgar powder and soap from the 3-masted ship left behind. Realgar powder can kill parasites when mixed into bath water, and it is not as toxic as arsenic. For these people who don't know anything, it is more practical. Needless to say, soap, the Han tribe already had soap before Hanyang City existed. It was a byproduct of Luo Chong's production of glycerin at that time. In addition to these, there are also clothes and shoes. The shoes are old cloth shoes collected from the people of Takumi County, and there are also many old clothes. Because the original plan was to buy a few thousand people and go back, these supplies were fully prepared. The women and children waiting to eat watched all this silently, and others were discussing in low voices, not knowing what they were talking about. Those who were eating didn't care about that much. The salty and fragrant rice porridge was placed in front of them. There was no room for talking, and they all drank their own porridge. Shere Khan ordered them to only give them 1 bowl each, so as not to eat too much, but such a big bowl of porridge was enough to fill their stomachs. You must know that these people usually don't have so much food. Soon, those who had finished the porridge stood up. Shere Khan asked them to teach them to wash the dishes by the lake. After washing the dishes, they started to help collect firewood and boil water. The children stayed by the pot to warm up the fire. The girls went to carry buckets of water to boil water, and the women and children who were waiting to eat also got their share of the meat porridge. At the same time, the leader of the small tribe who had left with his tribe had not left far. Now their tribe suddenly lost 1/3 of its population, and the food that was relatively scarce now seems to be richer. So they no longer continue to hunt and gather, but quietly come to the woods not far from the lake to follow the movements of the Han tribe. That group of weirdos from the lake, after they finished the deal, seemed to have no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, they built a house by the lake and made many pots to boil water there. The women and children who had just been exchanged were also allocated. When the food arrived, the little leader was very surprised. He didn't know where the Han tribe got so much food. Soon, something strange happened. Over at the Han tribe, 2 women who had just been exchanged were brought into the house. Several soldiers went in carrying many buckets, wooden basins, and other things. They explained something and immediately come out. Next, I saw many girls going back and forth to bring water to the house, including hot water boiled in pots and cold water fetched from the lake. You can mix it inside and use it for bathing. The smaller girls lined up to go in, and all the animal skins they were wearing were thrown into the fire and burned. As soon as the little girls entered, older girls helped them take a bath, while the 2 adult women stayed with them the whole time. Instruct them how to use realgar powder and soap. After a while, another soldier rowed a small boat and brought a few bags of clothes from the big ship. They were also sent into the tent by the girls. When they saw the women coming out again, everyone had changed their appearance. They all turned into dressed like the Han tribesmen. They wore colorful clothes, many of which were single clothes. The Han tribe urgently collected these from the people of Tuahai County. They couldn't get so many cotton clothes at the same time, but it didn't matter. The Han tribe was in short supply. Sheepskin jacket. Therefore, in addition to a Han tribe dress, each girl was also assigned an ordinary sheepskin jacket. Although it was only the most common style, it also had an inside and a side, with the wool facing inside and the outside sewn with linen. There are buttons. No matter how ordinary it is better than wearing animal skin directly. The girls and little girls who had just taken a bath were all smiling and looking at each other's clothes and skirts, but Sher Kwan did not let them idle and immediately called them together to talk. After taking a bath, the children should go to the fire to warm themselves up and dry your hair. The older children should go chop wood and come back. Even the women of the Han tribe still have to work. Come on, don't stand still. Stay still, otherwise you will die if you catch a cold. Sher Kwan didn't care whether they could understand or not, so he took a few hatchets and handed them to the girls, asking them to wear new clothes to chop firewood. He then rushed all the little girls to the fire and asked them to gather in a circle. Find some combs and teach them to comb each other's hair. It took about half an afternoon before everyone had finished washing up. All the newly bought women and children had all changed their clothes, wearing shoes, single clothes, and sheepskin jackets, and their hairstyles had also changed. The girl and the 2 adult women all have the hairstyle of Han Dynasty women, which is a low ponytail. All the hair is gathered behind the back and simply tied up with a headband, and it's done. The little girls all have double buns, and each of them has 2 little tweets on top of their head. They look like Neza. The little boy is very simple, with his hair tied up on top of his head and a black cloth wrapped around it. With such a cleanup, those guys who were secretly hiding in the woods and peeping were dumbfounded for a while, and they couldn't even recognize the people from their own tribe. Chief, are these people from our tribe? Why did they change their appearance when they came out of that house? The young leader was also silent for a while. Why has it changed? Didn't you all see it? They just freshened up and looked like this. Of course, this was not what surprised him the most. What surprised him most was the wealth of the Han tribe. This tribe from the lake was able to produce so many clothes at once, and treated the people who had just bought them so well. They gave them meat porridge, bathed and changed clothes. The women originally wore animal skins. They were thrown directly into the fire and burned in a luxurious manner. This was too wasteful. The other thing is, what do these people want to do? You didn't leave after finishing the deal before, saying that you were going to help the women freshen up. Are you ready now? So when will they leave? Thinking of this problem, the young leader frowned again and whispered to several tribesmen around him, continue to keep an eye on them and see when they leave. Okay, we get it. Gulyalu. There was a sound of stomach growling, and a young man scratched his head in embarrassment and asked the leader, Chief, when are we going to eat? The leader glared at him and scolded him directly, you can eat whatever you want. Didn't you just finish it in the morning? You'll eat it tomorrow. The young man had no choice but to shut up angrily. However, while they were starving here to monitor the Han tribe, Sher Kwan led his people to prepare dinner by the lake. In order to show the wealth of the Han tribe to the newcomers, and also to show the wealth of the Han tribe to those hiding in the dark, Shere Khan directly asked people to go to the big ship to bring 2 bags of rice, as well as a sack of potatoes, bacon, pickles and vermicelli. Soon, the Han tribe's simple camp by the lake became lively. The newly joined girls and the soldiers of Jinwu Guard learned to simmer rice in clay pots. The children were responsible for lighting the fire, and some girls learned to chop vegetables and stir-fry them. Take out the pickled cabbage from the jar and cut it into sections, cut the potatoes into cubes, heat the pot, pour in the oil, add star anise and dried chili peppers, then add the thinly sliced bacon and stir-fry, finally add the pickled cabbage, add water, salt, and add potatoes and vermicelli, as well as long beans that are cooked and then dried, are also common storage vegetables eaten in winter. There is a big pot full of hard vegetables, including meat, vegetables, and vermicelli. The aroma wafts far and wide. Next to the big iron pot, there are many small earthenware pots wafting out the fragrance of rice. Even those that were cooked a few hours ago, the girl who had just finished eating the meat porridge could not help but drool when smelling the aroma. Although it was just a random stew in a pot, it was a delicacy they had never eaten before. Even the girls at the scene couldn't help but want to eat, not to mention the people watching here not far away. What's even more exaggerated is that not only did the Han tribe have food, Shere Khan even had people boil a pot of mung bean soup and save it for everyone to fill the seams with. Gulyalu. A hungry sound came one after another in the woods not far away, and someone finally couldn't help but say, "Those people don't seem to be bad people. Why do we have to watch here? Didn't the transaction with them go smoothly during the day? It should be fine if we go over and take a look, right? Yeah, they have so much food, let's go see what they eat, maybe we can learn something." Yes, the leader exchanged 2 pots with them. "We don't know how to cook yet. We are here to learn how to cook, right?" When several people heard this excuse, they nodded happily and walked towards Shere Khan and the others uncontrollably. On the east bank of Hong Lake, in Shere Khan's simple camp, today's dinner has been prepared, and the soldiers set up a table as they did in the morning so that everyone can gather around the table and eat together. Several large pottery pots were placed in the middle of the table, and the stewed vegetables were divided into several pots. The table was surrounded by women and children, and a full bowl of dry rice was placed in front of each person. Because these people couldn't use chopsticks to pick up vegetables, the soldiers took a big spoon and put a spoonful of meat and vegetables into each person's bowl, saving them the trouble of picking up vegetables themselves. This time I used chopsticks to eat. Although these people don't know how to use them, it is not a problem to use chopsticks to pick up rice in their mouths. Even children can learn to eat by themselves. Everyone, eat slowly. If you are not full, there is still something left in the pot. In the future, you will join our Han tribe and you will be able to eat such a good meal every time. But don't waste it. Put a grain of rice into your bowl. No leftovers are allowed, so don't serve so much if you can't finish it. Dozens of people gathered around to eat rice. It was quite a spectacular scene. Shere Khan was wandering back and forth between the 2 tables. He was eating while holding the bowl, and from time to time he would talk to the women and children who had just joined. Tribal situation. Although they don't understand it, they have to learn. How can they learn if they are not allowed to listen? At this moment, the guys who were sent to monitor the Han tribe also came over and were immediately spotted by several Jinwu Guard soldiers who were guarding nearby. Someone immediately went up to report to Shere Khan. "Sure Shaoqi, the people from that tribe came again this morning." Shere Khan glanced at those people, waved his hand and said, "Let them come over." "Promise." Within half a minute, several people were brought to the camp of the Han tribe. They drooled at the women eating. They were filled with envy and regretted it. It would have been better if they had been exchanged with the Han tribe in the morning. Ah! At this moment, Shere Khan walked up, still holding the rice bowl in his hand. He took the rice into his mouth as he walked. After swallowing the rice and meat and vegetables in his mouth, he smiled and asked them, "A few friends, I wonder what brought you here. Let's take a look. We changed 2 pots at noon. We don't know how to use them. Let's take a look. What are you eating? It smells so good." Yes, we don't know how to use this thing. Come and take a look and learn how you cook." Several people were talking incoherently, pointing to the rice bowl in Sher Kwan's hand, and then pointing to the iron pot not far away. While they were talking, their stomachs rumbled again, which immediately made them feel embarrassed. Sher Kwan only felt funny. Although he couldn't understand what these people were saying, he roughly understood what they meant. They came here hungry, looking at the pot and bowl for a while. They probably wanted to eat, but they didn't want to eat. I was embarrassed to say it, and I deliberately pretended to be indifferent, but in fact my eyes never left the food. Thinking of this, Sher Kwan laughed out loud. He thought that a turning point in this matter seemed to have come. "Ha ha ha ha, you must be hungry, right? Don't you have enough food to eat in your tribe? Come here, give them each a bowl of rice, and bring them some food. Promise." Then, several soldiers brought a large wooden basin and placed it directly on the ground as a round table. Sher Kwan invited these people to sit on the ground. As soon as they sat down, someone came over there carrying several bowls. It is full of white rice, and on top of the rice are piles of meat and vegetables. After giving out chopsticks to several people, Sher Kwan immediately greeted, "Eat, everyone, you can learn from me. Pick up the bowl like this and put the rice in your mouth." When several people saw the food in front of them, they immediately drooled in dissatisfaction and looked at each other. They all understood what the other person meant. "This is not what I asked for, but it was given to me by the Han tribe. If you don't eat it, you won't eat it for free. So what else can you say? Just eat it." Several people immediately imitated Sher Kwan and started to pick up bowls of rice. They wolfed down the food and accidentally pulled the potatoes on the rice off the ground. They picked them up and ate them without saying a word. They are all very hungry. Sher Kwan finished eating before them and asked someone to serve him a bowl of mung bean soup. He took a sip before putting the bowl down, looking at the few people who were still immersed in eating, and asked them with a smile, "Friends, is the Han tribe's food delicious?" Everyone nodded. At this time, Sher Kwan continued, "Do you want to eat this kind of meal every day? Can you eat 3 meals a day?" Now that his hands were free, Sher Kwan began to speak in gesture and sign language again. He repeated it several times and finally gave them a rough idea. One of the teenagers suddenly asked in surprise, "Can you really eat every day, 3 times a day?" Sher Kwan nodded affirmatively, "Of course." Someone else couldn't help but ask, "Then what do we need to replace it with?" At this time, Sher Kwan shook his head and said, "You can't exchange things for food, even if you use people, you can't exchange them for food. If you want to eat this kind of food every day, you have to join our tribe. Have you seen them? They are also from other tribes who joined our Han tribe. Now they can eat food like this every day." After hearing this, several people immediately hesitated and stopped chewing their rice unconsciously. After a long silence, someone finally spoke. "If we could really eat food like this every day, we would be willing to join your tribe, but our leader will not agree. He will not agree to exchange things with us." Sher Kwan suddenly said, "This is easy to handle. Since he doesn't agree, he just doesn't want you to live a good life. If he doesn't let you live a good life, he is an enemy. You can kill him and take all the remaining clan members with you. Join our tribe. Then all of you can live a life like this, no longer cold, no longer hungry." When several people heard this, they were stunned and couldn't say a word. Kill people just because of this? The leader treated them well. Although they were not very full, everyone ate so much, so they didn't blame anyone in their hearts. Now let them kill the leader just because they can have enough to eat in the future? That's something you can't even think about. The few people seemed not to understand and continued to eat in silence. Seeing that they didn't respond, Shirquan knew not to act too hastily. Since they couldn't kill their leader and take away the tribe as a whole, it would be good to take away more people. Therefore, Shirquan, whose alienation plan failed, gave them a second idea. If you don't want to kill the leader and bring the clansmen to join, that's easy. Our fleet will leave here in the evening in 3 days. If you want to follow us then, you can come over while it's dark and board our boat directly. Boat, let's go on the water. Your leader can't find any trace of you even if he wants to look for it. And if you have women, children, or other people with whom you have good relationships, you can also tell them the news and bring them over together. Don't bring anything. We have them all here. As many people as you bring over, we will be able to how many people are picked up. Friend, think about it carefully. Several people were immediately moved. The leader has no enmity with them. They have no reason to kill the leader, but it is different if they sneak out and leave. They have not done anything to regret the leader. They just want to pursue a better life. Is this okay? Moreover, their sisters and children have now joined the Han tribe. If you join the Han tribe, you can still reunite with your sisters and children. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. This seemed to be the best way. They looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes, as well as the gleam of hope, the hope that they could live a good life, have a full meal, and wear warm clothes. At the same time, while they were eating with Shirquan, on the other side of the woods, in the residence of the small tribe, the young leader was also taking his people to eat. They followed the example of the Han tribe, found a few stones, set up an iron pot, lit firewood underneath, added water to the pot, and then used a hatchet to cut some dried meat and nuts that they had stored before, and put them into a pot of nut broth. Done. It's a pity that these guys don't know how to put salt in it, and they don't have any staple food or vegetables. They only have boiled dried meat. Not only does the soup taste terrible, but the most important thing is that there isn't much meat in it. In the past, when everyone shared dried meat, they could get a piece of meat. Now that they have a pot, it's better. They also learned to chop up the meat and throw it into the pot to cook like the Han tribe. But the Han tribe cooked meat porridge, which has rice added in addition to meat. Theirs is very simple. If you have to add a word, it can probably be called meat soup, or minced meat. But in fact, it can only be called a clear soup with little water, because there is not much meat in it. The minced meat residue added together does not feel as much as the roast meat that was distributed before. Many people suddenly became dissatisfied with this iron pot. At this time, the few people who had been sent out by the leader to monitor the Han tribe's camp also came back after eating. Their bellies were round, their mouths were full of oil, and they burped from time to time, which immediately aroused the attention of everyone in the tribe. Notice. Their leader even asked directly, "Are you eating outside?" A few people did not hide it, but said in a roundabout way, "Chief, the tribe that came from the water just now was also making food. Didn't we change 2 things called iron pots, so we went to see how they made food. We didn't expect them to be so nice. They also gave each of us a piece of food, they had so much food." The people and leaders who stayed behind in the tribe looked at them in surprise and asked in confusion, "They also gave you food?" "Yes, Chief, their food is delicious. I don't know what it is. It's white, like clouds in the sky or snow on the ground. It tastes particularly sweet. It should be their staple food, as well as meat and some plants are cooked in a big iron pot." The young leader still looked at them in surprise and asked, "That tribe is so nice that it just gives you food without asking you for anything in exchange?" "No, I don't want anything in exchange," several people said honestly. "This is strange." Their leader was puzzled, but the tribesmen next to him were different. They were holding thin soup with a weird taste in their hands. Thinking about the big pot of meat porridge they saw in the morning, their stomachs suddenly felt uneasy. He roared with enthusiasm. Some of them suddenly became excited when they heard this. Can they go over and monitor those people? Since those people are so easy to talk to, maybe they will also give them some food by then? At this time, the young leader, who had been thinking for a long time but still couldn't figure out why the Han tribe did this, asked several people again. Since you went to eat at their place, have you figured out why those people haven't left yet? Did they say when they would leave? They said it, one person replied immediately. They said they would leave in 3 nights, that is, 3 sunrises and sunsets, and they would wait until it gets dark before leaving. Oh, that's it, then continue to watch them, keep an eye on them, don't let them get close to our tribe, don't let them run around on the shore, this is our territory, by the way, we are not allowed to let them, they are hunting here, and the prey around here belongs to us. The leader thought for a moment before explaining to a few people. However, before a few people could agree, dozens of people immediately stood up next to them and shouted loudly and enthusiastically. Chief, let us go. It's so cold outside. We can't always let a few of them go, otherwise they will freeze to death. We can also keep an eye on those people. Yes, leader, I can also keep an eye on people. My eyesight is very good when I hunt. I can see things at night. Leader, let me go. Chief, I want to go too. A group of people suddenly started to make a noise, rushing to keep an eye on the Han tribe camp. In fact, they just wanted to see if there was a chance to go over and order some food. The reason was so nonsense and helpless. However, their young leader is not stupid. He can see what these people are thinking at a glance. He just saw that the previous few people had a good meal and wanted to go there and take advantage. However, he had no intention of stopping it. If he could eat a meal from the Han tribe, his own tribe would be able to save some food. This kind of taking advantage of others would not be taken advantage of. So I heard him say, then let's all go, but we can't go all at once. We have to separate. If you go during the day, don't go again. Come with a few more people and be responsible for watching tonight. They will be replaced at dawn tomorrow. By noon tomorrow, Black then changes people, and everyone changes until they leave. While he was thinking about letting the people of his tribe take advantage of the Han tribe, he was also thinking about whether he could use this method to force the Han tribe away. If the Han tribe doesn't leave, then I will let the tribesmen go to the Han tribe to eat every day, consume the food of the Han tribe, and see how long they can last. As a result, a dramatic scene occurred in the next 3 days. This small tribe on the shore kept changing people to monitor Shirquan and the others, and Shirquan also refused to come. The Han tribe did not take the initiative to contact those people, but those people came to ask for food. Shirquan also entertained people warmly. Even if they came to monitor the Han tribe at night, Shirquan also let them come to roast the fire, roast potatoes, and grill sausages, and at the same time, he also quietly told them his plan to take away a group of people. Anyone who wants to live a life without worries about food and clothing can come and join the Han tribe. After 3 days, take advantage of darkness and leave directly by boat. Their leader cannot be found even if he tries to find them. In 3 days, the surveillance people changed one after another, and the plan was revealed to one group after another. Interestingly, these people all thought it was a secret and didn't tell the leader, but actually even other members of the clan did not tell him. Everyone thought that he was the one who was recruited by the Han tribe, and they never mentioned this matter to anyone else after they returned. It was not until the evening 3 days later that the leader of this small tribe began to feel a little nervous and anxious, because today was the time the Han tribe had promised to leave, but the 2 boats in Shirquan still stayed where they were, and the tents on the shore also stopped. It has not been demolished, so I don't know what the Han tribe meant. At this time, those who had previously monitored the Han tribe and received promises from the Han tribe began to persuade their leaders. Don't worry, leader. I think the people in that tribe are quite easy to talk to. Haven't they done anything bad to us in the past few days? They said before that they would leave after dark at night. Isn't it still early? Well, maybe they want to leave after eating? Yes, there is no firewood on the water. I don't know how they can make a fire to cook. They must eat on the shore before leaving. Others also followed suit. Hearing the tribe's consolation, the leader finally felt a lot better. He also felt relieved. He would not leave until the Han tribe left. At worst, he would continue to let the tribesmen go there to eat and drink, and let the Han tribe help him feed these tribesmen. With such great food pressure, I don't believe how long they can last. Thinking of this, he finally said with relief, then let people continue to keep an eye on them, and they will not come back until they see them leaving. Yes, don't worry, Chief. The person who was watching today happily agreed immediately. These young and strong men have already agreed with their women and children not to sleep at night, and he will pick them up when the time comes, and then take them to join the Han tribe and live a life without worrying about food and clothing. Live a good life together. The women in the tribe, after seeing the products of the Han tribe, also knew how wealthy the Han tribe was, so they were not opposed to joining the Han tribe with their men. What's more, their own daughters have been exchanged to the Han tribe. If they don't follow, they may never see their daughters again in this life, so they choose to follow without hesitation. Several men who had their turn to monitor the Han tribe tonight quietly winked at their women and children before leaving, and then walked towards the lake with their bamboo spears. According to Shirquan's promise to them, as long as they are willing to join the Han tribe, they don't need to take anything with them when they leave. As long as they bring people with them, the Han tribe has everything else. In this way, as the winter night fell, an unprecedented collective defection happened inconceivably on the northeastern shore of Hong Lake. That night, the stars were dim, the woods by the lake were dark, and there was no moon in the sky. However, the lights of the Han tribe camp by the lake were bright, which was the light from carbide lamps. They were already familiar with this magical artificial light source, because carbide lamps were lit every night in the Han tribe camp. Those who wanted to join the Han tribe were not afraid, but were very excited. The more powerful the Han tribe shows, the more it strengthens their determination to defect from the tribe and join the Han tribe. So, at about 9 o'clock in the evening, when almost everyone in the tribe was asleep, the few men who were responsible for monitoring the Han tribe quietly returned to the tribe, and quietly woke up their women and children. Let them wrap themselves in animal skins, and sneak away quietly at night. At the same time, just next door to these families, 4 or 5 men were secretly waking up their women and children. They kept everything simple, even the iron pots, iron buckets, and hatchets they had exchanged from the Han tribe. He didn't bring anything with him, he just hurriedly touched the 2 porcelain bowls assigned to him, and prepared to sneak away in the dark. What they didn't expect was that before they could move, there was movement next door. One person immediately grabbed his woman and child and whispered to them, "Don't move yet, someone is coming out next door." The man hid his wife and children and quietly poked his head out to take a look, only to find that the guys who were responsible for monitoring the Han tribe came back tonight, so he suddenly became suspicious. Huh? What are these guys doing back here? Forget it, never mind, wait until they leave. In this way, a few people waited for a while, until there was no one next door and there was no movement anymore. They took their wives and children and ran away quietly. At the same time, at the Han tribe camp by the lake, Shirquan had already asked his soldiers to dismantle the tents, and loaded all the tools and other items on the boat, including the more than 50 women and children he bought a few days ago. And all were transported to the 3-masted sailing ship in advance. After the first batch of a dozen people who defected and prepared to join the Han tribe arrived, Sher Kwan immediately asked people to row a landing boat and send them to the big ship. After more than a dozen people boarded the ship, naturally, there were sailors holding carbide lamps to guide them in front and took them to the cabin below the deck. Now everyone had gained experience. They did not expect that this giant ship could float on the water and still drive. It's so huge inside. Such a big ship can't hold hundreds of people, right? And this is just one layer they see. This type of ship, which is imitated from Galen's ship, can easily carry 800 people, excluding sailors, and that is when there are a large number of artillery in the cabin. If the artillery is not included, it is only used as a merchant ship. Double the number, 1,600 people, and the ship can still accommodate it. However, they were shocked. It was the first time they had defected from the tribe. They were quite flustered. After arriving at the cabin, they held on to the sailor who was leading the way and kept asking him questions. When are we leaving? What will happen if the leader discovers us if we don't leave? Let's leave quickly. Several people went back and forth with these few words, but the sailor was extremely calm and said to them with a smile. There are people coming later. Don't be afraid. Just sleep here peacefully. I'll bring you some quilts and animal skin blankets. As for being discovered by your leader, don't be joking. Even if he is discovered by him, can he still swim from the shore and climb onto the boat? The sailor smiled and comforted them for a while, then immediately took the carbide lamp and went to the cargo hold below to look for quilts, blankets, and animal skins. Sure enough, only 10 minutes had passed, and the sailors who had gone to the bottom warehouse had not returned yet, but more than 10 men, women, and children arrived from outside. Those in the cabin who were waiting to receive their quilts, and those who had just been brought in outside, the two groups of people stared at each other with big eyes in the light of the carbide lamp in the cabin, and they were all extremely embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, what a coincidence, you are here too. Yes, you can live a good life with them. Besides, my 2 daughters are here, and I couldn't bear to leave them, so I came with them, ha 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 ha. Haha, so are we. Both sides had embarrassment written all over their faces. How could they escape from the tribe together and be discovered by their neighbors? But fortunately, they quickly thought about it. Everyone was the same anyway, so what would happen if they found out? It was just that they were a little angry that others didn't call them on this matter of living a good life. On the big boat parked by the lake, just like this, every 10 minutes or half an hour, more than 10 or 20 people would be put on the boat. Those who had just boarded the boat were immediately dumbfounded. How many people boarded the pirate ship earlier than them? And those who had been on board earlier were even more shocked. Oh my God, isn't the whole tribe here? However, the reality is really similar to what they thought. This small tribe living by the lake originally only had a total of more than 160 people. Sher Kwan had already bought nearly 60 of them during the previous transaction, and the remaining people were only over 100 people. As a result, these people were all attracted by Sher Kwan. Sher Kwan may only win over a few people at a time, but after these adult men went back, they called their women and children. One man brought 3 or 4 people over, and this dragged his family over. If you talk, there will naturally be more people. The small boat carried more than 10 or 20 people to the big ship at a time, which was actually only 3 or 4 households at a time. After just a few trips back and forth, the small tribe was almost emptied. The first group of people who boarded the boat were immediately speechless. Damn it, it was too weird. Everyone ran away, and only the leader was left in the tribe? This is outrageous. At this moment, Sher Kwan also came to the cabin where these new people were housed with a carbide lamp. He glanced at everyone with the lamp and then said to them, "You guys, please recognize each other. Are there any of your fellow tribesmen who haven't boarded the ship?" After hearing the words, everyone whispered to each other and asked each other to identify each other. They found that only the leader and his family were not here, and the other tribesmen all boarded the Han tribe's pirate ship. So someone immediately reported to Shirquanhui, "Friends, except for the leader and his family of our tribe, everyone else has arrived." Shirquan nodded when he heard this, still thinking about what to do next. "It would be best if we leave directly now. It means that except for the leader and his family, he has wiped out all the tribe, but the things that were traded before, such as white salt, iron pots and buckets, seem to be wasted. Come on, do you want to send someone to get those things back? And the little leader, do you want to kill him and take his family back? This seems inhumane and a bit immoral. He deceived a member of his tribe and then killed him and took away his women and children? It's indeed a bit untrue." So Shirquan finally made a decision and said to the people around him, "You guys go and steal back the 2 iron pots, 10 iron buckets, and the 10 kilograms of white salt that we sold to them before. As for the leader and his family, let them go. After daybreak, let's wait for him for a while. If he is willing to bring his family to join our Han tribe, then let him get on the boat. If he is not willing, then let him be a savage here. Promise?" Several soldiers accepted the promise, and then immediately went ashore, quietly went to the tribe's residence, and stole back all the things they had sold a few days ago. What was left for the leader's family was only a few porcelain bowls and some other items. There was a hatchet. These things were all kept in the leader's house. If he went in to steal them, he would probably be discovered, so he simply gave up these things. So, at dawn the next day, the young leader immediately felt something was wrong around him. If it were this normal time, everyone would have gotten up long ago to do whatever they were supposed to be doing. Even if no one wanted to go out and face the cold in winter, there would definitely be children crying. But today's morning, it was surprisingly quiet and a bit weird. Get up quickly, something seems to have happened. Keep an eye on the child while I go out and take a look." The young leader woke up his woman and child, picked up the hatchet from the door, and walked outside. As a result, he came to the open space in the middle of the tribe and shouted, but no one around him paid any attention to him. He suddenly panicked and went from house to house with his knife in hand. When he saw it, he felt extremely depressed. In the entire tribe, except for his own family, there were still people there. Even the grass couches where the tribesmen usually slept were already covered with grass. It was cold, and it was obvious that the person had left long ago. But obviously everyone was still there last night, so how could we say it was gone? Looking at the empty houses again, the little leader suddenly discovered that the things he bought from the Han tribe a few days ago were gone. The porcelain bowls distributed to the tribesmen, the iron pots, and the iron buckets all disappeared with the people, hatchets all disappeared, but the 20 kilograms of white salt were still there, because they were kept in his own room and were not stolen out last night. Thinking of the things bought from the Han tribe, and remembering that last night was the time when the Han tribe's caravan left, the little leader suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Damn it, this tribe that came from the water, could it be some water monster? How else could they make a house that floats on water? There are so many weird things, so many exquisite and practical things, how could it be possible that humans could make them? Now that the monster has come out of the water to trick people, my own tribe must have been captured by the monster, right? Thinking that his tribe might have been kidnapped by man-eating monsters, the little leader suddenly became frightened. He hurriedly asked for a special totem left by the shaman in his previous tribe, which was said to be able to drive away monsters. Of animal skins. In fact, it was just the skin of a giant tapir. Giant tapirs live near grasslands and lakes and are good at swimming. It stands to reason that the most common place they appear is the west bank of Hong Lake. I don't know what happened to this giant tapir. It actually ran to the east bank of Hong Lake alone. Because of its long, it was quite bizarre. It was killed by the locals as a mythical beast they had never seen before. It was even used as a tribal totem. It was simply tragic. The little leader used a bamboo pole to pick up the giant tapir's skin, like a spiritual flag. He came to the door of his house and gave instructions to his wife and children. You stay at home and look after your children. Our tribe has been captured by those monsters from the water. I am their leader and must rescue them. You prepare good food at home and I will come as soon as I go. When the little leader's wife heard this, she was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but ask with some fear and nervousness, monsters? Are they the group of people who floated from the water before? How can they be monsters? They obviously look like us. You don't understand, monsters can turn into humans, otherwise how could monsters lie to people? The little leader explained stubbornly. But, there are so many of them. Aren't you afraid of being caught by them if you go alone? If you don't come back, only me and the children will be left in this tribe. What will we do? The little leader's wife asked nervously again. Don't worry, I will take this animal skin. This is the skin of a mythical beast. The shaman of the tribe used to bless this mythical beast. He can protect me from being harmed by monsters. I will definitely bring my tribe back. The little leader was so confident that the skin of the mythical beast could compete with the monsters, so he took the skin and the bamboo spear and ran towards the lake that Sher Kwan and the others had previously occupied. He originally thought that the monsters from the water had captured people and escaped, but what he didn't expect was that the two boats of the Han tribe were still parked on the lake not far away. The little leader was immediately furious. These monsters didn't take them seriously. They had captured people, but they still refused to leave. Do you really think you can't do anything to them? Well, he really can't help it. Hey, you monsters, please bring back the people of our tribe quickly. He stood on the shore, waving the animal skin flag in his hand, and shouted at the sailboat. But Sher Kwan, who was standing in the stern of the ship, couldn't help laughing. He glanced at the little leader who was standing by the lake and kept jumping and cursing, and then said to the people around him. Go, send a small boat to pick him up on the boat. Tell him that all his tribesmen are on the boat. If you want to take them away, come and take them yourself. Ah, Sher Shachi, are you serious? Sher Kwan's soldiers immediately asked in confusion. Seriously, let's trick him into the boat first. As soon as he gets on the boat, you will take him down immediately, then tie him up and lock him up with the new members. His tribesmen will persuade him to he joined. In addition, send out another group of people and pick 2 women from the new people. As soon as the little leader gets on the boat, you take the 2 women back to their tribe on the shore and pick up the leader's wife and children. Let's just say that their leader has also joined our tribe. By the way, don't forget to bring back those 10 or 20 kilograms of white salt and pots and pans that you didn't find yesterday. Several soldiers were dumbfounded and gave thumbs up in admiration. Sher Shachi's move is so good. He killed them all easily. Okay, stop talking nonsense. We have been delayed for 3 days. We need to hurry up and catch up with the large army. No. Several soldiers clasped their fists together to accept the order, and quickly divided into 2 teams to prepare. 4 of them immediately rowed a small boat to the shore. Without going ashore, they stood on the bow of the boat and gestured to the little leader. Your people are all on the boat. They all came here on their own. We didn't arrest them. If you don't believe it, you can board the boat to see it yourself. If you can take them away, that's up to you. The little leader was confused when he was told, get on the boat. To go or not to go? But are all my clansmen on that ship? Are they all bewitched by monsters? No, I must rescue them. Go, I don't believe they are willing to leave the tribe, send me up there quickly. As he spoke, he grabbed the animal skin flag in his hand, as if this thing could bring him a lot of security. Several soldiers were waiting for this sentence, and immediately let him get into the small boat, and then sent him to the big ship. As soon as he got on the ship, they were pinned to the deck and his hands were tied. The little leader was suddenly shocked and angry. Only then did he realize that he had been deceived. He immediately shouted, let me go quickly. You monsters, where are my people? Let us go. Shirkuan calmly came down from the poop at this time and said to him with a smile, your tribe is in the cabin. If you want to leave, it depends on whether you can take them away. He waved his hand as he spoke, take the man down and let him meet his clansmen first. At the same time, another group of people also rowed a boat back to the shore, and took 2 of the more talkative women in their tribe back to the tribal residence on the shore. When the little leader's wife saw that the woman who came to pick her up was actually a woman from her own tribe, and heard them personally admit that she had joined the Han tribe, she didn't hesitate at all, so she sighed and walked away together. Now she is the only woman and 2 children left in the tribe, and even her own men have left. If she doesn't join, will she still stay here as a savage? A group of people packed up everything they could and arrived at the cabin half an hour later. At this time, the little leader looked dejected. When he got to the cabin, he realized that his tribesmen defected and joined the Han tribe because they were greedy for the food of the Han tribe. And he himself, now he has become a prisoner of the Han tribe. At this time, the little leader was still a little unconvinced. It was understandable that the tribesmen wanted a better life, but he didn't join on his own initiative. Why did he trick him into boarding the pirate ship? For this reason, a sailor came to deliver breakfast to everyone, but this guy was so stubborn that he refused to take a bite. As a result, within half an hour, when he saw that the Han tribe had brought his wife and children, he immediately softened and went back without making any fuss, as if the jar had been broken. Since you can't beat them, just join them. Life in the Han tribe is pretty good, right? At the very least, he, as the leader, would no longer have to worry about the people's food problems. The only confusing thing is that I don't know where the Han tribe is going to take them and what they are going to do. However, the problem was quickly resolved. When everyone in the small tribe was brought to the boat, the small team composed of the 2 boats led by Shirkuan immediately set off south to trace the traces of the large army. During this period of traveling, Shirkuan also personally led people to explain many things to these newcomers. For example, what kind of tribe is the Han tribe, how big is its territory, how many people there are, how the people of the Han tribe live, how they farm, how they raise livestock, and the various high technologies of the Han tribe. When Shirkuan was explaining, he would sometimes show them photos to give them a clear understanding of the Han tribe. Finally, he talked about the arrangements for these people. After joining the Han tribe, they would be assigned to various parts of the Han tribe. They would be registered, assigned houses and fields, and their neighbors would teach them various techniques. As long as people from the Han tribe learned how to farm and breed, the kind of rice they eat now will be available every day in the future. Not only can they eat rice, but they can also eat meat and vegetables. When the time comes, they can sell the excess food they can't eat to make money and buy cloth and cotton to make clothes, so they no longer have to worry about food and clothing. After listening to Shirkuan's lectures for several days, a group of people were all very moved and were very happy about the idea of joining the Han tribe. The young leader was now full of curiosity about the Han tribe. Although he knew that the Han tribe must be a very powerful tribe, he did not expect that the Han tribe would be so powerful. Just when Shirkuan was trying his best to win over the hearts of these newcomers, to their south, the large army led by Ying, under the guidance of Qiao Yan and the elders, found a small village on the shore of Honghu Lake where the Qiao family was located. Because of their living habits and food sources, the Qiao family does not have a particularly large residential area. They are more like a clan-based tribe, with family and blood as the main relationship. When there are more people, they separate families and gradually spread out in this area. 10 or 20 villages were separated, and the one Ying and the others found was one of the villages closest to the lake. And even in this small village near the lake, the people there have not yet learned the skills of fishing. This is not to say that they don't know that there is food in the water, but that rivers are different from lakes. The width of the river is limited, so how far can the fish in it run? But the Honghu Lake in front of us is too big, and the fish in it can't just wander around the lake, and they don't know how to build boats, so they can only look at the lake and sigh. Even if they know there is a lot of food in the water, there is nothing they can do. However, the situation with the Qiao family is much better than that of the small tribe that Shirquan came into contact with before. The Qiao family is currently in a period of reform and development. They have mastered the technology of making traps and hunting in teams, so the population has begun to increase rapidly. At the same time, due to the growth of the population, the living space of the beasts has begun to be squeezed, which has caused serious consequences. As the population increases, there is not enough prey in one place, and the number of people that can be fed per unit area of land is very limited. Therefore, they had to continue to divide their families and migrate their populations outward. This has two purposes. One is to reduce the pressure on the tribe headquarters and allow the tribesmen to open up larger territories. The second is that the elders of the Qiao clan also hope that those tribesmen who migrated out can find a better way of life outside, and then feed back the Qiao clan so that the Qiao clan can successfully complete the transition from hunting and gathering to farming. Reform of farming lifestyle. In fact, they have already accomplished this goal. The year before last, or the year before that, there was a young man named Biao who brought back the news from the Tang tribe that there are valleys in the east where 10,000 people can live. It's just that the man was injured on the way back and died soon after. No one was there to guide them. No one knew how far the east was, what the valley was, and why it could feed tens of thousands of people. Fortunately, Qiao Yan and his family members who migrated happened to encounter the Han tribe. After being recruited by the Han tribe, they learned more advanced planting and breeding techniques. Therefore, they were actually willing to share it with the original tribesmen and persuade them to join the Han tribe. With Qiao Yan, a member of the original Qiao clan, and many branches who had left various villages of the Qiao clan to bridge the gap, the entire Qiao clan quickly got in touch with the fleet led by Ying. After half a month, everyone finally agreed that a clan elder from each village would bring a few responsible young men to a gathering in a village by the lake. At that time, the Han tribe would entertain them in the village. Let them taste various crops, tell them the lifestyle of the Han tribe, and persuade them to join the Han tribe. If the Han tribe could convince them all, these people would actually be willing to join. One of the biggest reasons is not only because the Han tribe has advanced technology and has no worries about food and clothing, but also because the Han tribe system or structure is relatively inclusive. The Han tribe refers to all tribesmen as common people. Literally, it means they are composed of many clans and tribes. Therefore, even if the Qiao family joins the Han tribe, they will not lose anything. They still have the same surname of Qiao and will always be called Yu Qiao. Even the leaders of the Han tribe allowed them to set up ancestral halls to worship their ancestors who had the Qiao family. When they joined the Han tribe, what they lost was the old life of poverty and backwardness with no food to eat, no clothing to cover their bodies, but what they gained was something they had never dared to imagine before, being able to eat every meal, and 3 meals a day. There is still meat every day. Within half a month, a large number of Qiao sect was nearby, and all the villages that could be contacted sent people. In the past half-month, Ying had already made a lot of preparations. Not only did he prepare various kinds of food, he also made many methods. He even sent a boat to Kaiyuan County on the west bank of Hong Lake. A group of goats were brought over to tell everyone with the Qiao family that beasts can not only be obtained by hunting, but also by breeding. As long as you give them food, they will give birth faster than humans, allowing you to eat them all. Can't finish it. The elders and hunting captains of the Qiao clan's villages were eye-opening. For the first time, they saw that manpower could actually build a behemoth like a three-masted sailboat, and it could float freely on the water. There are also those tribesmen of the Han tribe, who are all dressed in exquisite clothes. Although some people wear only coarse linen clothes, they can't weave it because they have Qiao family. Even if you throw a rag to them, they will still have to wear it. I sighed in admiration, this thing is exquisite and wonderful. Of course, these are still secondary. What they care most about is survival. What is a matter of survival? Just a few things: food, water, shelter, and fuel. The most important of these are food and water sources. Fortunately, Ying had already made preparations. Just putting out all kinds of food made everyone with the Qiao family look stupid. The crops of the Han tribe now add up to a lot. In terms of staple foods, there are rice, glutinous rice, barley, wheat, millet, yellow rice, and corn. There are even more supplementary foods, such as sesame, various beans, especially soybeans, which are soybeans, as well as black beans, mung beans, peas, etc., etc. In terms of seasonings, the Han tribe also had chili, cumin, star anise, salt and sugar. Other important supplementary grains include corn, potatoes, and taro, which are important crops that are high-yielding and relatively delicious. Although potatoes can be used as a substitute for staple food, they are not easy to store. Furthermore, the Han tribe does not have the habit of using potatoes as a staple food. For more than 2 years after its promotion, potatoes have always been eaten as vegetables. Therefore, among the Han tribe, potatoes are not used as a staple food. Included in the list of staple foods. Then there is the breeding technology. Breeding technology is not easy to display. After all, it is impossible to bring these living animals just by bringing them. However, the group of goats that Ying got from Kaiyuan County perfectly demonstrated what breeding is. A group of clan elders and young men who came from various villages did not leave immediately. They all stayed temporarily in this village by the lake. They ate various foods provided by the Han tribe every day and listened to Ying telling them about the Han tribe. Various lifestyles and systems. Even when she had free time, Ying took the young men with her and taught them how to herd sheep, what to feed the sheep, how to milk the sheep, how to make cheese, etc. After 4 or 5 days like this, when those people discovered that these sheep really ate some weeds every day and were still jumping around, they finally believed in the breeding techniques of the Han tribe. Since sheep can be fed, can other grass-eating animals also be fed? These livestock can not only provide humans with meat, but also provide dairy products, leather and fur, and even some large livestock can be used to drive them to work for humans. This kind of production and living technology is simply too advanced compared to what they have from Zhou's, okay? Who can resist not yearning for this? So, after seeing the power of the Han tribe, as well as the structure and system of the Han tribe, the village elders, including the Qiao clan, finally unanimously decided to lead their tribesmen in each village to join the Han tribe. Ying, as a representative of the Han tribe at the meeting, promised to allocate houses and land to them when the time comes, and find someone to teach them various production and living skills of the Han tribe. As a result, Ying directly absorbed more than a dozen villages with a large number of Qiao clans, with a total population of about 3,700 people. These people who agreed to join the Han tribe will not be transported away for the time being. Instead, they will each lead the population of their own villages and begin to gather here by the lake. People who come here don't have to worry about not having food. Those who are willing to come will be members of the Han tribe from now on. Before they get allotment of land and harvest their own food, the tribe will be responsible for all their daily necessities. At this moment, all the villages no longer had any worries and began to gather towards the boat parking point. At the same time, Ying also sent more teams ashore, with small flags as units, and under the leadership of local guides, to search for other villages of the Qiao family and even other tribes further out. There must be other tribes here. After all, with a population as large as the Qiao family, who all need to get married and have children, there must be other tribes of similar size to them, otherwise reproduction will be a problem. In this way, in 2 months, Ying not only eliminated nearly 7,000 people from the Qiao family in this area, but also recruited, traded, or abducted people from other tribes. 4,000 people came there. This operation alone brought more than 10,000 people to the Han tribe. Ying couldn't help but secretly smacked her lips. She had just searched so much territory, but she had managed to get so many people. You must know that the east coast of Honghu Lake, north of Tuahai County and the capital, and south of the mountainous area in the north, is a huge area. How far have they explored? If they continue to search, Ying even thinks that they can continue to search. Add 100,000 people to the Han tribe. At the same time, while Ying was leading people to collect people from the Han tribe in Yuqiao, various construction projects in the south were also proceeding rapidly. As the railway road construction team was divided into 2, and each was supplemented by 1,000 soldiers who had returned to work, and a large number of engineering vehicles and machinery were installed, the efficiency of railway laying could be said to have doubled compared to before. Coupled with the continuous hematopoiesis and blood transfusion from northern industries, a large amount of equipment and building materials are shipped to the south one by one, which greatly supports the construction of the south and also allows several lines currently under construction in the south to open to traffic. Soaring. In just 2 months, the 227-kilometer first section of the Qitai Railway, backed by the Luyang River and the Qingqi Railway, was completed first. The railway from Qian County to Taigang County was originally divided into 4 sections by the engineering team. The longest section is also the easiest to repair, which is the first section because it is a section of plain terrain and does not require any bridges. For a bridge, there is no need to dig a tunnel. You only need to use an excavator to level the ground, use a loader to raise the foundation, and then use a road roller to roll it back and forth several times. Then you can directly place sleepers and nail rails on top. This section of the road is easy to repair. Very. Although the second section is the most difficult section of the entire Kaitai Line Railway project, the continuous support from the rear has allowed the project to proceed quickly. Because more rock drills were sent from behind, the engineering team was able to dig tunnels day and night. Anyway, even during the day, when they were in the tunnel cave, it looked the same as at night. A lot of explosives and fuses were also sent from the rear, weighing tens of tons. With this inexhaustible supply of high-quality explosives, tunnel excavation was much more difficult than before. Now, with the dual support of rock drills and explosives, the entire engineering team can drill more than 10 meters every day. They first use rock drills to dig out seams, then drill holes and blast. Finally, loaders and tractors come in to transport all the gravel. Go, then continue to repeat the previous operation. As for those pitted tunnel walls, that was done by another group of people at the back. They got an excavator and replaced the bucket with a basket. Someone could sit in the basket and use a handheld pickaxe to drill holes in the stone wall of the tunnel. The purpose of drilling holes was to smash expansion bolts inside. Although the Han tribe, there are no special expansion bolts yet, but they can be replaced with wood and steel bars. After nailing the stone wall of the entire tunnel, the pre-tied steel cage can be tied to it with wires, and then a wooden supported formwork can be installed from below, and concrete can be filled inside. After this layer of reinforced concrete dries, no matter how bumpy the original stone wall is, it will eventually become very smooth. In particular, the process of pouring concrete was even more difficult. In the past, the Han tribe had water pumps, air pumps, and oil pumps, but there was no pump that could suck shotcrete. In order to solve the problem of difficult pouring of tunnel walls, Luo Chong also specially developed a new type of concrete pump. It is different from the original plunger pumps and air pumps. This concrete pump has a larger cavity, used to hold rough concrete filled with gravel, sand, and cement. In addition, its pumping principle is also different from the original water pump, air pump, and oil pump. The pumping principle of the concrete pump is like the rubber ball that pressurizes the blood pressure meter. First, a huge window is opened in the pumping chamber. Then a composite rubber bubble is installed to seal the window. The outside of the rubber drum is connected to the piston of the steam engine. By using the principle of pushing and pulling, squeezing, the rubber drum with the steam engine, the purpose of pressurizing and depressurizing the pumping chamber is achieved. In this way, concrete is absorbed and sprayed. Of course, in order to improve the durability of the concrete pump, that is, its service life, Luo Chong also asked the Comprehensive Research Institute to make a composite rubber drum. This rubber steam drum has a multi-layer structure. The appearance on both sides is black rubber, but the inside is like a sandwich biscuit, with several layers of burlap made of sisal fiber and iron cloth made of iron wire. Such a complex process makes this rubber steam drum not easily deformed, and it is very difficult to use manually. However, this thing is originally prepared to be used with steam engines. Moreover, the cost is relatively high, but the high price brings an increase in service life. A rubber part can only be used for 1 month. Now the price has increased 5 times, but it can be used for 2 years. How to calculate this? That will definitely double the price-performance ratio. With these high-tech aids, the speed of tunnel excavation is astonishing. The total length of tunnel number 1 is a little over 3 kilometers. Now the engineering team is divided into 2 and is digging from both ends to the middle at the same time. There are still 3 teams working in the middle. The shaft was expanded to both ends. Although the team in the middle could not use rock drills, they also had small aerodynamic pickaxes and explosives that they could use, and the progress was not slow either. In addition to these tunnels, there are several canyon bridges in the second section of the route. These canyon bridges are surrounded by cliffs on both sides and an abyss in the middle. In order to save railway miles, the engineering team finally had to choose this terrain. But since it was a carefully chosen location, it must be a convenient place to build a bridge. One of the extremely large canyon railway bridges with a span of more than 120 meters caused a lot of trouble to the engineering team. There are cliffs on both sides, and in the middle is a grand canyon tens of meters deep. How to build a bridge and transport materials are all problems. In the end, an engineer from the Qingshu County Power Research Institute came up with the idea, because this person often used to go to Hanyang City from Qingshu County via Fama Pass, so he had passed through Fama Pass many times and had some knowledge about it. There is an Wingching in the valley outside Buma Pass. The walls of Wingching are equipped with more than a dozen bed crossbows. The bed crossbows have a range of several hundred meters, and the crossbow arrows are heavy enough that they can fly very far even if they are tied with a rope. So his idea was to get a bed crossbow, tie a fine hemp rope to the javelin, and shoot to the opposite side with the bed crossbow. First use the bed crossbow to bring the thin hemp rope over, then use the thin hemp rope to tie the thicker rope and bring it over, and finally replace the rope with a steel cable. When the steel cables are erected on both sides, you can use the steel cable to reach the middle of the canyon. Lifting equipment and personnel, as well as construction materials. Everyone thought this was a good idea, but when the matter was reported to Yu Fu, they were immediately refuted by Yu Fu. Yu Fu came to the edge of the cliff and said to a few people, "Your idea is good, but do you need to use a bed crossbow for a distance of 120 meters? You can shoot the rope with any longbow. If to deliver the bed crossbow to you, half a month has passed from sending the message to delivering the bed crossbow here." He scolded a few people, and then directly asked someone to bring a long bow. The long bow was paired with heavy arrows. Using the throwing method, it could shoot at least 300 meters away. A thin hemp rope was tied to it, even if it added a few more arrows. The resistance is enough to fly across the gap of more than 120 meters. Yu Fu bent his bow and nocked an arrow, then fully drew the bow and aimed it at the sky opposite the cliff. With a whoosh, the arrow drew an arc high in the sky and accurately struck the grass on the opposite cliff. Did you see that with such a small distance, you don't need to bring a crossbow over here? Several engineers were so ashamed that they could not speak. These people are all selected into the research institute directly after coming out of school. They are proficient in calculation and mechanics, but sometimes they like to get into trouble and make things so complicated when they are obviously very simple. Just like you have to use advanced calculus to prove 1 + 1 is equal to 2. P.S. Narrow-gauge railways are the kind that can be laid and run at any time, so they are relatively simple to repair. Don't worry about the progress of the project. The engineering team first connected the two sides of the cliff by shooting hemp ropes with bows and arrows, and then gradually replaced the hemp ropes with steel cables and slings. After the suspension bridge is built on both sides of the cliff, construction is started from both sides at the same time. The bridge pier foundations on both sides are first poured with reinforced concrete, and then two steel structure towers are erected on the bridge pier bases on both sides of the cliff at the same time. At this time, you need to calculate the specific curvature of the arch bridge on the drawing. After the calculation, divide the bridge arch into several equal sections. Then, according to the shape of each section, make the mold of the bridge arch with wood in advance, and then tie the steel frame. After everything is ready, start pouring the bridge arch from the piers on both sides to the middle. The bridge arch is poured section by section. A protruding steel ring should be left on the side of the bridge arch, and then a steel cable should be passed through the steel ring. This section of the floating bridge arch is pulled onto the temporary towers on the bridge piers on both sides. After this section is poured, hoist the mold and steel keel of the next section and continue pouring the next section. During the entire construction process, all steel keels, pouring molds, and concrete were all lifted into the air using the steel cable suspension bridge that was initially pulled up for construction. After pouring one section, use steel cables to pull it up to the top of the tower. Until finally, the entire bridge arch is closed in mid-air in the middle of the canyon. After the bridge arch is completely formed and becomes a load-bearing structure, the two sides can be erected at this time. The temporary iron tower has been dismantled, and all the steel cables connected to the bridge arch can also be removed, because once the bridge arch is completed, the center of gravity of the load-bearing force will be the piers on both sides. Even if the steel cables are removed at this time, the bridge will remain intact. The arch can also independently support its own weight. It took a month to pour the bridge arch with a span of more than 120 meters, and then poured a flat bridge plate from the cliff edges on both sides and placed it directly on the bridge arch. This step it's easier, because there are bridge arches connecting both sides of the canyon, and people can walk directly from this end. With the industrial development and educational development of the Han tribe, the construction capabilities of the Han tribe have become more and more advanced. Bridges that were once unimaginable can now be built. The second section of the Kaitai line is a mountain tunnel, a canyon bridge, and a river crossing bridge. Although it is difficult and the work hours are long, it is progressing in an orderly manner. However, the Yubon line in the south is different. The Tangpan Line Railway is the railway from Tangcheng County to Panchir County. This route is mainly plains and mountains. However, the difficulty of construction is much less than that of the Chitai line, so it can be built very quickly. Since the first batch of road construction workers, mechanical equipment, and railway building materials arrived, the Yubon line has been rapidly extended. Now more than 2 months have passed, and 4/5 of the entire Yubon line project has been completed. Only 1/5 of the mountainous route is left, but it will definitely be completed before next spring, so it will not affect Luo Chong's plan to continue building the capital. While the two railways in the south are extending rapidly, the quarrying team that has been sent to Panchir County is also busy. They first used a rock drill modified from an excavator to dig out gaps in the marble mountain, and then used a small amount of explosives to conduct directional blasting. In this way, they obtained whole or large pieces of marble. The marble is first cut from the mountain and then sent to a steam-powered stone processing plant. The boulders cut from the mountain will be processed again here. For example, the handrails of the corridors and stairs in the palace are all made of white marble. This requires a stone processing factory to cut the boulders into stone pillars that are slightly larger than the handrail pillars, that is, long stone squares. The blank of the handrail pillar. After completing the rough step, they have nothing to do. They only need to stack the stone materials neatly and transport them away directly after the train is completed. In addition to these handrails, there are also guardrails in some places, which also require stone processing factories to make blanks first, and the specific carvings have to be sent to the capital for carving by craftsmen in the capital. What is left are some finished stones, such as bluestone stone bricks in the square, white marble stone bricks, huge rough Danby stones, curbs on the main roads, and the stone on the edge of the green belt on the road. Strip. The above are all stones with fixed specifications, and there are also some things that pursue artistic quality, such as rockeries for garden landscaping. These are all stones with strange shapes that are directly selected. The weirder the shape, the more suitable. Once found, they can be individually put aside, clean it with water, and when needed, hoist it onto a train and transport it away. After more than 2 months of work, the stone processing factory has now accumulated a large amount of stone. It only needs to wait for the Yubon Line Railway to open to traffic, and it can be transported to the capital at any time. The winter of the second year of his life was spent quietly in such busyness. Even the spring festival this year, Luo Chong spent it with his family in Tuahai County. At this New Year's Eve, good news finally came from Yi Ying's side. There were all the members of the Qiao clan, a total of more than 7,000 people, and there were also some tribes that were intermarrying with the Qiao family, more than 4,000 people. A total of more than 12,000 people are now under the management of the fleet. They will arrive at the west bank of the capital in the near future. Yi Ying wrote to Luo Chong asking how to arrange these people. There are more than 12,000 people. According to the average family of 4, that is also a population of 3,000 households. This is not a small number. Yi Ying's idea was to stuff all these people directly into the capital city. Anyway, there were no people in the capital city now, so they could just be used to fill the population gap in the capital city, but Luo Chong didn't think so. These people don't speak Chinese, they don't know how to farm and breed, and they don't even have any craftsmen. Why do people like this want them to stay in the capital? Therefore, Luo Chong's order was to divide these people into 2 groups, one group of 4,000 people, and send them directly to Qingshu Island, mainly to Guanhai County and Chaoyang County, which are the eastern and southern coasts of Qingshu Island. This area originally had a small population, and now it is just these people who are used to immigrate to Shirbian. The remaining 8,000 people were all sent to the 8 counties of Hanyang in the north. This is where new people are arranged, and then there is where the capital's population comes from. Luo Chong directly ordered that a total of 3,000 immigrants be transferred from Yashan County in the northeast of Qingshu Island, Jiahai County in the northwest, and Xinhua County in the middle. They will migrate to the capital one after another after the year. Those who are willing to sign up to come to the capital. You can obtain houses and land on the outskirts of the capital, and use these people to build large farms on the outskirts of the capital. But this few people are definitely not enough to fill a capital city. From a long-term perspective, before Luo Chong's death, the population of the Han tribe will definitely exceed the 10 million mark. By then, the capital of the Han tribe will have a population of at least 500,000, or even more than 1 million. However, there certainly won't be so many in a short time. So what is needed here in the capital in a short period of time? First of all, the capital must be the political, cultural, and military center. To meet these three conditions, first of all, a large number of officials are needed. Therefore, those who need to be promoted in the future can now have their families or families move to the capital in advance. This alone can make them move here. Small population. Then there is the cultural center. What is a cultural center? It is education, schools, and research institutes. Several research institutes of the Han tribe can be moved directly to the capital as a whole. All the researchers, including their families, can move here together, which is a large population. Then there are teachers. New schools will definitely be built here in the capital, ranging from elementary schools to universities. There will definitely be schools here in the capital, so a large number of teachers will definitely be needed. However, this cannot be achieved in the short term. Before the population of the capital city increased, it was not known whether children from immigrant families could fill a school, so there was not a need for so many teachers at the beginning. Then there are the super universities in the capital, top institutions of learning in various disciplines. Teachers for such schools cannot be recruited from the private sector. They simply let researchers from the institute work part-time as university teachers, conducting research and teaching at the same time. The teachers in primary schools and middle schools were recruited from ordinary teachers in the 8 counties of Hanyang in the north. From now on, we can establish a professional title evaluation mechanism among teachers, such as outstanding teachers, elite teachers, etc. It doesn't matter what they are called. The key is to separate the levels, and then every year based on the results of the students taught by the teachers, plus teachers' professional titles are judged based on their own behavior. For example, junior teachers, intermediate teachers, senior teachers, outstanding teachers, elite teachers, etc., and then set up a set of selection methods. Finally, a group of outstanding teachers, elite teachers, are selected every year and are all sent to settle here in the capital. When they come, they have to bring their whole family with them, so that the population of the capital will increase every year. Then there is the construction of schools in the capital. After various institutions of higher learning are built, enrollment can begin in the capital. All students who can be admitted to top universities can be granted household registration in the capital, allowing their family to settle in the capital. In this way, as the population of the Han tribe grows and the education system gradually improves, more and more students will be admitted to top universities in the future. If the university in the capital can enroll 2,000 people every year, these 2,000 people will everyone moved here with their families, and assuming 4 people per household, about 8,000 people could be moved here. In view of the fact that the North has been stable for so many years, people are more active in having children. A family with only 4 people is basically the same as having no children. Therefore, let alone 8,000 people, there may be more than 10,000 people by then. Of course, it is definitely impossible in a short time, but this can be regarded as a long-term plan to absorb the capital's population. Sometime later, when the capital reaches a certain scale and the population reaches tens of thousands, the living problems of so many people will also need to be solved. Investment can also be attracted from all over the country to attract wealthy households from all over the country to open stores, do business, invest in building factories, etc. In early January of the 3rd year of the Ming dynasty, the resettlement work for the newly joined tribesmen began. The most important thing in the current resettlement work was to clear up cultivated land so that the newly joined people could support themselves as soon as possible. In order to help these newly joined people to open up wasteland, Luo Chong also ordered the transfer of 2 rotary tillers from the mechanized farming farm in Luoyang County to help the 4,000 people who immigrated to Qingshu Island to open up wasteland and plant corn. The tribe sent people and farm machinery to help them grow the first crop of food for these immigrants, and the local officials had to lead these newcomers to build their houses before the summer grain harvest. In this way, with houses, they had once the summer grain is harvested, they will be left to work on their own. With a stable residence, a stable source of food, and food stored at home, this group of people will be completely stabilized. In the 8 counties of Hanyang in the north, it was much simpler. The remaining 8,000 people were divided equally among the 8 counties. Each county received only 1,000 immigrants, and at most more than 200 households. The 8 counties in Hanyang are all old counties. Each county is divided into several counties. These people are divided equally into the counties below. Each county is divided into 50 households, which is easy to arrange. When it comes to land reclamation, the first quarter has passed with the help of neighbors. If it doesn't work, there are still many tractors in Luoyang County. Just send out a few tractors to open up land for them. Even these immigrants from the north can temporarily stop clearing land and let them cultivate government land. Anyway, some people will definitely be moved to the capital after the year. When they leave, the land and houses will naturally not be taken away. Then the land of these people can be redistributed to these new people, and they will not even have to clear up wasteland. Qingshu Island must be reclaimed because Guanhai County and Chaoyang County do not have much population and most of the land is not cultivated, so they need to be reclaimed. At the same time, while Qingshu Island and the 8 counties of Hanyang in the north were resettling immigrants, the Tangpan Line Railway in the original Tang tribe was finally completed. The Yuban Line Railway starts from the opposite bank of the river in Tangcheng County, that is, Takumi County, and extends to the quarry in Panchir County. After this railway was completely connected, another train was shipped to Shingang County. It came here to meet the transportation needs of the Yuban line. Luo Chong's promise to Yu Ji that he would definitely deliver the stone to the capital in the spring can now be fulfilled. The 2 trains came and went, constantly running on this new line, transporting all kinds of stone bricks, stones, and building materials mined in the quarry, one by one, to the bank of Luoyang River, and then it was shipped to Takumi County on the other side, reloaded on a truck, and then transported to the construction site in the capital. With this large input of building materials, the construction speed of the capital is gradually accelerating. Just like that, in February of the 3rd year of Ming Dynasty, another cargo fleet was sent from the north. It also brought what Luo Chong urgently needed. More than a dozen ships full of arms allowed him to immediately complete the Han tribe's war. Military reform. The weapons shipped this time include newly produced molybdenum steel, 30,000 standard Type 2 bolt-action rifles, and a bullet production line equipment. With these weapons, the Shens Guard soldiers who followed Luo Chong to the south finally came in handy. The Shens Guards from the battalion that Luo Chong brought before were originally intended to be sent to various guard posts of the Han tribe to help other armies with thermal weapons replacement. From now on, all armies of the Han tribe will enter the era of thermal weapons. Although the garrison troops in those places can only use bolt-action rifles, even bolt-action rifles are almost the most advanced weapons in the world. Semi-automatic rifles that are better than bolt-action rifles are also owned by the Han tribe. So, there seems to be nothing wrong with a bolt-action rifle claiming to be the most advanced in the world, right? After the arranger received this batch of weapons, Luo Chong immediately began to make arrangements and reorganize the Han tribe army. With the introduction of thermal weapons, the combat effectiveness of the Han tribal army will definitely be greatly improved, so there is no need to continue to maintain so many troops. Now an army of 2,000 soldiers with hot weapons can defeat the army with tens of thousands of cold weapons. So why are there still so many soldiers left? This will only waste money and food. There is so much military pay to support so many soldiers, why not turn all their wages into hot weapons and equip them for the remaining elites? Disarmament is definitely necessary, and Luo Chong has already started the disarmament action. Bao Taowei, who just transferred to the engineering corps a few years ago, is the best example. The group of soldiers recruited previously have been soldiers for many years. It is time for these people to be released home to recuperate and contribute to the population growth of the Han tribe. In addition, the industrial process of the Han tribe is very fast now, and more factories are being built. Under such circumstances, there will definitely be a shortage of workers, so Luo Chong can also make good arrangements for those soldiers who have been laid off. After these people are retired and demobilized, Luo Chong can arrange them to various state-owned factories and give them a formal employee establishment, so that they can have food and drink throughout their lives. Moreover, it will be faster and more convenient for these soldiers who have received professional military training for several years to transform into workers when they return. They are good at learning skills, and are very disciplined and responsible. If they are put into a state-owned factory and given a little training, they will definitely become workers. Talent. Those who don't want to work in a factory can easily get credit, get promoted, go home and get a few more acres of fertile land, and just go back to farming. In addition, there is also a shortage of manpower in the administration. For example, the police system that Luo Chong is planning to create will require a large number of talents with military qualities to join. These retired soldiers can also serve in the soon-to-be established police system, and they will also have the opportunity to use guns in the future. After all, Luo Chong had previously asked the Power Research Institute in Qingshu County to produce police pistols and shotguns. In the future, these can be equipped for police use. It is assumed that a large number of retired soldiers will be willing to join this industry. With these post-retirement safeguards, we can achieve smooth and safe disarmament. If those soldiers work hard for the tribe and don't care about anything when they return home, they may directly rebel. After arranging the life of the retired and recovered soldiers, Luo Chong began to order that Shent's guards be admitted to every guard station of the Han tribe and become instructors to train all soldiers in thermal weapons training. Disarmament cannot happen so quickly. This disarmament can be carried out entirely through this training, and the elimination system can be used to disarmament. For example, during shooting training, those with good marksmanship will be reorganized according to their training results, while those without shooting talent can be demobilized directly and go home to work locally. This has two advantages. One is to screen the combat level of the soldiers and improve the army's combat capabilities. The other is to conduct systematic hot weapons training in advance for those soldiers who have never touched a gun. This way, if they transfer to the local army in the future, the police system doesn't even know how to use a gun. In addition to 30,000 standard Type II rifles, a large number of finished bullets, and a bullet production line, the arms transported this time also included 600 general-purpose machine guns. The local garrison of the Han tribe was equipped with 2 machine guns per platoon, so a guard post, or a regiment, would need 60 machine guns. These 600 machine guns are enough for Luo Chong to equip 10 guard posts. However, after disarmament, it is simply impossible to have so many local garrison troops left. Take the 6 guard posts on Qingshu Island as an example. The total strength is 15,500 people. The Baotao guards have been abolished before, and now there are still 13,000 people. Among them, there are 3,000 Chachi guards stationed in Xinhua County, Qingshu Island. Luo Chong plans to withdraw all these troops, then move them to the grassland, and then send the most capable troops stationed in Zhongwu County on the grassland. Qianyuwei was transferred to the capital, to serve as his own imperial army. Luo Chong's current imperial army only includes the Jinwu Guard, which mainly serves as an honor guard, personal guard, and intelligence work, and another purely firearms army, the Shent's Guard, which has the strongest combat effectiveness. However, these 2 armies are all infantry. In fact, it's a lack of mobility. Without a strong mobile force as the imperial army, it always felt like something was missing. In the future, if the border is destroyed by the enemy, or a rebellion occurs in the garrison somewhere, Luo Chong will not even have a forbidden army that can move quickly and flexibly, which will be very embarrassing. Therefore, Luo Chong wanted to transfer the most powerful cavalry guard, the Qianyu Guard, to his side as a forbidden army, and let the 3,000 cavalry guards on Qingshu Island switch to defend the grassland. The remaining 4 guard armies on Qingshu Island have abolished the Leopard Tau guards and transferred the Shaoqi guards, leaving a total of 10,000 people. After hot weapons replacement training, those with excellent shooting performance were selected and directly reorganized into 3 regiments, all of which were organized according to modern organization. The 3 regiments were merged into 1 brigade, responsible for the defense of the entire Qingshu Island. The excess people, that is, those who have been eliminated, are directly released home and allowed to change jobs and demobilize. Then there are the Tiger Guards, who are currently responsible for the defense of the entire 8 counties of Tangqing. Because the Tang tribe had just been incorporated into the Han tribe less than half a year ago, and the political situation was not yet stable, it was not the best time for reorganization or training, so Hu Benwei Luo Chong did not plan to move yet. Then there are the 3 counties of Honghu on the grassland, namely Longxiang Guard with 3,500 cavalry stationed in Kaiyuan County, Qianyu Guard with 4,000 cavalry in Zhongwu County, and Jinghai Guard with 3,000 cavalry in Binhai County, with a total strength of 10,500 people. Among them, the 1,000 Niu Guards had to change defenses with the Shaoqi Guards, so after the defense change, there were only 9,500 troops left on the grassland. Although the number of soldiers has been reduced, after all of them are equipped with new rifles, the combat effectiveness of the prairie cavalry will not be reduced, but will be strengthened. In addition, Luo Chong prepared to reform the cavalry tactics of the Han tribe. All local garrison troops on the grasslands are trained according to the routine of dragoons. The so-called dragoons were the first to be created by France. To put it nicely, they are dragoons, and to put it more bluntly, they are mounted infantry. When marching, horses are used to transport soldiers and ammunition supplies to improve the mobility of soldiers. But when fighting, all soldiers dismount and become infantry. This has a lot to do with the guns in their hands. If the infantry can be equipped with a sufficient number of machine guns, there is no need to fear the enemy's cavalry attack. Because our own infantry has horses to travel, we can also use such mounted infantry to pursue the enemy's cavalry. Anyway, in terms of firepower, combat effectiveness, and maneuverability, mounted infantry is the strongest. For example, the 3 grassland guard stations that will be reorganized this time will have 9,500 people left after the defense adjustments. However, after thermal weapons reorganization training, some of them will eventually be eliminated, leaving only 3 regiments and 1 A regiment guards a county, and 3 regiments together form a brigade. Finally, there are the 3 imperial guards around Luo Chong, the Jingwu Guard, the Shens Guard, and the Qianyu Guard. The Jingwu Guard is the largest among them, but there are only about 2,000 people on the surface. Most of the rest are spies lurking in various places. The Shens Guard was established the year before last, and its size is only 1 regiment, but it may be expanded in the future. And finally the cavalry of the 1,000 Ox Guards, I want to focus on this. The Qianyu Guards are Luo Chong's imperial cavalry, which are naturally different from the cavalry of the garrison troops in those places on the grasslands. They are mounted infantry, and their weapons are still bolt-action rifles and machine guns, but the Qianyu Guard's forbidden army is different. Because the barrel of the bolt-action rifle is too long and it is inconvenient to change ammunition, it is not easy to shoot on horseback, so you can only dismount and fight on foot. But the forbidden army is different. Luo Chong plans to equip Qianyuwei with a semi-automatic repeating rifle. Not only is the gun body short and compact, it is convenient for shooting from horseback, but it also does not require manual reloading, which can increase the rate of fire. Therefore, even if the Qianyuwei is equipped with thermal weapons, it is still an ace unit that can mount a horse and shoot, and dismount and fight on foot. In addition to being equipped with a copycat Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Qingshu will also equip each soldier with an 8-shot spray gun. This thing is very powerful in close combat. One shot will kill the enemy, let alone a human. A war horse can also be brought down with one shot. The above arrangements are all for the army. After all the reorganization are completed, there will be 3 brigades remaining, with a total of 9 regiments, plus a guard station that will not participate in the reorganization for the time being, the Huban Guards. After the Han tribe established their country, all military systems would be changed to the modern division, brigade and regiment system. Division-level units also have the distinction between Type A divisions and Type B divisions. Type A divisions are the main force, and their establishment is based on 3 brigades and 9 regiments. The required ordnance, food, and soldiers are all given priority for supply. The B division is a local guard force, with 2 brigades and 6 regiments under its jurisdiction. All military supplies are handled at the next level. There is a famous saying on Luo Chong's past life website, "How many teachers does God have?" Luo Chong really didn't know how many divisions God had, but after the Han tribe completed their military reorganization, the entire army combined could probably make up one Class A division, with a total of less than 20,000 people, which was nationwide. Let's say one regiment has 2,000 men. 9 regiments only have 18,000 men. However, with the equipment of the Han tribe, one division is enough to defend the country. With this one division, it is not a problem to defeat the whole world. Finally, after the arrangements for the army were completed, only the navy was left. It was also the only navy of the Han tribe, Fubo Wei, and it was about to undergo a thermal weapon replacement. However, Fubo Wei's equipment change is very simple, compared to their military branches. All naval soldiers are equipped with semi-automatic rifles and shotguns, and officers are equipped with pistols, but that's all. Apart from these 2 types of firearms, they currently have no other equipment replacement tasks, because Luo Chong plans to wait a few more years, and after the Han tribe has developed steamships, he will directly equip them with rapid-fire cannons and machine guns, as well as steam ironclad with large-caliber machine guns and torpedoes. Therefore, the Navy does not seem to be in a hurry to change its uniform at this time. After the arrangements for the military reform were decided, orders were immediately issued from Luo Chong. The soldiers from the Shent's Guard Battalion, who had followed Luo Chong south, were also assigned to various guard posts as instructors and responsible for training. Soldiers in various guard posts use new firearms. At the same time, with the arrival of the 3rd year of the Great Ming Dynasty, the industrialization process of the Han tribe is gradually accelerating. Nowadays, in addition to the construction projects in various parts of the South, the biggest thing is the industrial layout of the South. If the South wants to develop industry, it must have coal and steel. Coal has been discovered in Qingshu County and Qian County in the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River. There is also a hematite mine in the original Baiwu tribe. Now that there are coal mines and iron mines in the same place, are we still worried about the lack of steel? Luo Chong has been urging the opening of the railway from Qian County to Taigang County because the iron ore in Taigang County is manganese iron ore. If this iron ore can be developed, the Han tribe can produce heavy iron made of manganese steel. Carry rails. But if you only need ordinary carbon steel, the resources within Qian County's own jurisdiction are sufficient. Last year, Gu Ji and Tian Hong of the Baiwu tribe, under the instruction of Luo Chong, went to the south of the Han tribe. They visited all the way, broadened their horizons, and knew how powerful the Han tribe was, so they didn't wait until when I went back. I had already made up my mind on the way to lead the whole clan to join the Han tribe, and now this matter has been put in place. As a result, at the end of last autumn, all the 2,000 members of the Baiwu clan had moved to Qian County with their families. The old residence of the Baiwu clan had long been bulldozed, and now it is under construction. Construction of a new steel plant, the largest in the south. There are many blast furnaces and converters in this steelmaking plant, but the most eye-catching one is the largest iron-making blast furnace. This is the largest blast furnace currently designed and manufactured by the Han tribe, with a design volume of 500 cubic meters. Based on a utilization factor of 3 times per cubic meter, this blast furnace alone can produce more than 1,500 tons of molten iron every day. Of course, this is only the most elementary molten iron. If you want to turn this molten iron into steel or special alloy steel, you still need secondary processing. In the era of Luo Chong's previous life, the blast furnace with a single unit of 500 cubic meters was already a backward production capacity that needed to be eliminated. However, in the era of the Han tribe, it was an out-and-out killer. The daily output of this furnace, I don't know how many tribes would die from envy for the amount of iron. The shell of this blast furnace is made of rolled and riveted steel plates, and the interior is built with a layer of refractory bricks. Next to it is a large steam-powered blasting equipment, and next to it is a 3-story observation room and command post, responsible for the entire workshop. This blast furnace can be said to be the best in the world in terms of various scheduling aspects, whether in terms of hardware or software aspects of the operation and management system. However, because the Han tribe had no experience in building such a large blast furnace, the construction speed was relatively slow. The construction of the steelmaking plant has not been completed yet, but the rolling mill next to it has been built. This is the largest steel rolling mill in the south. Although it has not yet started construction, it already has rolled heavy-duty rails, narrow-gauge rails, national standard steel bars, seamless steel pipes, I-shaped steel, U-shaped steel, steel wire pulling, steel cables, and iron sheets. Steel plates, iron chains, springs, bearing steel balls, etc., rolling capabilities of dozens of different profiles. The entire steelmaking plant and steel rolling plant were built together. The scope of the factory almost surrounded the entire plain near the original Baiwu people, covering an area of several thousand acres. Comparing the entire steelmaking plant with Qian County not far away, it feels like Qian County has become a rural area under the jurisdiction of the steelmaking plant. In addition to the steel rolling mill and steelmaking plant, there are also factory construction tasks at the coal mine next to it. Near the coal mine in the west of Qian County, a large coking plant has been built. Dozens of twin tower-shaped coking towers have been erected in the entire factory area. The coking tower is divided into 4 parts, upper, lower, left and right, and coal is burned under one tower. The coke is retorted at the top, coal is burned at the bottom of the other tower, and the lime is retorted at the top. In this way, the lime tower will release a large amount of carbon dioxide. This carbon dioxide is introduced into the coking tower through pipelines to prevent the coke in the retort from being ignited. Next to this huge coking plant, there is also a chemical plant, which is mainly responsible for the deep processing of coal tar, the extraction of phenol, the synthetic raw material for picric acid, the asphalt in coal tar, and the secondary processing of lime. Processing, turning lime into calcium carbide for thousands of households, providing lighting for the people, and allowing the South to have its own ability to produce calcium carbide. With coke, coal mines, and steel, the heavy industry in the South can be completely established. Once these heavy industrial projects produce output, Luo Chong can use these raw materials to open more factories, such as bicycle factories. The steel rolling mill here in Qian County has the ability to produce seamless steel pipes. With the seamless steel pipes, they can be used to weld bicycle frames. The South is rich in rubber. Then open a tire factory and assemble the parts together. We can continuously produce bicycles and tricycles. There is also iron sheet produced by steel rolling mills. With a large amount of iron sheet, it can be rolled twice and rolled into color steel plates, which can be used to build the roof of the factory building or the fence of the construction site. In addition, the iron sheet is also used to produce cans. The iron sheet is stamped into the required shape, and finally folded, sealed, and rolled to turn into individual tin cans, which can be used to hold fish, various meats, and biscuit boxes, pencil case, etc., etc. Not to mention other things, they are all important equipment of a big country. Steel bars can be used for construction, steel cables can be used to make lifting equipment, or large machinery in ports, such as gantry cranes and the like. There are also I-beams and U-shaped steels. This kind of steel can be used to quickly build steel structure factories, or to make steel structure bridges, etc., which are very important things. Other steel plates and springs can be used to make trains, carriages, frames, and other important parts. Steel plates can also be rolled into large water tankers or steam boilers. As for the iron chain, this thing is the most commonly used thing in the shipbuilding industry, especially the anchor of large ships. Why is heavy industry the cornerstone of industry? Because of these many basic materials, humans can use these produced materials to make more things. For example, with thin and light steel plates, high-end cameras with steel casings can be punched out. Will this level of quality rise instantly? With so much steel, if you want to open other light industrial factories in the future, can you produce those assembly line equipment yourself? And if your own country does not have this heavy industrial base, then you can only buy those assembly line equipment from other countries at high prices, and use the price of high-tech to buy a pile of ordinary steel, and the equipment you bought is actually just change the shape of the steel and put it back together again. Everyone knows that heavy industry is good, but why can't so many countries develop it? First, it developed too late. Under the premise of the world economy, the steel produced by itself has no market advantage. The second is that heavy industry is an industry with large investment and slow return on capital. It cannot be done without concentrating the efforts of one country. It must have strong policy support and strong capital that is willing to invest all the capital. It must not be anxious to see returns. Just throw money at it and spend time on it, so that you can start it slowly. Why could the Han tribe's southern industry develop so quickly? That's because Luo Chong has built a very complete primary industrial system in the north. As long as there is a basic industrial base in the north, this industrial system can continue to replicate and upgrade itself where the resources are suitable. This is the correct way to play industrial civilization. Of course, there is another most important reason, which is the disorder of capital. Today's Han tribe does not have a complete system or perfect laws. The people do not know what industry is. Luo Chong's rights are infinitely huge. As long as the Han tribe has the ability to develop, he can take all the resources in the world for himself. Resources have no price, so they are naturally willing to invest. In the world a lifetime ago, Western civilization relied on colonial plunder to accumulate initial capital investment and complete its own industrialization. China itself tightened its belt and sacrificed hundreds of millions of farmers to scrape together the raw capital that opened the door to industrialization and completed industrialization. But Luo Chong's era is different. The resources here in the Han tribe are free of money. What Luo Chong wants is just a matter of words. This is a barbaric era, but it is also a magnificent era, because there are no complicated shackles and restrictions in the previous life. In this world, in the Han tribe, Luo Chong is the supreme heaven. What does he want to do? He still has to consider the cost. All minerals under the sun are originally the private property of the emperor. After laying the foundation for heavy industry in the south, Luo Chong still needs to plan for the industrial development zone in the capital. According to Luo Chong's vision, the future of the capital will definitely be dominated by the industrial population. These people live in the city and cannot take the train to the countryside to farm every day, so their jobs must be satisfied in the city. In this way, a large number of factories are needed in the city. Therefore, industrial areas in cities came into being. According to Luo Chong's layout, Chongqing County, and Qian County are the heavy industry bases in the south. However, heavy industry produces materials, and these primary materials need to be processed into usable commodities, so another industry is needed. Base, Luo Chong calls it a manufacturing base. Luo Chong plans to place this manufacturing base on the north side of Tuahai County, along the railway line from Tuahai County to the capital. This will facilitate the transportation of materials and goods, and also use the entire Tuahai County to protect the industrial zone. Even if enemies from overseas come ashore in the future, they will have to defeat Tuahai County and the 8 Tangcheng counties before they can plunder the industrial base in the north of Tuahai County. However, by the time they finish attacking Tuahai County, the industrial base behind them will have long been destroyed. Luo Chong used the railway along the route to move away. This was a decision made for the purpose of strategic defense. In addition, this manufacturing base is also dominated by heavy industry manufacturing, such as rubber processing plants, ship manufacturing plants, tractor factories, bicycle factories, machinery processing plants, hardware processing plants, etc. The Han tribe currently only has a shipyard that builds wooden sailboats, and none that can build steam ironclad ships. The location of Tuahai County is very good. There is a heavy industry base in the north, steel can meet the supply, and it is a coastal city, close to the sea. There is soil for the development of shipbuilding industry. Behind the shipyard, a machining base can be placed. For example, various parts required for shipbuilding, turning propellers, etc. require precision machining equipment. Port cranes can also be manufactured here to provide services to the shipbuilding industry and ports. Marina services. Other tractor factories and bicycle factories can be lined up along both sides of the railway. What parts are needed can be produced directly from the machinery processing factory next to them, forming an industrial cluster and industrial chain. These are the manufacturing bases for bulky goods. Even heavy-duty trains can be produced here. However, such manufacturing is obviously not suitable for being placed in the capital. Therefore, there is also a third industrial chain in the capital, which is the light industry, food industry, and high-tech industry. The establishment of a light industrial park here in the capital was not something Luo Chong came up with, but was determined by the conditions here. First of all, the capital will have a large industrial population in the future, and light industry, also known as labor-intensive industry, requires a large amount of labor, which is consistent with the conditions of the capital. Second, the large area between Tuahai County and the capital city, or in other words, from the Luyang River estuary to the west and the grassland Honghu Lake to the east, is all farmland with fertile soil, which is very suitable for vigorous development of agriculture. A large amount of cotton can be grown here. With cotton, textile printing and dyeing can be done in the capital. To the west of the capital is the grassland Honghu Lake. A large amount of leather can be obtained from the grassland opposite. Therefore, when sewing machines are available in the future, clothing and shoes can also be developed. For hats, leather shoes, and ready-made clothes, the West can provide rubber, and in the future we can also produce cloth shoes with rubber soles. Food can also be grown here, and with food, non-staple foods can be developed, such as sugar, wine, alcohol, instant noodles, biscuits, beer, soda, and so on. After the planting industry is developed, it can also drive the breeding industry. After all, there are so many straws that need to be consumed, and there is also grain. If there is too much to eat, you can use grain for breeding. After you have a lot of meat, you can also set up a cannery, canned lunch meat, sausage, canned beef, canned fruit, and even get a lot of seafood from the sea to make canned fish. There are also seasonings, not to mention anything else, just hot sauce, soy sauce, vinegar, vegetable oil. These can also be used. Even for Qingshu Island across the strait, Luo Chong has already thought about the future development direction, which is to focus on bamboo. Qingshu Island was originally called Bamboo Island because there were enough bamboos on the island, which happened to be a resource for development. Wherever there is bamboo, naturally there are bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots can be processed and sold all over the country. After bamboo is matured, it can also be made into furniture, door curtains, mats, bamboo woven daily necessities, etc. Corresponding factories can be established to focus on the production of these things. In addition, bamboo can also be processed into disposable chopsticks using a lathe. Wooden disposable chopsticks are of poor quality and look bad. They are also particularly damaging to the environment and require a lot of wood, but bamboo is different. Bamboo grows fast and is not afraid of being cut. The more you cut, the more it grows. Disposable chopsticks made of bamboo are more beautiful and stronger. They can be found in food stalls, barbecue restaurants, noodle shops, restaurants, and train stations all over the country. Support this disposable chopstick industry. Bamboo can also be used to make paper. Paper making is also a major industry that damages the environment. Not only does it require cutting down a lot of wood, but the pollution emissions from the papermaking industry are also a headache. However, bamboo is more environmentally friendly. Not only is the material cost low, but it is also long. What's more important is that there are almost no chemical pollution steps in the bamboo papermaking process, so no heavy pollution will be released. Of course, in the future, paper will also be made here in the capital, especially toilet paper. The people of the Han tribe used to wipe their buttocks with whatever they had, such as bricks, tiles, and dirt. Later, they also used leaves. Since the Han tribe had corn, everything has changed. People suddenly discovered that the layers of skin on the outside of corn cobs, that is, leaves, are good for wiping buttocks. First of all, there are too many of them and they can't be used up. Several layers can be peeled off from the outside of one cob. And what's more, this kind of corn husks is relatively tough and strong, not easy to tear, and comes in sheets, which is easy to wipe and throw directly into the manure pit after use. It can also be redding with manure into fertilizer, which is environmentally friendly and pollution-free, and even it can also be used twice. But no matter how good that thing is, it is not as clean and comfortable as toilet paper. So Luo Chong still wanted to get out the toilet paper. Another material that can be used to make paper is straw. Wheat straw and rice straw can be used to make paper. The quality of the paper made from this material is not very good and the color is yellow. If artificial decolorization is required, a large amount of chemicals will be needed, which will definitely cause pollution. But this kind of paper is not useless at all. This kind of yellow paper can be used as wrapping paper, such as the kind of rhubarb paper used by doctors in the clinic to wrap pills when I was a child, and the yellow paper used to wrap sesame seed cakes. If it is made thicker, it can also be used to wrap pills like in ancient TV series. Packaging medicinal materials. The Chinese medicine in the TV series is wrapped in rhubarb paper, and one dose is packed into a package, and finally tied up with fine hemp rope, so it can be carried away directly. In fact, what many people don't know is that ancient cakes, even modern pastries are also packaged in this way. When making paper, you can first make this yellow paper thicker and make it into craft paper, and then fold it into a carton. The carton can be used to hold pastries, and then put a festive label on it with big red paper, and finally buy it. A few boxes of snacks are bundled with hemp rope, and you can take them home and eat them slowly. All in all, this kind of yellow paper has many uses. Even if it is not used for packaging, it can also be used as a homework book. Even in modern times, many stationery manufacturers produce homework books that are made of yellowed paper. The Han tribe could also do the same and make some primary color paper homework books to sell to students. There are many benefits to using straw to make paper. This is waste reuse, which is better than burning it directly as firewood. In addition, a building materials industrial park and a home improvement mall can be built here in the capital city. In the future, as more people move to the capital, more and more houses will be built. So the question is, building these houses must require building materials, right? Cement, sand, steel bars? Bricks, tiles, wood, these are definitely indispensable. Other more advanced ones include glass, color steel plates, ceramic tiles, etc. Especially ceramic tiles, this is a good thing. If every house has floor tiles, how many ceramic tiles will be needed? Whether it is a wooden floor, a cement floor, or a high-end ceramic tile, the people must have a place to buy it. As long as there is demand and market, why are you afraid that things won't sell? Then there is the decoration aspect. Do you want plaster and whitewash for painting the walls? Do you want some green paint for the dado? In addition, there are lamps, furniture, tables, chairs, benches, hangers, and bookcases. Don't we all need to buy these things? No matter what, we have to establish a building materials market. Luo Chong has even thought about how to operate this building materials market. He can directly allocate a piece of land in the capital to build a building materials market, build shops there, and then attract foreign investment. All those doing building materials business can go there. Rent and buy a shop and start business. There must be not only shops, but also warehouses and workers. Any craftsman who does decoration can list here to find work, or contact the merchants in the market and ask them to do it as long as there is work. As for the factories that produce furniture, these private businesses can build the factories themselves, and the tribal officials can sell the use rights of machines and industrial land, such as table saws driven by steam engines, steam-powered air compressors, and various pneumatic tools. In addition, there are wood processing plants and wood trading houses, which can be done by individual businessmen in the private sector. The state-owned enterprises of the Han Empire only need to hold those heavy industries and high-precision industries in their hands, such as furniture factories and wood factories. All of this can be privately owned. Those who are capable and have ideas can even organize migrant workers to work in the city to undertake construction projects, and organize a construction team to get paid for building houses. After all, the capital will definitely continue to increase its population in the future. Where so many people live, there will definitely be a need for many houses. These construction teams and decoration teams can all be organized. Maybe a small contractor will become a real estate company by doing it. It's over. This is not impossible. In short, with the progress of society, various things will definitely develop. What Luo Chong, the leader, needs to do is to use his forward-thinking vision to give them tips from time to time and guide them to the right path and avoid detours. With Luo Chong at the center of Tuahai County, various construction tasks of the Han tribe were completed quickly. At the same time, officials and Jinwei agents from various places also continuously compiled intelligence from various places, allowing Luo Chong to look at the big picture of the entire tribe. In April of the third year of Deming, at the beginning of summer, the people Ying brought back from the Yuqiao clan had already settled in the 8 counties of Hanyang. Their first harvest of grain had also been harvested, and they had completely integrated into the Han tribe and became several members of the Han tribe. One of the 100,000 registered residents. At the same time, something big happened here in the south. The Cross-Sea Bridge project that has been under construction for nearly 5 years has finally reached the final step, the critical moment of closing the sections. Originally, when this Cross-Sea Bridge was designed, it was required that large ships could pass under the bridge, and carriages and tractors, as well as heavy-duty trains, must be able to pass above. However, in order to allow 3-masted sailing ships to pass normally below, therefore, it is necessary to build an arch bridge with a huge span, raise the space under this section of the bridge deck, and blow up the rocks below to clear a channel. Originally, the engineering headquarters was still worried about how to build the arch bridges in the middle. The key was that they had never built an arch bridge with such a span before. As a result, they unexpectedly learned the technology from the canyon bridge of the Chitai Railway. They also learned the construction plan of the canyon bridge. They first erected high towers on both sides of the broken bridge, then used steel cables to pull the bridge arches, poured them section by section, and finally succeeded in closing them in the middle, and then poured the bridge arches on top. Bridge deck. In this way, after 5 years, tens of thousands of workers, and countless resources, this super project finally completed the first phase. Yes, this is only the first phase, just a bridge made of reinforced concrete. Of course, it is no problem for horse-drawn carriages to pass on such a bridge, even if thousands of cavalry are allowed to run on it. The key is that there are no railroad tracks on it, so at first, only horse-drawn carriages can be used. But even so, it is worth the entire Qingshu Island. The people are happy. After many years, they were finally no longer blocked by the strait and could drive their carriages to the mainland comfortably. But they are comfortable, and it is easier for Luo Chong's troops to land on Qingshu Island. With this bridge, the Han tribe can better rule the entire Qingshu Island, and no longer have to worry about their rebellion. There is another group of people who are also the most excited, and that is the workers who built the bridge. These were all prisoners of war taken by the Han tribe when they attacked the Zhudao Xian tribe. Most of them were die-hard members of the elders' families. They followed those elders as soldiers to resist the young men of the Han tribe. Except for those who surrendered and were released directly home, the rest were arrested and forced to work to build this cross-sea bridge. When the bridge was first built, the Han tribe made a promise to them. As long as the bridge was repaired, they would be released back home, given the household registration of the Han tribe, and allowed to become normal citizens of the Han tribe. Now that the bridge is finally completed, they have completely got rid of their status as prisoners of war and can go home. They have indeed built the bridge. As for the railway on the bridge, what does that have to do with them? That's all the job of the road construction team. On the day the bridge was completed, Luo Chong personally came to the cross-sea bridge and led everyone to hold a grand completion ceremony. At the ceremony, Luo Chong personally announced the granting of citizen household registration to the prisoners of war, which attracted thunderous cheers from tens of thousands of prisoners of war. Luo Chong also personally wrote the name of the bridge and the history of its construction on the stone pillar in the middle of the bridge. The name of this cross-sea bridge is Qingshu Strait Bridge, and its scientific name is Qingshu Strait Road and Railway Bridge. Different from the Wuhan Yangtze River Bridge, which has 2 levels of roads and railways, the Han tribe Qingshu Strait Bridge puts the 2 roads on the same plane, with trains running in the middle and horse-drawn carriages or motor vehicles, tractors, running on both sides. For the width in the middle, if a narrow-gauge railway is paved, 4 lines can be paved side by side. If a heavy-haul railway is paved, only 2 lines can be paved. However, no matter which one is paved, it can meet the needs of simultaneous traffic in both directions. It's enough to use. After writing the name on the stone pillar, there is also the history of the bridge construction, when the construction started, when it was completed, why it was built, which country the bridge was built and which country it belongs to, and the resources used to build the bridge. How much manpower and various resources were required, and what does it mean to build this bridge? Luo Chongzi carefully wrote a lot on this stone pillar. This is a historical witness and a symbol of sovereignty. With this bridge placed here, who dares to say that this is not the territory of the Han tribe? What does it mean since ancient times? This has been the case since time immemorial. After writing all these, Luo Chong asked a stonemason to carve all the above words on the stone pillars. Finally, he had to paint the inscription area with red letters on a black background. As for the later construction, it is left to other teams. After completing this matter, the more than 10,000 prisoners of war were finally released home, but they rested at home for more than a month. After seeing that their wives and children were all well, they were recruited by Luo Chong again. Only this time, he was recruited as a citizen. Of the more than 10,000 prisoners of war who were released this time, Luo Chong recruited another 4,000 people, all of whom were construction talents who were good at concrete pouring, explosive blasting, nailing wooden board molds, and tying steel bars. Although these people were a little unhappy about being recruited, when they learned that they would be paid if they worked for the tribe in the future, their resentment about not wanting to work was much lessened. Luo Chong also upgraded them to the normal treatment level of citizen workers, and then with a single order, all these people were dispatched to build the railway on the Qitai line. They are definitely not needed for the work of laying railways, but they can dig caves. These people used to be able to blast rocks and skillfully use tools like pickaxes to dig out rocks in the sea. At first, they were just turned into caves. In addition, these people are also experts at building bridges, and the Qitai line happens to have a lot of railway bridges, so just let these professionals do it. Working here is much better than working on the cross-sea bridge. The monthly salary here is 40 to 50 yuan. The key is not only salary, but also a lot of subsidies, such as food subsidies in the wild, clothing subsidies, travel expenses home, and a lot of benefits. The treatment is simply enviable. Their wages are higher than those of factory workers. Of course, the risk and work intensity are also higher than those of factory workers. With the addition of these skilled workers, the Qitai Railway is one step closer to completion. In May of the third year of Deming, it was the hottest time of summer, and the first batch of immigrants from the 8 counties of Hanyang arrived in the capital. These first batch of immigrants were from 3 research institutes. Now all 3 research institutes have moved to the south to work. The Comprehensive Research Institute is placed to the west of the palace, and the Power Research Institute and the Biology Research Institute are also there. However, everyone from the Power Research Institute now works in the Manufacturing Industrial Park in Takumi County, and is responsible for planning and building the industrial facilities there. When this group of people first arrived, Luo Chong called Lin Fei to make arrangements. Without saying anything else, he just said that in the future, the Han tribe would have high-speed trains, heavy-haul trains, high-speed rails, and steam trains. Powered ironclad ships will be manufactured there. You decide what you need and get whatever you need. I am here to fully support it. Lin Fei and a group of researchers from the Power Research Institute were extremely excited at the time. Heavy-haul trains, high-speed railways, steam-armored ships, all these high-end, atmospheric and classy things were all produced here? Then there is nothing to hesitate about. After all, the leader has said that he will give full support and will give you whatever you ask for. Why don't you just get everything you need first? Of course, the 3 research institutes also brought a large number of family members, and these people were also settled in the capital. The students went to school in the capital first, and the teachers taught in the capital. As for the other family members, because the land outside the capital was too far away, so they cannot farm, so they can only temporarily arrange for them to build the capital together, and do whatever they can. This can also speed up the construction of some capitals. In the early autumn and August of the third year of Daming, the second batch of immigrants from the capital also came. These were all from Qingshu Island, because 4,000 people had been moved to Qingshu Island from the Yuchia family before, and they were released to Qingshu Island. Thousands of prisoners of war returned home, causing the population of Qingshu Island to surge, so Luo Chong happened to transfer 5,000 people from Qingshu to supplement the capital. However, these people have not been assigned to the city for the time being, but are farming in the suburbs outside the city. In the winter of the third year of Daming, the heavy industrial base in Qian County finally lit the first fire. Coal mines have begun to be mined, coking plants have begun to produce coke, steel plants have begun to smelt steel, and the steel rolling mills nearby are also continuously transporting large amounts of steel to the south. From this day on, the steel bars required for construction projects in various parts of the south no longer need to be transported from the north. It was not until the end of winter this year, before the Jingdan festival, that the Qitai Railway was finally fully connected. In fact, for such a narrow-gauge railway, even the foundation did not need to be broken. If it were not for the purpose of digging caves and erecting bridges, this short period of more than 400 kilometers should have been repaired long ago. It was only because of the construction of bridges and tunnels that it has been delayed until now. After this railway was opened to traffic, a large amount of mining equipment was immediately sent from the north. They were sent along the railway to Taicang County, where they began to officially mine ferromanganese ore, and then they were pulled back along the railway and sent to Qian County for smelting. It is made into manganese molybdenum alloy steel that can roll heavy-duty rails, and then the equipment of the rolling mill is used to roll heavy-duty rails weighing 80 kilograms per meter. Until this moment, the Han tribe finally had the ability to lay heavy-haul railways. After the heavy-loaded rails were obtained, the two road construction teams that had completed their tasks were transferred to the capital without stopping. The road construction team originally had 1,600 people, and later added 2,500 people who retired from Baotaowei, and later added 4,000 people. There were only a few workers building a bridge, and now the entire road construction team has reached more than 8,000 people. With this road construction team of more than 8,000 people, Luo Chong immediately assigned them a new task, building a new Haida Line heavy-haul railway. The Haida Line is the railway from Takumi County to the capital city. Because the Tuoda Line is a bit difficult to pronounce, I chose the middle word and called it the Haida Line. It is a railway line from the coast, the estuary, to the capital city. It is okay to understand it this way. The Haida Line Railway is right next to the original narrow-gauge railway line, which makes it convenient to use the original old railway line to transport various railway building materials directly to the construction site. Unlike the previous narrow-gauge railways only need to pad the roadbed and compact it, and then sleepers can be laid directly and rails can be nailed. However, heavy-haul railways are different. Heavy-haul railways have higher requirements for roadbeds due to their extremely heavy loads. Under the heavy-duty railway, piles need to be driven. At least 4 ground piles with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a depth of 10 meters should be driven horizontally. After drilling the holes for the ground piles, insert the steel cages into them and pour the concrete. This is how it works. A reinforced concrete pile was driven 10 meters into the ground. Just drive 4 such concrete piles in a row, 1 row every 1 meter and 2 meters forward. All the land along the line must be driven with such a row of piles, and then a steel cage will be tied on top of the row of piles. And then pour concrete into the road surface. After the road surface is poured, soil must be added to the top to raise the foundation, and then the road surface must be poured, and soil must be added until the cross-section of the railway embankment is stacked into a trapezoid, before sleepers and rails can be laid on top. And finally cover the sleepers with ballast, that is, gravel. After the road above is repaired, drainage channels will be built on the slopes on both sides of the trapezoidal foundation. Grass and trees will also need to be planted to prevent soil erosion of the foundation, and vegetation will be used to consolidate the soil of the foundation. Fortunately, the new Haida Line is all plains, and there is an original narrow-gauge railway not far away that can transport building materials. With enough manpower and good equipment, the construction speed of the project is not slow. It's just that the cost of building this road is a bit scary. While the Han tribe's first heavy-haul railway was being built here, in the industrial zone next to Tuahai County, a group of researchers from the Power Research Institute were also busy building factories and manufacturing heavy-haul locomotives. They are all excited and sleepless now. The Han tribe's first heavy-haul railway has begun to be built. They can't wait until the road is built. Their cars haven't been built yet, right? That would be a big joke. At the end of winter in the third year of Deming, the capital city welcomed the third batch of immigrants. They were all outstanding students from the 8 counties of Hanyang, and of course, their families. The total number was about 8,000 people. They all moved into the capital this time. Those students who pass the exam will continue their studies in universities in the capital, and their families will also begin to join the construction of the capital. Others did some small business in the capital and started commercial activities. And the people who immigrated to the capital one after another this year also celebrated the first Qingdan festival in the capital here. In the 4th year of Deming's reign, Tuahai County's manufacturing industrial park intensified its construction efforts, and some urgently needed projects began construction immediately. Those that were not in a hurry, such as shipyards that built steam ironclad ships, could only be pushed back. The first ones to be built were the mechanical processing plant and the glass factory. There was a reason why the glass factory was built first, that is, the palace in the capital was about to be completed, and all kinds of building materials were basically available because of the railway. Coupled with the help of immigrants from last year, the construction of the palace has accelerated. The only building material still missing is glass. But this also means that the construction of the palace has reached the final decoration stage. After all, the glass has begun to be installed, so the final decoration is definitely left. The center of the Han Empire was about to be built. In February of the 4th year of Deming's reign, construction of the glass factory began. Under the constant urging of officials at all levels, it was finally completed and put into operation in mid-May. This is the first fully automated glass manufacturing factory in the Han tribe. It is naturally impossible to say it is fully automated. Workers are also needed here, but compared with the old glass factory on Hushin Island in the north, the work here is much longer. It is much easier, and fewer workers are needed. The glass-burning craftsmen no longer have to blow with their mouths. Here, air compressors are used to blow. After the glass factory was put into operation, a steady stream of flat glass was produced, and then it was not stored in the warehouse at all, but was directly taken by train to the palace in the capital. Glass was installed in all the attics, pavilions in the palace, and the places that needed to be painted were painted. It was not until the end of August in the 4th year of Deming that the entire palace project was finally completed. The current palace has golden and blue glazed tile roofs, vermilion palace walls, vermilion lacquered pillars, large glass curtain walls, and scenery that can be seen everywhere. The interior is full of tiles and wooden floors. When you get to the harem, you can take a look at it from the attic. Go there, and you will see the Taichieki artificial lake, which covers an area of hundreds of acres. Good guy, that artificial lake is so big that you can even drive a speedboat in it. What's even more exaggerated is that there is an island in the middle of the artificial lake, called Tai Lake, called Punlai Island. There is also a small building with ancient-style architecture in it, which is simply beautiful. But when he looked at the garden of the harem, Luo Chong suddenly felt dull. That's it? Is this called a palace? I always feel like something is missing. By the way, it's exotic flowers and plants. So, Luo Chong gave an order to Hanyang County, asking them to send a team to Rumengshui Valley in the west to collect the seeds, branches, and leaves of some luminous plants, and even seedlings. If they can be planted, they can be planted, and if they can be cut, they can be cut. If it doesn't work, dig it out and transplant it. Anyway, Luo Chong has already made a decision. He wants to make this harem as beautiful as a fairyland. After the palace was built, Luo Chong immediately ordered that the Jinwu guards and Shachi guards be transferred to the military camp of the palace, as well as the remaining 2 battalions of Shents guards in the north. When they arrive at the palace, they are the guards responsible for guarding the palace. Then Luo Chong asked people to select a group of young and good-looking slaves from the captured cannibal female slaves according to needs, and put them in the palace as maids. The total number of people was about 800, responsible for cleaning various places, plant palaces and courtyard gardens, etc. These maids also have their own dormitories in the palace and do not live with Luo Chong's family. They are only responsible for cleaning. The maids who truly serve as personal servants are all maids hired from the private sector with a monthly salary. In modern terms, they are nannies. In ancient terms, the female slaves of the cannibals were all rough girls. However, although Luo Chong had people choose maids to clean and hire maids outside, he did not immediately let the family move there. In fact, Luo Chong had already visited this new home with Xiao Dai and the children. They were all dumbfounded, especially the 7-year-old Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan. The two children were clamoring to live in the palace. But Luo Chong still rejected it. His reason was that the smell of paint here was too strong, and their younger brothers and sisters were still young, so smelling such a smell would be bad for their health, so they would wait another half a year for the smell to dissipate. Especially in various palaces, the wooden furniture has basically been painted with tung oil or paint, and the smell is very unpleasant, so it is better to let the maids clean it for half a year and ventilate it on time every day to disperse the smell. In addition, Luo Chong now has 5 children. After Tang Yao married, she became pregnant at the end of the 2nd year of her life. In the autumn of her 3rd year, she gave birth to a boy to Luo Chong, also Luo Chong. His 5th child was named Luoan, which means peace. Luoan was born in the autumn of the 3rd year of his life, and it is now the autumn of his 4th year. This little guy is now 1 year old. If calculated according to the number of months on Earth, this child is already 15 months old and he walked while holding on to the wall, babbling a few words. Now that the palace has been built, Luo Chong is not ready to move there yet. The population of the capital was still too small, so at the beginning of winter in the 4th year of the Great Ming Dynasty, that is, in October, Luo Chong ordered another group of people to move to the capital. However, this time it was not a forced migration, but an invitation to visit. Invite some wealthy people and businessmen to visit the capital, see how huge the capital is, and understand the future construction goals and plans of the capital. Finally, they lead these people to various markets without attracting investment. They rush to the capital themselves. Come to migrate. In this way, Luo Chong recruited a group of business talents to the capital. However, this was still not enough, so Luo Chong issued another mandatory order. The chiefs of the small tribes who had previously joined the Han tribe must move to the capital with all their immediate family members. This would not only divide the power of those clans, but also put them under Luo Chong's nose, preventing them from rebelling. In addition, most of the patriarchs of these clans have titles, and they have accumulated a lot of savings from their extra land over the years. These people are rich, and it would be wrong not to spend the money. Rich people like this have to move to come and live in the capital, otherwise how can we let them spend money? The clan leaders who were forcibly moved to the capital this time included, in addition to the clan leaders of the small tribes, there were also the clan leaders of the 8 counties within the Yuantang tribe. Finally, the families of Han tribe officials at or above the county level all had to move to the capital. With such a move, Luo Chong directly attracted a population of about 30,000. Adding in the more than 10,000 people who had migrated before, the capital now has a population of nearly 50,000. In the winter of the 4th year of the Great Ming Dynasty, Luo Chong issued a strange order to the various county guards under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe, asking all county-level officials to select suitable successors, and began to conduct inspections in the capital in the 5th year of the Great Ming Dynasty, to assess the workability and administrative level of officials in various places. A group of county guards were puzzled. First, the chief had forced all their families to move to the capital, and now he asked them to start selecting successors for their current positions. Could it be that the chief was planning to transfer all county officials to the capital? Is this a promotion or a demotion? The county governor is rising, shouldn't he be the state governor? Even if they are promoted, they should be the governor of the state, so what does it mean to let them go to the capital? However, there is no way they can figure it out, but they actually know in their hearts that there is a high probability that they will be promoted this time. If they, the county guards, leave, won't the people who are promoted below be promoted? Even the people below have been promoted, how can I still be demoted? Or flat tone? Only the governors of the 8 counties of Hanyang and Dashu knew better. Dashu had personally heard the news that Luo Chong wanted to found a country and proclaim himself emperor. However, the governors of the 8 counties of Hanyang spent more time in contact with Luo Chong. I often hear the word country from the leader's mouth. They all understand that after the palace in the capital has been built and the population has moved there, the leader will most likely establish the so-called country during this time. In this way, some were confused and some were clear, but no matter what the county guards thought, they could only carry out Luo Chong's orders. In the 5th year of the Great Ming Dynasty, there was a national merit examination. The directors of various factories, chief officials at the county and county levels, the clerks in soap clothes of each house, and the teachers of each school were all inspected and ranked according to the criteria of dereliction of duty, reluctant appointment, and good appointment. Good appointment, for levels, official examination, a table is listed according to workability. In fact, there are 4 selection criteria: unqualified, barely qualified, good political performance, and good at governing the local area. After the assessments in various places were completed, Luo Chong ordered all county guards to carry the assessment lists and go to the capital for a meeting after sowing the summer grain in the 2nd quarter of the 5th year of their lives. More than 20 county guards from the Han tribe came to the capital together on May 5, the 5th year of their reign, with anxiety and expectation. In addition to these county guards from various Han tribes, Luo Chong also called Yu Fu, the governor of Qingshu Shui Qingyao, the governor of Qingshu Yang Feng, the commander of the Navy Fubo Guard Yu Fu, the commander of the Huban Guard Shui Tu, and military reform the leaders of the remaining 9 regiments, including Tang Ji and Tang Yao, the leaders of the original Tang tribe, as well as the main management of the 3 research institutes and the scientists of the Han tribe. Dozens of people from Hulala, as well as their main family members, gathered together a visiting group of several hundred people. After these people gathered in the capital, Luo Chong personally took them with his family to visit various parts of the capital, to let them see the capital. It is grand and explains the future plans of each place. When everyone first arrived in the capital city, to be honest, they were really shocked, not least because the capital city was so big. It should be the largest city in the world, with all kinds of magnificent and unique buildings. It's an eye-opener for everyone. After Luo Chong took them to visit the palace, everyone was even more shocked. After visiting the palace, Luo Chong took them to visit the official area located inside the imperial city and the family courtyard in the official area. In addition to various administrative offices, the rest are residences of senior officials in Beijing. Some places have model rooms, and other places have nothing built. It is still an empty piece of land, but the corresponding grade and specifications. There are already standards in place, such as how big an official is, how big a homestead is, how many yards and buildings there are. These are all regulated and cannot be messed with. But even those model rooms are much better than the houses they used to live in. The families of those officials were very excited about the houses here, but those officials above the county guard level observed more things, such as the palace, the emperor, and the functions of the 3 main halls in the palace. This is the leader. No, this is the place where the emperor and ministers discuss matters. In that case, has he been promoted from the county guard to the position of minister in Beijing? However, they still don't understand the national political system. They don't know what departments have been set up by the central government. The leader has called them all over and plans to assign them new positions. Before these people could think too much, the next day, May 6th, Luo Chong began to call everyone for a meeting. The meeting took place in the Zichen Hall in the palace. This is the innermost place among the three halls. It is the place where the emperor summons his ministers to discuss confidential matters. The Zichen Hall is not big. In addition to being magnificent, the decoration gives it a homely feel. Luo Chong brought all the officials here. Everyone sat down around a long table. Luo Chong sat in the middle and top position. Behind him stood two guards who were also Luo Chong's secretaries and assistants. One of them he was the assistant who helped Luo Chong send and receive letters. The two guards each held a stack of pamphlets. After everyone arrived, they began to distribute them to the officials one by one. The names written on them were all Han tribes. No, they should be various members of the Han Empire's court. There are various administrative agencies, as well as the operating principles of the central court, what departments they have, and what things these departments need to manage. After the booklet was distributed to everyone, Luo Chong said to everyone, after yesterday's visit, everyone must already know what to do next. Take a look at the booklet in your hands. When you finish reading it, let's discuss your new positions. Everyone curiously opened the thin little book in their hands. They didn't feel anything at first. They just felt it was new. It turned out that the central court had set up departments and agencies that they had never heard of. But after they turned a few pages, they saw, when it came to the specific responsibilities and rights of each department, as well as the official grades, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Shocking, this is really shocking. Although the central court has many departments and positions, it seems that the local powers that used to be in charge of one county have been split. But if you look closely, you will find that the power of the chief official of each department is not small. Take the Ministry of Household Affairs as an example. In fact, the county-level county magistrate's office also has household houses and manages local land, money, food, population, household registration, taxation, etc., but it only manages one county. However, although the Ministry of Household Affairs of the Central Court lost the right to manage other departments, it still held all the country's money, food, land, population, and household registration in its own hands. How powerful is this? It seemed like it was divided into fragmented rights, but after adding the title of nationwide, its gold content suddenly doubled. Looking at the countless departments and official positions, everyone's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Some people even began to count their heads quietly. It seemed that the number of people attending the meeting was similar to the number of departments of the central court written in the pamphlet. If that is the case, wouldn't each of them be able to specifically manage a department? Even the people attending the meeting may not be able to separate them. After all, Luo Chong has set up too many departments. When everyone had finished reading the booklet and started discussing among themselves in low voices, Luo Chong clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. After everyone looked at him and calmed down, Luo Chong said to them, "After reading this administrative system and rules and regulations, I believe you all know the purpose of calling you to this meeting. Yes, the purpose of our meeting is to discuss the appointment and removal of personnel in these departments, and who is suitable for which position. But some people should have noticed that our central court has many departments, and each of you here serves as the chief officer of a department. I'm afraid there will still be staff gaps in some positions. But we don't have to worry. Although there are so many positions, there are some departments that we don't need for the time being. We can put up the overall framework first. When the time is ripe and there are more suitable candidates, we will select them. Talent, set up these departments." Everyone nodded when they heard this, but they were too embarrassed to speak up and recommend themselves. After all, this was not as simple as a county guard. The departments and positions of the central court, set up by the leader, divided various affairs into very fine details. If you want to serve as the chief officer of these departments, you must have rich experience and skills in the relevant fields. Just like a big tree, if you ask him to go to the Institute of Management, he will know nothing about research, and he will not be able to do anything there. This emphasizes the professionalism of the relevant departments. Everyone is also considering which position they are suitable for. At this time, Luo Chong, who was sitting at the top, spoke again. I know that everyone is embarrassed to pick and choose, and some may not understand the functions and responsibilities of the relevant departments. So now, I will assign positions to everyone. Those who are assigned positions do not understand the functions of their departments. You can raise your hand to ask questions. If you feel that you are not suitable for the position I assigned and want to go to other positions, you can also raise your hands and give your opinions after I finish speaking. Everyone was relieved after hearing this. If the leader asked them to choose by themselves, everyone would not have the courage, and secondly, they really wouldn't know what to choose. After everyone became quiet again, Luo Chong said. The first position, the First Minister of Household Affairs, is held by Lin Shu, also known as Big Tree, who is currently the magistrate of Tuahai County. He has an overview of national taxation, civil affairs, finance, auditing, bank supervision, and national agricultural affairs. Any comments will be raised later. The First Secretary of the Ministry of War, headed by Xu De, the current commander of Fubo Guard of the Navy, has an overview of the national military, including defense deployment, foreign military plans, military equipment manufacturing and updating, local management of conscripts and retired soldiers, and the troops stationed across the country. The First Minister of Civil Affairs, Jing Yan, the current governor of Dongxing County, is in charge of the performance evaluation of officials at all levels across the country, the appointment and removal power of lower-level officials, the recommended appointment and removal power of senior officials, and the evaluation of factory managers across the country. And appointment work. When Luo Chong just said this, Jing Yan couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. He never expected that the leader would arrange such a position for him. Originally, Jing Yan thought that he could serve as a subordinate in the 6 departments. Being a chief officer in the branch is already very powerful, but I didn't expect that the leader would value me so much. You can appoint and remove low-level officials across the country, and you also have the right to recommend the appointment and removal of high-level officials. What kind of power is this? Doesn't this mean that whoever you want to be an official can be an official? But before they could continue thinking, they saw the leader above flipping through the small book in his hand and continuing to announce. The First Minister of Industry, served by the current governor of Shingon County, Luo Dali, has an overview of the construction of water conservancy facilities across the country, the construction and operation of railways across the country, and the construction of various special projects, as well as the repair of roads at all levels across the country, and the key factory construction. The First Minister of Rights, currently held by Jiang Xian, the governor of Guanhai County, Qingshu, has an overview of education across the country, including schools, printing bureaus, publishing houses, official media propaganda across the country, as well as the postal system and environmental protection system across the country. When Luo Chong announced the appointment, everyone, including Jiang Xian himself, opened their mouths in surprise. This is a total of 6 ministers in 6 departments. Such a big official was actually given to Jiang Xian? Doesn't this person have the original leader of the Jiang family? What he currently serves as is just a small county guard on the remote edge of Qingshu Island. If we look at the population in the jurisdiction, any larger county will have a larger population than his county. What is so outstanding about this person, Chief? He actually made him the Minister of Etiquette? But Luo Chong hasn't finished speaking yet, so they can't interrupt, casually. They can only continue to listen. If they have any questions, they can raise their hands to ask questions after the announcement is over. So I listened to Luo Chong continue to speak. The first Qingshu of the Ministry of Punishment was held by Ying Rui, who is currently the governor of Kaiyuan County in Prairie. He has an overview of the country's public security, criminal arrests, arrests of criminals, publicity of laws, confiscation of property, as well as prisons and criminals across the country. The above 6 people are the chief officers of the 6 major departments. The appointment of the chief officers of the following branches will be discussed later. Next, I will talk about the appointment and removal of the chief officers of the 9th Academy. After everyone heard this, the 6 people who had been awarded officials had mixed feelings, especially the 3 dark horses among them, which made people want to complain. Those who had not been granted official status all pricked up their ears nervously, fearing that the leader had not called out their names this time. At this moment, Luo Chong turned over the small book in his hand and continued. The first is the President of the Supreme Court. Well, the chief officer of the 9th Court is called Yuan Jing, and the deputy is called Yuan Qing. The first President of the Supreme Court is Yun Ji, the current governor of Ruyang County. He has an overview of all levels of courts across the country, handling all civil litigation. Then there is the President of the Supervisory Office, who is currently the governor of Qingshu, Shui Qingyao. He is responsible for supervising officials at all levels across the country. He has the power to investigate and report officials at all levels. If there are officials who violate laws and disciplines, they can apply to file a case and start an internal investigation. Review. There is also the Procuratorate, which is the public prosecution organ. It has the right to file public lawsuits in court and is responsible for verifying evidence. If the evidence is conclusive, it has the right to issue arrest warrants and search warrants to the Ministry of Criminal Justice. The first president of the Procuratorate is headed by the current governor of Weishan County, Lu Guangzhu, is in charge. The Procuratorate, the courts, and the criminal department are collectively called the 3 judicial departments. I will explain to you the operating principles of the 3 judicial departments in detail later. The next president of the Central Academy of Sciences, this department can also be referred to as the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The first president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was Lin Fei, the current director of the Institute of Dynamics. In the future, the 3 research institutes of the Han tribe, the Comprehensive Research Institute, the Dynamic Research Institute, and the Biological Research Institute, will all be merged into the jurisdiction of the Academy of Sciences. In addition, several other research institutes will be established to take charge of scientific exploration and technological research and development across the country. There is also the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The first president of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is headed by Yu Fu. When Yu Fu heard this, he suddenly raised his head in surprise and looked at Luo Chong with an expression of disbelief. Luo Chong looked at him and immediately understood what he meant. Yu Fu's expression was clearly he said, "I don't want to be a court official. I just want to run around. Please don't give me such an official position." Luo Chong ignored him at that time, but added immediately, "The responsibilities of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission are to collect statistics on land resources, including measuring mountains and rivers, drawing maps of the world, and collecting statistics on forest resources, salt pond resources, lakes, oceans, and the search and exploration of various minerals across the country." Hearing this, Yu Fu breathed a sigh of relief, and then he sat down again and said in his heart, "So this director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is still a wandering profession, which is very suitable for me. Others have little interest in this department, so they don't care much about it." Those who have not been assigned positions can only continue to listen to the appointments below with their ears pricked up. In addition, there is Zhang Zengyuan among the 9 courtyards, which is responsible for the clan affairs of the emperor's relatives, including the payment of royal family members' salaries, behavioral supervision, and punishment of crimes. For example, after the Zhongzhengyuan's Yuanjing reports to the emperor will make his own decision. No department is allowed to criticize royal family members, but they have the right to report. The first president of Zhongzhengyuan is Luo Ya. When Luo Chong mentioned this position, everyone was even less interested. It didn't take much thinking to know that this was an offending position, and he usually couldn't control much. Moreover, even if he was quite competent, he couldn't be a leader, because he was in charge. The manager must also be a clan relative of the leader's family. As for Luoya, the original Beastia is the Ashes elder of the Han tribe. His father is the last leader of the Han tribe. He must be related by blood to Luo Chong, and so is Dolly. These are all the original members of the Han tribe are a family connected by blood to Luo Chong, so now their official names, that is, the names registered in the household registration book, are all named Luo. It is precisely because Beastia has a blood relationship with Luo Chong and is Luo Chong's family. In addition, Beastia's workability is not bad. He was once the diplomatic ambassador to the Xian tribe, so Luo Chong put him in the position of president of Zhongzhengyuan. With the new position, people can be put to their best use. Finally, there is the director of the health center. The first director of the health center is Tang Ji, the leader of the Yuantang tribe. He has an overview of the national medical system, such as hospital construction, administrative management, drug supervision, disease early warning and prevention, etc. related work. There is also the president of the Academy of Culture and Sports. The Academy of Culture and Sports is a unit in charge of arts and sports competitions, such as making musical instruments, composing music, organizing sports events, etc., issuance and publication of records, creation and review of movies, etc. But because there are no suitable candidates and the technology is not up to standard yet, this cultural and sports college will not be established for the time being. It will not be too late to establish it when relevant talents and systematic teaching standards are available. In addition to this, there is also the Academy of Economics, which is in charge of the management of state-owned enterprises across the country, production and manufacturing tasks, and corresponding resource allocation, etc. The first director of the Academy of Economics is the current governor of Luoyang County Qingshu. There is also the last bank, whose full name is the Central Bank of the Han Empire. Its chief officer is the president, who is served by Yu Yi, the current governor of Huyuan County. This central bank has the power to mint currency, issue currency, and absorb private savings and industrial and commercial loans, as well as the responsibilities and rights of remittances. Okay, these are the main officials of the 6th Department, the 9th Academy, and the whole group. If anyone doesn't understand their duties or feels they are not suitable for this position, you can raise your hands and ask questions now. Let's get started. As a result, as soon as Luo Chong finished speaking, several people immediately raised their hands, and the first one to raise their hands was Tang Ji. Luo Chong immediately called her name, "Aunt, please tell me if you have any questions." Following Tang Yao's identity, he had to call Tang Ji aunt. Tang Ji immediately put forward his opinion after hearing this. "Chief, I don't think I'm suitable to be the director of a health center. I don't know how to treat people. Such professional things should be done by professional people. Since it is managed medical care, yes, why don't you appoint Tang Yao to be the dean?" Luo Chong, on the other hand, has already thought about these issues. After all, he chooses the people. Could he be confused? So I heard Luo Chong explain, "Auntie is too humble. You may not be a qualified doctor, but you grew up watching Tang Yao. It is impossible for you to know nothing about the medical industry. Just a general idea is enough." Second, the position of director of the health center is a management position, responsible for managing various hospitals across the country, and supervising the pharmaceutical market, not a doctor who treats patients. My aunt may not be a competent doctor, but as the former leader of the Tang tribe, I have experience in managing tens of thousands of people. Now I only let my aunt manage hospitals across the country. I will definitely be qualified for this position. As for Tang Yao is a genius in medicine. She is indeed outstanding in the professional field, but she is not a qualified manager. Talents like Tang Yao are only suitable for being placed in medical research institutes, where she can exert her full potential. Give yourself greater value. Tang Ji was speechless for a while after hearing this. Well, she admitted that what Luo Chong said was right. She had watched her niece grow up. Tang Yao was indeed not a qualified manager, but a researcher obsessed with medicine. She really asked her to manage the country. I'm afraid something might go wrong in the hospital. In the end, Tang Ji had to admit that she was convinced by Luo Chong, so she nodded and sat down and said, "Okay, I will obey the leader's arrangement." Others also felt something after hearing Luo Chong's explanation. The leader really knows people well and makes good use of them. He always considers workability, not the person's background. Of course, assigning Tang Ji an important position does not rule out the intention of winning over the hearts of the Tang tribe. After Tang Ji's problem was solved, the others who raised their hands just now raised their hands again. The newly released ministers of the Ministry of Revenue, Dashu, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Jing Yan, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Shuda, the Minister of the Ministry of War, and Luo Dali, the Minister of the Ministry of Industry, have no problems. They are very satisfied with their positions, and at the same time, they are also very satisfied with the contents of their department's powers. Clearly, it was Jiang Xian, the Minister of Rights, who raised his hand. He didn't know what his problem was, so Luo Chong named Jiang Xian. "Chief, I have a question. I read in this pamphlet that the Ministry of Rights is in charge of education, which means schools across the country, including students and teachers, and examinations. I understand this. I also understand the publishing house and the printing bureau. It's nothing more than reviewing manuscripts and printing books. But this propaganda department, what other official media, as well as environmental protection and the postal service, what are these?" Luo Chong suddenly realized that this person did not dislike his position, but did not understand his responsibilities. But I don't blame them for this. After all, this is a department that has not yet been established. They are the only ones who know about it. So they listened to Luo Chong explain to them. The propaganda department specializes in managing the media across the country. The so-called media is like the bulletin board outside your official office. There are often notices posted on it to tell people what is happening in the tribe. These notices are the official information of our government. A channel for publicity among the people. However, this kind of propaganda method is still the most basic. The more advanced one is the official debao, which copies the latest government decrees and important events that have happened recently into newspapers and sends them to various places. However, debao only circulates within the government and has little effect on ordinary people. But in the future, we will create a newspaper for the common people. We will set up a newspaper office to publish all the latest news from all over the country in newspapers, and then use the latest printing technology enables mass printing and selling to tens of millions of people. These organizations that collect news, edit newspapers, print newspapers, and sell newspapers are called newspaper offices. In the future, our government, that is, under the Ministry of Rights, will set up such a newspaper office. Of course, individual businessmen in the private sector can also run private newspapers. The main responsibility of the propaganda department is to review the content of these newspapers to prevent them from spreading some deceptive remarks to the people. Newspapers are media and news channels. We should make good use of these media to bring people's attention and thoughts lead you to the right path. The above are all the responsibilities of the propaganda department, and there will be more responsibilities in the future. All channels that can promote publicity to the public should be controlled by the propaganda department. Let me talk about the Ministry of Environmental Protection and the Ministry of Postal Service next. The Ministry of Environmental Protection is the Environmental Protection Department. Its current main task is to build an environmental protection system. For example, in our capital, every street in the capital must hire dedicated personnel to clean it. These people are employees of the environmental protection system, including street sweepers, public toilet sweepers, garbage transporters, garbage disposal workers, as well as green belts in the city, pruning, watering, planting, etc. of trees and shrubs, etc. All belong to the Environmental Protection Department. Actually, you have all done this job in the counties below. There are also such sweepers in every city. The government spends some money and food from the finance every month and hires old people from all over the country to do it. It's just that it has never been managed systematically. The Ministry of Etiquette. The Ministry of Etiquette. What is etiquette? Is politeness. Etiquette is the cultivation of a person's inner rules and moral character, and it is also the embodiment of appearance. What is environmental protection? Environmental protection is the appearance of the city. When a foreigner comes to the capital and sees the streets full of garbage and the smell everywhere, do you think such a city is polite? And the establishment of this environment, the Conservation Department, is here to maintain the appearance of the city. Of course, not only cities, but also the villages below, should set up rules. Don't dig cesspits everywhere, dig them downwind. Garbage should not be thrown around. It should be disposed of in a standardized manner. In addition, every household should clean their own doors. Qingshu, if you are not allowed to sweep the whole street, then you have to do some cleaning at the door of your house, right? You need to set up these rules. One more thing, the above mentioned are only temporary. The Environmental Protection Department is not only a department that sweeps the streets, but also manages the sewage issues of enterprises and factories. For example, some chemical plants will discharge toxic and harmful sewage to the nature. And gas. The people around here have suffered from serious illnesses and strange diseases after smelling these gases, as well as sewage, such as the sewage produced by papermaking. If it is discharged into rivers or irrigation ditches, it will eventually contaminate the drinking water of humans and animals, and people will become sick after drinking it. Or the irrigation water is polluted, resulting in a reduction in grain production, or poisonous grain is grown, then such companies, whether private or state-owned, will be severely punished. It ranges from suspending business for rectification, not allowing operations to start if environmental protection standards are not met, to serious cases shutting down the business. The main managers will be held criminally liable and will be sent to jail or reformed through labor. For things like this, the Environmental Protection Department will also have to take responsibility in the future. The last one is the Postal Department. The so-called Postal Department is the postal system. It actually delivers letters. This is the official channel for delivering letters. In the future, we will open post offices in various places and hire postmen. The information transmission network of our tribe cannot only rely on flying eagles to pass messages. This is the official emergency contact method. But what about common people passing messages and letters to each other? The current method is to establish a postal department and create a dedicated letter or the parcel delivery network consists of post offices in various places providing paid delivery services to local people. Of course, this is only the current Ministry of Postal Service. If our scientific research institutions develop more efficient information transmission methods in the future, the Ministry of Postal Service may also carry out reforms. Luo Chong didn't say the rest of the sentence. In fact, he had already thought about it. If he could build a telegraph machine or a telephone in this life, he would change the Postal Department into the Postal and Telecommunications Department. You can send telegrams directly, which makes the transmission of information much faster. Okay, that's all about the functions of the Ministry of Rights. Is there anything else that anyone doesn't understand? Jiang Xiankai, who asked the question at this time, nodded and said, "Thank you, Chief, for your explanation. I have no problem." After answering this question, someone else asked some questions about the specific functions of each department, mainly about the many new administrative agencies and some new terms that they could not understand and did not know what they were doing. But these people ignored one important thing, that is, Luo Chong secretly used the emperor's mind in appointing various departments. For example, among the 3 chief officials of the 3 laws division that Luo Chong just appointed, the Minister of Punishment in charge of the punishment department is Ying Rui was personally led into the Han tribe by Luo Chong, and he was also a figure who could stand alone in the early days. In Luo Chong's heart, only slightly worse than a big tree. Moreover, Ying Rui has been in Kaiyuan County on the grassland for a long time and is not familiar with the governors of other counties. Therefore, this is an isolated minister and can also be regarded as Luo Chong's person, so Luo Chong dares to reuse him. As for Yuan Zhangyanzi of the Supreme Court, this guy is an ambitious villain in Luo Chong's heart. When he first joined the Han tribe, he used the bargaining chip to recruit 50,000 people for the Han tribe to make a deal with Luo Chong. "I want to change to a Han tribe governor." So Luo Chong made him the governor of Weishan County. But who would have thought that this guy was dishonest? When Yinji was the governor of Weishan County, he relied on the resources of the Han tribe to expand his own small circle and wanted to secretly expand himself. This was something Luo Chong did not allow. So later on, Luo Chong squeezed out his ability to win over the barbarians, and then kicked him to Ruyang County as the county guard. Moreover, this Ruyang County guard has been serving as the county guard since he was appointed, and he seems to be a normal person, which is actually a downgrade. This guy is petty-minded and likes to envy others. If he becomes the president of the Supreme Court, he must punish others when he gets the chance. To put it bluntly, Yunji is a vicious dog, one that bites, but does not bark. A heartbroken vicious dog. Precisely, because he is a vicious dog and likes to bite people, he is suitable for a career in the judicial department. Isn't this profession meant for biting people? Finally, let's look at the director of the procuratorate. He is actually the second-term governor of Weishan County, Lu Guangzhou. When this guy first took over Weishan County, he encountered many obstacles left by Yunji before he left. Yunji suffered a lot of secret losses. These 2 people are obvious enemies. As a result, Luo Chong made one of them the president of the court and the other the president of the procuratorate, and Ying Rui, the other Qingshu of the criminal department of the 3rd law department, was Luo Chong's man, so this was interesting. If Yunji, a vicious dog, dares to bite people, then Lu Guangzhou is his enemy and the leader has the ability to verify evidence. As long as Lu Guangzhou does not nod and admit that the evidence is valid, then even if Yunji is the president of the court, he will not. The method is to convict and sentence people randomly. Yunji is the vicious dog that Luo Chong sent out to bite people, and Lu Guangzhou is the collar around the dog's neck. As long as he dares to bite people, Lu Guangzhou can pull him back. Ying Rui, who was in charge of the punishment department, was the person who supervised them for Luo Chong. He could also be compared to a trainer, the person who led the dog for Luo Chong. Although Luo Chong has never been an emperor, but once he has reached this position, there are some things that he really doesn't need to be taught. This skill of the emperor's mind is just so natural. This personnel appointment and removal meeting lasted for a full day. It first resolved the appointment and removal of all the chief officials of the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 academies, and then the candidates for the 3 provinces. This one was easier to choose. The members of the Qingshu province are the 6 Qingshu. There is no need to choose this one. The Secretariat Department is responsible for drafting government orders and is also Luo Chong's secretary. In modern times, it is the Central Secretariat. This organization is temporarily held by the guards around Luo Chong. They are originally confidential secretaries around Luo Chong, and they usually serve as secretaries. Help him send and receive documents and government orders. After the education system is formalized in the future, outstanding talents will be selected from fresh graduates to enter the secretarial province. In fact, when the ancient dynasties developed later, there was no longer a three-province system, but a cabinet system, such as the Ming dynasty. Of course, the emperor of the Ming dynasty also needed many secretaries to help the emperor draft edicts and be ready to answer some of the emperor's questions at any time. Take Luo Chong, for example. If he casually asked about the current construction progress of a certain project, the guard around him, that is, the secretary, would have to answer immediately. After all, the emperor is also a human being, and a person's energy is limited. If he wants to manage such a large country, how can he do it without the help of a large number of secretaries? However, the Secretariat of the Ming dynasty was not called the Secretary's Office or the Qingshu province, but the Hanlin Academy. The person responsible for drafting government orders is not called Qingshu Sharon, but is called Daizhao Hanlin. In fact, it just changed the name. The Qingshu province during the Sui and Tang dynasties was the Hanlin Academy of the Ming dynasty, and it was also the Secretariat province of Luo Chong. Apart from the different names, they were essentially the same thing. In fact, in addition to the emperor's secretarial work, the Qingshu province, the Secretariat province, and the Hanlin Academy generally like to recruit some knowledgeable people to serve as advisors to the emperor. They are all people with relatively strong professional knowledge. The emperor's encyclopedia. Whatever the emperor wants to know, it's right to ask these advisors. There is no need to choose the candidates for the Qingshu province. The people for the Secretary province are temporarily held by Luo Chong's imperial guards. The Minsha province is the place where government orders are issued. If they think there are any mistakes in the government orders, they can even reject them. The power of the Ministry of Minsha is also great, but there is no suitable candidate yet, because everyone has not understood the game yet. They can't even understand their own, let alone check whether there are any problems with other people's decrees, so the Minsha province will not be established for the time being. After experienced talents are available, these people will be transferred there. Finally, there are dozens of branches under the 6 ministries, such as the Ministry of Civil Affairs under the Ministry of Household Affairs, which is the department that issues household registrations and ID cards, as well as the acres of land corresponding to the household registrations, and the department that issues marriage and divorce certificates. It does not have much responsibility. But the power is great. There is also the Department of Taxation, which is also an important department. All the fiscal revenue of a country comes from tax collection. In addition, there is the Ministry of Agriculture, which is responsible for the country's agriculture, and the Banking Regulatory Department, which supervises whether banks issue excessive amounts of currency or issue loans indiscriminately. There are also a lot of things under the Ministry of Industry, such as the Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Railways, the Ministry of Water Resources, and the Ministry of Industry. These branches also need chief officials with strong professional capabilities. The Ministry of War is not easy either. Below it is the Staff Department, which is responsible for formulating homeland defense deployments, the Armed Forces Department, which is responsible for conscription and family members of active soldiers, as well as local arrangements for veterans, and the Equipment Department, which is responsible for managing arsenals and military weapons and equipment. It's a big deal. Even the Criminal Department, one of the 3 judicial departments, also has the Ministry of Public Security, which is responsible for national security and patrols, the Criminal Investigation Department, which is responsible for arresting and interrogating criminals, the Ministry of Justice, which is responsible for law popularization and legal supplementary suggestions, and the Penal Prosecution Department, which manages the fines and proceeds from confiscation of homes, assets, confiscated crime tools, etc. Some of these things were kept by the court but were useless. According to modern practice, they were auctioned by the court. There is also the Prison Department, which manages prisons across the country. This is not a small department. The Ministry of Rights is even more troublesome. The Ministry of Education is enough to cause a headache, as well as the Ministry of Environmental Protection, the Ministry of Postal Affairs, the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Propaganda. Each of the above divisions requires an experienced chief officer. Those who did not get official positions in the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 academies before, now it is their turn to be in the branches below the 6th ministry, and it may not be enough. Not only are there branches under the 6th department, but there are also branches under the 9th hospital. However, the branches of the 9th hospital are called such and such bureau, such and such institute, and such hospital. They are not called branches. The provincial ones are the same as the 6 departments. Mixed up. For example, the Central Academy of Sciences, referred to as the Chinese Academy of Sciences, has the Institute of Agriculture under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, referred to as the Agricultural Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as the Institute of Chemistry, the Institute of Physics, the Institute of Mathematics, the Institute of Astronomy, the Institute of Power, the Institute of Mechanical Engineering, and the Institute of Biology. It is worth mentioning that the former Qing Tianjian has now been converted into an astronomical institute. The working place is called the National Observatory, which is responsible for observing and timing. The previous 3 research institutes were completely separated according to research classification. They usually move around freely. If they have any new inventions or discoveries and want to engage in research or experiments, they can discuss them first, and then submit the application for funding, and the funding will be approved. After that, they conducted experiments and obtained the results. Finally, they summarized the theoretical knowledge and compiled it into teaching materials, which also improved the technological level of the Han tribe. In addition, if there are any special projects that need to be developed, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will set up a special research institute team. The teams are temporary. Experts in the required fields will be dispatched from various research institutes to form a temporary R&D team. So in summary, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has 2 structures, institutes and groups, but each institute also needs its own person in charge, but this can just promote some researchers below. The other 2 of the 3 legal divisions, the courts and the procuratorate, are also divided into central, county, line, and 3-level systems, county court, and Supreme Court. If you file a lawsuit or make a complaint, you should go to the court. If the reporter breaks the law, he can go directly to the Ministry of Punishment to report the case. Just the appointment and removal of personnel for the divisions and branches under the 6 departments and 9 academies took an entire afternoon to discuss. First, determine the chief officer. This is easy to handle. As well as the candidates for the adjutants and department members, we need to start from the selection process. Selected from the people below. Fortunately, Luo Chong asked the county guards to bring over the evaluation reports of the officials below. Everyone will read the reports first and recommend those with outstanding political performance. Then everyone else will vote by a show of hands. Each position will be voted by a show of hands. Sure, if Luo Chong is really allowed to choose the lower officials, Luo Chong doesn't know them either. Finally, after these main county-level officials became capital officials, who should fill the vacancies left by them? Therefore, everyone discussed the appointment of county-level officials in dozens of counties in the Han tribe for another 3 hours. Over. After all the officials from the local and central courts were appointed, Luo Chong said to them, "This appointment has been confirmed for now, but you can't take office immediately. Now you all go back to your original posts, promote the grassroots officials, hand over the work, and then wait until the autumn harvest in various places is over. Return to the capital. At that time, we will take advantage of the leisure time in the capital to rehearse the ceremony of founding and enthroning the country, as well as the ceremony to worship the heaven and the founding ceremony of the country. These all need to be prepared and rehearsed in advance. We only have about 2 or 3 months of rehearsal time, and then we will wait until April 1st, the 5th year of the reign of Emperor Deming, which is the Jingdan festival this winter, to officially hold the ceremony of worshipping the heaven and enthroning the throne, and then the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China. At that time, we will also promulgate a new era name. We have completed the 5-year plan for the Year of the Great Destiny, and various construction projects across the country have developed rapidly. However, this is not enough. We must continue our efforts and strive to manage the country even more powerfully after the founding of the country next year. No. After hearing this, everyone stood up and bowed to Luo Chong. They were in an excited mood. The Han tribe was about to establish a nation, and there was only a few months to go. At that time, the leader would ascend to the throne and become the emperor, and they would soar to the sky and become the first to form the Han Empire. An important minister of the imperial court, how could they not be moved by such a big event? After the meeting, the officials quickly returned to their current official positions. They were mainly responsible for handing over funeral affairs and providing guidance to the newly promoted officials. And Luo Chong is not idle here. He first asked Xiao Dai to lead people to make new official uniforms, which will be used to distribute to officials. He, Xiao Dai, Zhang Ning, Tang Yao and the children also have to make a few uniforms. Wear new clothes, such as dragon robes, phoenix crowns, harems, etc. On the other hand, Luo Chong also urged the construction of the Haidu Line heavy haul railway. He hoped that this Han tribe's only heavy haul railway line could be opened to traffic before the founding of the People's Republic of China. The construction of the Haidu Line heavy haul railway started last summer and has been under construction for a full year. I believe that if they are given another half a year, it will be almost completed by this year's Jingdan festival. On the contrary, the development of heavy-duty locomotives is simpler than imagined. In fact, as early as several years ago, when the Han tribe first had trains, the Research Institute conducted research and development demonstrations on heavy-duty locomotives. If speed is not pursued, simply scaling up the current endeavor by more than twice would be enough. However, the Institute has accumulated so many years of experience in locomotive manufacturing and use, and they are actually capable of manufacturing better steam-powered locomotives. Luo Chong even went to those factories when he had nothing to do to guide them in their research and development ideas, such as heavy-duty locomotives. In addition to the models they enlarged according to the scale of endeavor, Luo Chong also gave them a model carved from wood. The locomotive of the high-speed train is a bullet-headed locomotive. In fact, this thing is the same when it is powered by steam. The bullet in the front is nothing more than an extension of a fairing, which is very simple for them. On the contrary, the development work of the carriage brought some difficulties to the Research Institute, but these were solved by Luo Chong. In the past, the Han tribe only had freight train carriages, as well as passenger and freight carriages, but this time the heavy-duty locomotives were different. In addition to freight carriages, Luo Chong also asked them to make passenger carriages specially used to pull people. The carriage, which is more than 4 meters wide, is very spacious and can hold 6 seats horizontally. There is also an aisle in the middle, which is 1 seat wider than the common modern standard track trains. Another problem with passenger carriages is the connection between the front and rear carriages. Luo Chong discovered when he took people on a narrow-gauge train before that the front and rear carriages could not be connected, causing problems for eating and going to the toilet. Now these problems have been solved. The doors at the front and rear of the passenger carriage are open, the chassis outside the carriage is connected by a coupler, and a rubber windshield is installed at the joint between the two carriages. It is a mechanism that can be folded and retracted like an accordion. It uses rubber and iron rod supports to make a folding shed-style windshield, which connects the seams of the two carriages. The front and rear doorways of the two carriages are made of two movable parts. The steel plates are put together so that it can pass forward and backward, and it is very convenient to walk from one car to the next, and it can also pass small carts, so that the stewards can push the carts to sell things in the train. In addition to the windshield connecting each carriage, washrooms and toilets are also separated at both ends of each carriage. The toilets are closed, but the hand-washing area is open. Just outside the toilets, there are two along the aisles of the carriages. A ceramic wash basin with a stainless steel faucet installed on it and a rubber water pipe connected to the water tank. At the other end of the carriage, there are the hot water room and the crew room. The hot water room and the crew room are on both sides of the carriage door, providing hot water and services to the passengers on the car. There are also differences in the layout of the carriages. The Han tribe's broad-gauge railway passenger train has a symmetrical layout inside the carriage, with an aisle in the middle, and benches for 3 people on both sides. The 2 sets of seats face each other in a face-to-face structure, and there is a long table in the middle. Looks like a booth in a restaurant. This booth has 6 seats facing each other and can be sold to 6 people. Behind this booth are the second group, the third group, the fourth group, and so on. Some seats are face-to-face, and some seats are back-to-back. On the side of their heads against the wall of the carriage, it's a luggage rack, used to store some carry-on luggage. Because the Han tribe does not yet have sponges, the current benches are only covered with a thick layer of felt, and then there is a removable fabric sofa cover on the outside, which can be easily removed for cleaning and replacement. In this way, shock absorbing for a little extra comfort. This is something that has to be considered, because the current railway tracks do not have welding technology, and it cannot be said that there is no welding technology. However, if all the rails are welded into one piece, they will be affected by thermal expansion and contraction. When the summer comes, the rails will lengthen and start to twist and turn. But if the rails are not welded together and the train is running, when the wheels pass through the joints of the rails, it will make a clanging noise. If all the benches you sit on at this time are solid wood benches without shock absorption, your buttocks will bump. Tingling. Especially the Haida line, which runs from the Luoyang River in Tuahai County to the railway station in the capital, is a full 367 kilometers. The current enlarged version of the Endeavour can run for a day and a night, and that's not enough. It will take more than 10 hours. If you have been sitting on a solid wooden chair for such a long time, I am afraid that your whole body will fall apart by the time you get there. However, this kind of train is only temporary. There is currently only one. The Power Research Institute is rushing to produce the second one under Luo Chong's order. Only 2 locomotives of this type have been produced in total. They are considered trial products. Let this railway line be used first. While the cars are running, we will develop faster high-speed rail models in the future and mass-produce them at that time. After watching the manufacturing of broad-gauge trains, Luo Chong went to check other preparations. When the People's Republic of China was founded, sacrifices were made to the sky, and an altar in the shape of a pyramid without a peak was built with Lus in the suburbs outside the city. There were also the Temple of Heaven and the Temple of Earth, as well as the altar of Sheiji. Sheiji was the god of land and grain. This was symbols of farming civilization cannot be discarded, and they all need to be sacrificed. And the most important thing is the ancestral temple, which is the place where the ancestors of the emperor's family are worshipped. It is the emperor's family temple and the ancestral hall of the emperor's family. But this thing also has a saying. The emperor's home is the ancestral temple. If you break the earth and make the king, you can also build a family temple. Others can't use the word temple. It doesn't matter how big an official you are, what kind of prince or uncle you are. The one in your house can only be called an ancestral hall. The ancestors in the Taimya temple, the god of Sheiji, the temple of heaven and earth, and the big mound outside also have an altar for worshipping heaven. Just preparing these sacrifice sites is a lot of work. In addition to offering sacrifices, why should such a grand founding ceremony also include a military parade? At any rate, the Han tribe now has a country with a Class A division, which is an army of nearly 20,000 people with hot weapons. And you've already had a military parade, so you have to invite people to come and watch the ceremony, right? So Luo Chong sent another invitation to the clan chiefs who had joined the Han tribe, as well as the only neighbor of the Han Empire, Su Ritu, who occupied the northwest of the grassland, and several other leaders of the grassland settlements. Because apart from them, all the places that the Han tribe could conquer have been conquered, and there is really no one left to invite. But even if only Su Ritu and a few small leaders were left, Luo Chong had no intention of letting them go. The military reform of the Han tribe started in the third year of Daming, and it has been more than a year now. The military reform has been completed long ago. Now Luo Chong has 4 cavalry regiments fully equipped with firearms, which adds up to nearly a year. Thousands of people. With these 10,000 elite musketry cavalry, riding on horses and charging with machine guns, Luo Chong wants to bring the entire grassland into the territory of the Han tribe. There should be no objections, right? After watching the military parade and the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China, Luo Chong will immediately ask them to bow their heads and bow, or not. Then send troops to sweep across the entire grassland and turn the entire grassland into a pasture in the back garden of the Han tribe. Luo Chong happened to be a little worried. To the west of the capital is Hong Lake. However, the Han tribe currently only occupies the southern half of the west bank of Hong Lake. The northern half of the west bank is in the hands of Su Ritu. If he has a boat, he can travel from the backyard of the palace in just 2 days. Log in and go directly to your home base. Under such circumstances, can Luo Chong sleep soundly? Then just take back the other half of the grassland. Everything was ready before the founding of the People's Republic of China, and time soon came to October in the 5th year of Deming's reign. The county guards who had returned to various counties before came back this time, but they were all in the stage of resigning for the time being and had to wait for completion. They will not take up new positions until the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China, but these people have already begun to become familiar with their future work content. In late October, winter has completely entered. Because winter is the slack season for farming, there are not many things that need to be managed by officials. So these people were summoned to the capital and began to prepare for the various sacrifices required for the founding ceremony. Activities, these need to be rehearsed in advance. There are also new official uniforms that Luo Chong asked Xiaodai to make before. They have to send them to them in advance to try whether they fit. If they don't fit, they will change them quickly. At the same time, Yingrui also released news from Kaiyuan County in the grassland, inviting Su Ritu to come to Chang'an City, the capital of the Han tribe, to participate in the founding ceremony of the Han tribe. Su Ritu couldn't figure out what the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China was or what kind of activities it was, but he heard that the Han tribe had become more powerful in recent years. Every time he went to Kaiyuan County to purchase supplies, he could hear about some changes in the Han tribe. For example, when he was in Kaiyuan County, he saw that all the Han tribesmen had made ID cards with black and white photos on them, which was amazing. He also found a photo studio in Kaiyuan County and paid people to take pictures. Su Ritu thought it was very rare, so he brought many tribesmen to take pictures. In addition, the photo studio also has a work exhibition wall, with many photos hanging on it. It was also in the photo studio that Su Ritu met Luo Chong, the leader of the Han tribe, for the first time. He saw it in the photos. In addition to Luo Chong's photos, there are also unique buildings in many places of the Han tribe, large ships, railways, trains, tractors, excavators, and some folk photos of the Han tribe, such as wedding photos. From these rare photos, Su Ritu knew that the Han tribe had developed many advanced means of transportation. This was what he cared about most. The Han tribe has trains and tractors that can run without oxen and horses. What impact will this have on the grassland? Will the Han tribe no longer buy cattle and horses from herdsmen in the future? It was because many novel things appeared in the Han tribe, and they were serious enough to threaten the strategic position of the grassland, so he decided to go to the Han tribe to take a closer look and see what the current Han tribe looked like. As a result, when Su Ritu and a group of nomadic small tribe leaders arrived in the capital, they were instantly dumbfounded. Is this the capital of the Han tribe? It was actually many times bigger than the largest city they had ever seen, Kaiyuan County City. Especially when someone took them to the Zhuke Gate, the main entrance of Daming Palace, a group of people were all dumbfounded. Damn it, this city gate building must be dozens of meters high. Then, someone took them to visit various places in Chang'an City, including the magnificent palace complex, the huge and complex official area, the officials' exquisite and luxurious mansions, and the tractors and trains that could run without the need for oxen and horses. They took a train from Chang'an City to Tuahai County, and then took a boat out to sea from Tuahai County. They saw the vastness of the sea, ate delicious seafood, and tasted the new beer produced by the Han tribe. When these small leaders of the nomadic tribe returned to Takumi County again, they happened to catch up with the completion ceremony of the Haidu Line Heavy Haul Railway. On that day, the newly rolled offline broad-gauge train slowly rolled out of the Nanfang Locomotive Factory and finally stopped beside the train station platform in Takumi County. Luo Chong personally brought people to preside over the completion ceremony that day. He led everyone to cut clothes, set off firecrackers, tied big red flowers on the front of the new train, went to the front of the car to fill the first shovelful of coal into the boiler, and then led everyone. The ceremony was completed when we stood in front of the train and took a group photo. After the ceremony ended, Luo Chong first led everyone around the train, observed the appearance of the train on one side, and then led them to board the train. After entering the carriage, assigning seats, waiting for the train to start, after passing the acceleration phase, and starting to move smoothly towards the capital, Luo Chong took them on a tour inside the train, from the front to the rear, every carriage everyone wanted to take a look, and finally everyone stopped in the dining car and enjoyed a rich train lunch here. Such an awesome means of transportation immediately dumbfounded the nomadic leaders who came from the grassland. How long did it take to walk from the front of the car to the back of the car? A car is actually that long, and each carriage has 250 seats. These 4 carriages can comfortably transport 1,000 people? And the most important thing is that this car does not require oxen and horses, and people can run it by themselves. Everyone had an experience on the train. After returning to Chang'an City, Luo Chong received them personally and invited them to the military camp to the west of the palace to see the soldiers of the Han tribe and then the Han tribe army. Weapons and equipment currently in use. Luo Chong even organized a guard camp and took the leaders of these nomadic tribes to hunt in the forest northwest of the capital, allowing them to see the power of machine guns. If they dared not listen to the Han tribe, those who were hunted in the forest would the prey sifted through a sieve is their fate. By the time Luo Chong came back with this group of nomadic tribe leaders, it had already reached the end of the 12th lunar month of the 5th year of his life, and there were only a few days left before the first day of the 12th lunar month. Now everything is ready, just for the moment of founding the country. On the day of the Jingdan festival, as soon as it dawned, the team began to gather. Luo Chong wore a heavenly crown on his head and a simple fur hat. Behind him were hundreds of civil and military officials, and there were imperial guards, Qingdao, on the front and left. He took them to the suburbs to worship heaven with full ceremony. On the high altar outside the city, animals were first slaughtered and sacrificed, and then prayers were recited to heaven. Since Luo Chong became the leader, all his achievements and contributions to the country have finally come to fruition, and he has been ordered to Tian, lived forever, formally established the country, ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, and the country was named Han. After reciting the prayers, the yellow paper on which the prayers were written was burned directly. This was equivalent to burning it to God. Luo Chong also became the first emperor of the Han Empire. After the sacrifice, Luo Chong shared the sacrifices with everyone, and then went back with all the civil and military officials. But this isn't the end, it's just the beginning. The next process is that Luo Chong, as the emperor, goes to the Temple of Heaven, the Temple of Earth, and the altar of Sheiji. Finally, he leads the civil and military officials to the ancestral temple, to worship the ancestors of the Luo family. After these sacrifices were completed, Luo Chong led them back to the Suzaku Tower of the palace, which is the gate tower of the first gate in the world. Everyone first watched the flag-raising ceremony of the Han tribe on the top of the Zhuke Tower, and then began the following military parade. At this time, groups of neatly arranged infantry and cavalry also ran out of the barracks of the west camp of the imperial palace. They lined up on Chang'an Avenue in front of Zhuke Gate, and then Luo Chong began to parade. Everyone else was watching the ceremony on the Suzaku Tower. Luo Chong personally rode a pure black horse and inspected the troops one by one. After the review was over, they returned to the tower again, and the military parade commanded by Shuda also officially began. Groups of soldiers in neat uniforms, good spirits, and murderous intent passed by the Suzaku Tower in front of the Suzaku Tower. When all the soldiers passed the city gate, they all changed from carrying their rifles to a goose-stepping stance. Rows of soldiers stood tall and straight. With a sharp bayonet half a meter long, it looks murderous. However, Su Ritu knew that this kind of gun was just the worst bolt-action rifle of the Han tribe. He had played with this before, but the Han tribe now had semi-automatic rifles and fully automatic machine guns. After this infantry formation with bolt-action rifles passed by, it was followed by a formation with semi-automatic rifles. What followed seemed a bit outrageous. There was actually a formation with all members holding machine guns. This was too scary. After the 3 infantry formations were gone, there were still 3 cavalry formations, namely a cavalry formation with shotguns, a cavalry formation with semi-automatic firearms, and a cavalry formation with all machine guns at the back, which was getting more and more outrageous. After the military parade, Luo Chong took them back to the Hanyuan Hall in the palace. He, the emperor, took the civil and military officials and the grassland leaders to hold the first great court meeting of the Han Empire. At the court meeting, Luo Chong promulgated a new era name. The first era name after the founding of the Han Empire was Yongchang, so starting from next month, it will be the first year of Yongchang. This year name is taken from the sentence on the jade seal of the Chuan dynasty, "If you are ordered by heaven, you will live forever." It coincides with Luo Chong's ascension to the throne and proclaims himself emperor, and he hopes that this newly born empire will prosper forever. Then came the queen's establishment, officially consecrating Xiaodai as queen, Zhang Ning and Tang Yao as imperial concubines, Luo as crown prince, and Luo Chong's only daughter Luo Lan as princess. The remaining princes are just princes now. Because they are too young, they have not yet been crowned kings. After conferring titles on the emperor's relatives, he began to confer a large number of ministers on a large scale, and formally granted official positions to those ministers. This time, the imperial meeting was busy until the afternoon. Well, there was no need to go back at all. Instead, people sent cars to bring the families of these officials into the palace. Luo Chong held a banquet in the palace, feasting all the ministers, civil and military officials. All the officials had New Year's Eve dinner together. At the New Year's Eve dinner, Luo Chong suddenly joked to Su Ritu, "I have been granted so many official titles today. What do you think? Now Ing Rui has come to Chang'an to serve as the minister of the Ministry of Justice. If you want to join the Han tribe, I will allow you to be the governor of Kaiyuan County." Su Ritu suddenly broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. The leader of the Dam Han tribe had just proclaimed himself emperor, and he was already thinking about the half of the grassland in his hand. However, after seeing the powerful military strength of the Han tribe, Su Ritu was also frightened. He would definitely not be able to defeat him. If he ran, where could he go? He could only say think about it again, and then give Luo Chong an answer when he figured it out. Luo Chong also nodded and ignored him. What is this called? This is called not knowing what is good and what is good. Suddenly, Su Ritu had just turned around, and before he had even taken 2 steps, Luo Chong suddenly yelled at the banquet. "Where is Muda, Minister of War?" Shu was so drunk that he suddenly heard Luo Chong calling him and immediately ran out. He quickly came to Luo Chong's desk and prostrated himself, shouting, "Your Majesty, I am here." Luo Chong didn't even carry anyone on his back. Even though he knew Su Ritu was right next to him, he still said it in front of Su Ritu. "The Ministry of War will draft a plan to conquer the northwest grasslands. I will give you 4 regiments of cavalry. Within half a year, I will bring the entire grassland into the territory of the Han Empire." "No, I accept the decree." Shuda immediately agreed. Fighting is good." The Navy commander who had asked him to be a slave for several years was almost idle. Now when he heard the leader asked him to fight, he immediately sobered up. Su Ritu, who had not walked 2 steps away, turned green. "If you are not such a bully, even if you want to hit me, you can discuss it after I leave." "Are you really going to bully me in person?" Su Ritu immediately wanted to argue with Luo Chong, but Luo Chong ignored him at all. It was inappropriate for him to be the governor of Kaiyuan County just now. Now he wants to regret it? It's too late. Luo Chong waved his hand, and several guards immediately came forward and pulled Su Ritu down. However, they did not kill him directly, but only temporarily placed him under house arrest. As long as this guy has some brains, he will definitely be able to figure it out. Maybe it can be of some use. As a result, the first foreign military war after the founding of the Han Empire was decided by Luo Chong with a casual word. No one objected. All the civil and military officials were talking and laughing, as if conquering the entire grassland was really a matter of course. It's a matter of 1 sentence from the Han tribe. At the beginning of spring, 4 cavalry regiments of the Han Empire assembled in Kaiyuan County. They first released news to the outside world that the Han Empire was about to occupy and rule the entire grassland. Those who took the initiative to join could obtain the citizen household registration of the Han Empire. Those who refused to surrender, if they were not shot to death by machine guns, that's not a fortune-telling thing. You should be a slave to the Han tribe for the rest of your life. As soon as these words came out, many small nomadic tribes immediately bowed their heads and worshipped, crying and shouting that they wanted to join the Han tribe. However, Su Ritu's former subordinates and his son wanted to resist, but ended up with Luo Chong's 4 cavalry regiment faced each other head-on, and the main force was defeated on the spot. Seeing this, the small leaders of the Su Ritu faction turned their sides and surrendered, and all joined the Han tribe. In the next 2 months, there were basically no battles. It was all decided by propaganda. As long as the people of the Han Empire held up a big flag and shouted, "We occupy this land," the nearby people would immediately come over and surrender obediently. There's nothing we can do if we don't surrender, they can't afford to offend. This foreign war was like a joke. It started quickly and ended so simply. The Han Empire took over the entire grassland effortlessly without losing a single soldier. In the same year, the first year of Yongchang, the Han Empire established 3 additional counties in the northern area on the west bank of Honghu Lake in the grassland. They absorbed grassland herdsmen as common people and quickly established 3 new counties. All the grassland populations were wiped out by the Han Empire, and the country's population surged to 970,000. The following year, the second year of Luo Chong, the Han Empire established a new county, named Haiqiao County, at the northern end of the Qingshu Strait Bridge, which was the original bridge construction camp on this side of the mainland, and recruited people from the nearby plateau and mountains. The labor method attracted local savages and successfully recruited tens of thousands of people. The tentacles of the Han Empire extended to the southwestern edge of the grassland. This year, coupled with the new population born by the Han Empire itself, the total population of the country finally exceeded 1 million. In the third year of Luo Chong, the administrative structure of the Han Empire was completely established, and all affairs in the country were on the right track. This year, there was a newspaper in Chang'an, the capital of the Han Empire. The science section of Chang'an Daily reported that Director Ao Fei of the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences used a 3-color filter to shoot color negatives. Unfortunately, there was no color development. However, the Han Empire still failed to develop color photography technology. In this year, His Majesty Luo Chong, the Emperor of the Han Dynasty, issued a new administrative plan, which unified the 8 counties of Tangqing into Chaozhou, the 8 counties in Hanyang into Yuzhou, and the capital Chang'an and its surrounding areas, under the jurisdiction of Nanzili and the capital city. Directly under the jurisdiction. In the same year, Qingshu, director of the Institute of Mechanical Engineering of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, after 5 years of hard work, finally created watches and pocket watches that were only the size of a silver dollar. The Han Empire began to form the habit of wealthy people wearing watches. In the same year, the construction of the Qingshu line of the broad gauge railway began. This is a broad gauge railway that runs through the entire Qingshu Island from east to west, and finally passes over the cross-sea bridge, and then leads to Haiqiao County on the opposite side of the bridge, and then turn to the east, pass through the mountain canyon on the south bank of Honghu Lake, arrive at the west side of the capital, and finally connect with the broad gauge railway of Chang'an City. This is a U-shaped cross-sea artery with a total length of more than 2,000 kilometers, and is planned to be completed in about 10 years. In the 4th year of Luo Chong, the 10,000-person reclamation corps, composed of teenagers previously captured from the cannibals, already had 4,000 adults. These 4,000 teenagers were immediately incorporated into the road construction team to contribute to the railway construction of the Han tribe. In the same year, Luo Chong had 3 more children, and 2 little princesses and a little prince were born in the big family. At this time, His Majesty Luo Chong, the Emperor of the Han Dynasty, already had 8 children. In the 5th year of Luo Chong, after 5 years of vigorous development after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the 3 industrial zones originally established by Luo Chong in the south have now basically taken shape. The light industry and food industry in the capital Chang'an are extremely developed, and the manufacturing base in Tuahai County has also been completed. The heavy industrial industry in Qian County is becoming more and more complete. On the eve of the Jingdan Festival, in the 5th year of Luo Chong, there was another great dynasty meeting. His Majesty Luo Chong, the Emperor of the Han Dynasty, once again changed the reign name and the country's name today, which meant creating a huge foundation. Luo Chong this year is already 29 years old. In the first year of the Great Era, the Institute of Dynamics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences finally built the first high-speed train in the Han Empire. This train was powered by steam and looked like a modern bullet-head low-resistance train. After actual testing, the train was able to run every mile on a straight road. A speed of 160 kilometers per hour. The original one-day and one-night train ride on the Haidu line was instantly shortened to 2.5 hours. The seafood caught in the sea in the middle of the night can already appear in the fish market in the capital in the early morning. Therefore, this steam high-speed train is nicknamed the seafood train by the common people, and its official name is the Dongfeng Express. In the second year of Day, the roads in Chang'an City began to be renewed. Natural asphalt mined from Huiyuan County was continuously transported by ship to Tuahai County, and then transferred to Dongfeng Express to Chang'an City. After half a year of hard work, the main roads of Chang'an City, where the streets were all replaced with asphalt. In the same year, the Forever brand bicycles of the Han Empire began to become popular among the people. Tricycles and bicycles became the mainstream means of transportation for people to travel. Horses in Chang'an City became increasingly rare. In the third year of Day, a young researcher newly admitted to the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences discovered the electromagnetic effect while doing experiments on magnets. From then on, the Han tribe began the age of electricity. In the same year, the world's first hand-operated generator came out, which could produce a weak current and electrolyze water into oxygen and hydrogen. In the same year, under the guidance of Luo Chong, the Chinese Academy of Sciences created the world's first electric light bulb. The filament used in it was carbonized mozo bamboo filament. It can light up for 1,200 hours after being powered on. If the light is only turned on for 3 hours a day, then this kind of bamboo filament light bulb can be used for 1 year. The following year, the fourth year of Day, the Chinese Academy of Sciences manufactured the first winding generator. After the steam engine drove the generator to rotate, it successfully obtained a stable source of electricity. In the same year, the construction of the first thermal power plant in the Han Empire began in the capital city of Chang'an, which was expected to provide lighting and electricity for the entire city of Chang'an upon completion. This year, another 3,000 slave children came of age, and 3,000 young slaves were assigned to the railway engineering team. In the fifth year of Day, the world's first thermal power plant was completed in Chang'an, the capital of the Han Empire. Telegraph poles and street lights began to appear on both sides of the streets in Chang'an City. In the same year, the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences invented the electric motor, and the Han Empire once again mastered a new power source. Since then, electric power plants using electric motors to replace steam engines as power began to appear. In the same year, Qingshu, the mechanical genius of the Han Empire and the father of clocks and watches in the Han Empire, invented the world's first hand-operated sewing machine. Just half a month later, it was upgraded to a pedal sewing machine. Half a year later, it became an electric sewing machine. It was still the autumn of this year. The south was dry and rainless, and the land in Chang'an, the capital, was dry. Fortunately, the Han Empire had complete water conservancy facilities, and there were motorized wells all over the fields. Water pumps could pump groundwater to irrigate the farmland. The autumn grain output that year did not decrease. But a grassland fire broke out in the grassland to the west. The fire spread for thousands of miles, burning the entire western grassland to ashes and killing countless wild animals. Afterwards, after investigation, it was discovered that the source of the fire was actually a thunderstorm stirring up a ground fire. It turned out that an oil and gas field was exposed in a basin in the western part of the grassland. After being ignited by lightning, it spread to the entire western part of the grassland. The fire destroyed tens of thousands of square kilometers of grassland and caused heavy losses to the herdsmen. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development urgently transferred crop straws from South Zhili and Chaozhou to 6 counties in Honghu to supplement livestock feed for the herdsmen. However, the Han Empire also discovered an oil and gas field. At the end of that year, His Majesty Luo Chong, the 34-year-old emperor of the Han dynasty, changed the title of his reign and changed his great cause to Tianji, to commemorate the oil field that God gave to the Han Empire. In the first year of Tianshou, the total number of researchers in various institutes of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had exceeded 5,000, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences began to show its power. The Institute of Physics was the first to discover that electric energy can decompose minerals and extract metals, so they used electric energy to decompose mithril. When they showed it to Luo Chong, the emperor changed the name of mithril, saying that this thing my name is aluminum. At that time, the first electrolytic aluminum smelting plant in the Han Empire was built, and aluminum metal began to become the new favorite in the material world, because aluminum is so light. In the same year, the Institute of Chemistry of the Chinese Academy of Sciences used dry distillation to successfully fractionate light gasoline, medium diesel, viscous heavy oil, and ultralight kerosene from natural crude oil. In the same year, the Han Empire established Qing County in the western part of the grassland and began to officially exploit oil, build refineries, and refine various oils and chemical byproducts. Still this year, the Institute of Power Engineering of the Chinese Academy of Sciences easily built the world's first internal combustion engine. This internal combustion engine, which they had fantasized about for more than 10 years, but had been unable to use due to lack of suitable fuel, was finally started. This internal combustion engine, it's actually a two-stroke single-cylinder diesel engine. It doesn't even have a spark plug or an electric ignition. The starting principle relies on the inertial internal energy ignition method, which is the legendary rocker handle, hand crank method. Luo Chong, who was already a teenager and had grown into a young man, took the handle and shook it himself. Then he heard a burst of noise, and a stream of black smoke sprayed out from the exhaust pipe. The Han Empire, was the first internal combustion engine in the world. It was driven by His Highness Luo Chong, the Crown Prince of the Han Empire, with his own hands. Finally, with the birth of the diesel engine, the Han Empire invented a miniaturized four-wheel tractor at the end of the first year of Qingshu. With the compact engine, there is finally no need to install a boiler on the tractor, and the size of the tractor can naturally be reduced. In the second year of Qingshu, His Majesty Luo Chong, the Emperor of the Han Dynasty, suddenly wanted to go to the sky. He ordered people to find balsa wood, make a biplane, install a gasoline engine and propeller, and start it with a crank handle, and successfully made the plane fly into the sky. The test pilot flew the plane over Shanglingyuan for more than 40 minutes. It was featured on the front page of Chang'an Daily the next day, causing a sensation throughout South Chile. People can still fly into the sky? In the same year, the U-shaped cross-sea railway artery, which had been under construction for 10 years, was finally completed. Now you can take the Dongfeng Express high-speed train from Chaoyang County on Qingshu Island and go directly to the capital and Tuahai County. After the completion of this line, the road construction team was immediately dispatched to Qingkong County to complete the railway upgrade work and replace all the original narrow-gauge railways with wide-gauge high-speed railways. In the third year of Qingshu, due to the emergence of electrolytic aluminum, the Han Empire already had the ability to manufacture aluminum alloys. As a result, His Majesty Luo Chong, the Emperor of the Han Dynasty, had a monoplane made from aluminum alloy. The 16-cylinder radial kerosene engine newly developed by the Power Research Institute was installed on the nose of the aircraft. The level flight speed of this aircraft has reached a speed of more than 300 km per hour, a maximum flight distance of 1,500 km, and a maximum flight radius of 700 km. If it is equipped with weapons, it already has actual combat capabilities. The test pilot took off from the grassland of Shanglingyuan, flew across the strait, arrived over Qingshu Island, and then turned back, completing the ultra-long distance and ultra-long flight feat. The news was once again published on the front page of Chang'an Daily. People suddenly realized that it was not difficult for humans to fly like birds in the sky. In the past 4 years of Qingshu, with the continuous development of engine technology, more types of engines have been manufactured. For the first time, an electric spark plug was installed on a 4-stroke 3-cylinder gasoline engine, and the power supply came from a lead-acid battery. Immediately afterwards, the 4-cylinder diesel engine was also manufactured. In this year, the Han Empire had its first four-wheel diesel jeep. In the fifth year of Qingshu, more powerful six-cylinder engines and eight-cylinder V-type engines were also manufactured, and the big-nosed Mercedes-Benz luxury sedan appeared on the streets of Chang'an City for the first time. When night falls in the beautiful city of Chang'an and the street lights on both sides of the street light up like long snakes, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a black dragon robe and a gold watch on his wrist is sitting in that car. The luxury Mercedes-Benz sedan drove slowly through the streets and alleys of Chang'an City. He looked at the bustling street scenes that continued to pass before his eyes, as well as the face with white temples reflected on the glass car window. In a daze, it seemed that the reflection in front of him overlapped with his memory. 30 years of vicissitudes of life. The boy who once braved the primitive jungle, carrying a rattan box alone, has now become a middle-aged uncle with graying sideburns. What was once a barren primitive wasteland has now become the largest bustling city in the world. Tree tribe, black rat tribe, fire tribe, snake tribe, chestnut tribe, Xian tribe, Tang tribe, there is Jiang family, there is Qiao family. Familiar faces kept flashing in front of my eyes, and the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with tears. He smiled and murmured to himself. Old fellows, did you ever foresee that the world would change like this? But I thought about it. This prosperous age is as I wish. End of book.